Good
Good morning.
morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morrow, sir. How are you doing, Rich?
Oh, dude, not too shabby. How about
Not
yourself?
too shabby. Not too shabby. I'm not too shabby neither. I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good. I'm, as I like to say, all gravy, baby. I'm
Gravy, baby. Yes.
gravy,
Yes, yes,
baby.
yes. How was the weekend? How was the weekend? Tell me, tell me,
The
tell me, very
weekend,
quickly.
weekend was good. What did I do the weekend? Chill, pretty much. Weekend was pretty chill. Didn't do much. Just enjoyed it. Hit a run. In fact, I hit a nice. I had a really good run on Saturday on my run club, which is nice. So for those of you who don't know, I'm part of a run club, and we do 3 miles every Saturday morning.
Three miles.
Finished by a croissant and a coffee. So I had a nice buttery croissant with a coffee,
Mm,
and
mm.
I had a cappuccino instead of a black coffee, which was quite nice. A nice little
Oh,
treat for myself. And then other than
beautiful.
that, that's the most active I did. Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
indeed.
Very nice. Very nice.
Beautiful.
My weekend, much the same. Very relaxed, chill weekend. Just kind of taking the first week. I did a little bit of how can I put this? I did a bit of mental clarity work this
Okay,
weekend.
I rate that. I rate that.
So
How did that go? What did you expose your darkest inner beast, or do you?
deepest, darkest secrets. No.
Yeah,
What
you
I
tame
did
your inner self.
enforcement exercises. So
Okay, I
I
like
did the normal stuff like we did like household chores and that stuff like that, and just kind of like spend my wife and I spent time together, and then I did some mental work, and the mental work was just reinforcing the behaviors and patterns that I have currently going, and just kind of trying to, you know, reinf like re what's the word
reinstate.
recommit,
Okay. Oh yeah.
like a recommitment to
Hmm.
the practices that I've been putting into place. I had a very good week last week trading wise. My
Nice.
wife is learning how to trade as well, so
How's that going?
having somebody to talk to outside of the stream, people that already know how to trade, people in chat, most of them already, you know, have a semblance of what trading is, where
Yeah.
my wife has a lot less so. She's building her way up. So having somebody to talk to about certain things, trading wise, it's kind of nice. It's very nice.
Sometimes it's
So
nice to have a rant in private as well, you know? Like we talk a lot on what we do here. Even in the community we rant a lot. But sometimes it's nice to talk to someone who understands about something that you're not willing to share in front of,
yes,
5,000
that's
people every
it.
day.
That's it. It's that my past, where I am currently, that the trials that we've gone through and stuff like that. So whenever
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
have a discussion about stuff like that, you can see it from that person's point of view. Like if you had a rough patch, you usually see it only from your point of view. But then your partner tells you, okay, so when you were going through this is the emotions that I was experiencing. Anyway, it wasn't like one of those like rant days. It was just I kind of understand now when you say this thing with regards to
Yeah, no,
trading.
yeah, no, yeah, no, exactly, yeah, yeah. Plus, there's something satisfying in it, man. There's something, especially the person you love the
Mm.
most. There's something satisfying in teaching them something, or having them understand something that perhaps they didn't before, and you're like, oh, I get you now, and it's like
Mm.
there's something satisfying about that. It's like, that's pretty cool. So no, that's awesome, man. Yeah, that's really cool. How talk to me. First things first. Straight out the gates, I'm going to interrogate you. How
All
was
right,
your
do it.
How was your month? It's now August, so guys, not quite pinch punch first of the month, but it is the first day of August trading month. So it is indeed August. It is indeed the first trading day of this brand new month. So first things first, before we actually go diving into the sexiness, diving into the plans, diving into what we want to do for August and thinking about the future, let's take some time to reflect. Rich, how was your July?
Okay, I am going to... I literally did it this morning. I packed everything. I didn't open up anything this weekend, but I just did it now this morning. So last month was the beginning of the month. The first 2 weeks of the month was a bit drifting slightly in drawdown. I didn't really trade all that much the previous week, the week that I went away. And then this week, I took quite a bit of good profit. So I am up for, on average, I'm just checking through the accounts, what's the average between them? The average is about 6%.
So you had average of 6% month this month or last month?
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude,
last month was
sick.
a 6% month, taking into consideration that the first 2 weeks of the month was a slightly flat, slightly under, slightly flat, slightly under, and then the third week of the month I didn't really trade all that much because I went away, and then last week was a good week for me. So,
What that is, mate. That's amazing. I'm just trying to boot one of my terminal doesn't want to open for some reason, but it's now open, so I'm okay. Dude, that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Fair play. Super proud of you, man. That's some awesome progress. 6% month. Is that
just
6
to let you
month?
know, it's a six. Well, some of the trades were 0.5% trades, and some of them were 1%.
Yeah.
But 6% in total. I am currently in a trade right now, just to kind of like. I'm going to share my screen and then I'll show you.
Very nice indeed. Let's have a NASDAQ sell, NASDAQ short from
NASDAQ short
28,446.
2463. So I will mark it up now just so that everybody can see.
Beautiful short, my friend. Bloody beautiful. If we get a pullback into 28,444, I'll probably short this. That is bloody beautiful. That's a really nice short, man. That's an A+ if I've ever seen that. That's really nice.
So this is a 0.5% position. Monday, new week, we did have the gap. I decided I'm not going to go absolutely shit-face ape with this one. I am just going to, just play it out. TP1 has already been hit. And then I also need stop loss. So TP1 was already hit. TP2 is a little bit lower down. I'm hoping for this gap to be semi-filled. It looks good so far. So TP1 already hit. TP2, we're working our way towards it. TP3 obviously being quite a bit lower down, and then TP4 being all the way over there, and then that stop loss. So this is currently what the trade looks like. So the idea was the following. Okay, so on the 5-minute, we had the gap on NASDAQ, which was a very, very nice gap all the way down here to this close point over there. Very nice gap, but the gap or the push up afterwards did not sweep the previous Friday. Did not sweep this high point over here. It really struggled. So the high of last week Friday, it struggled to push above. And then we had a little bit of, okay, where's the box again? We had a little bit of a zone over here that I liked for a potential push lower. So we had a little bit of a test here, struggled, pushed a little bit through, kind of just consolidated, tried to push higher, failed, and then we eventually started to come back down into this area over here. We broke down lower during the initial phases of exiting the Tokyo session. We literally pulled back into this area, and then we started to push with some conviction. And I said, okay, look, I'm not going to get in over here. I will wait for price to do a drop-based drop. And then we just did this kind of like rounding and then a nice solid bearish candle. The moment that candle closed, I jumped in. So from this, I can see that we do have this area down here as an area of resistance or support. We did wick below that area. We did close on the 5-minute. We did have another one bullish candle attempt now. But if I look at the 4-hourly, so this is that higher time frame candle indicator that I like using. You can see here that there was a attempt to try and push price up higher, and then we eventually closed. We did not even close higher than the previous 4-hour swing, which was that nice gap afterwards. So the first 4 hours of the day really struggled, and then we tried again with another 4-hour to try and push up, and then eventually we just closed slightly lower than we actually opened, which to me just signified that there's a potential for us to either come and sweep the previous 4-hourly low, or come and sweep that high of last week Friday, or even come down to this area down here. I'm hoping it's this area down here, because then that is where my TP4 is set. So in this case, it does look as though there is a potential for us to come and fill at least portions of this gap. If I had to put a wager on, I would say somewhere over here is where we're going to potentially try and fill. So somewhere there. Little bit of price action here. Established this move, eventually broke a new high, came back, retested this area of support. Once again, we then volumetrically pushed up again from that area, breaking new highs, made the high of day. We then eventually started sweeping quite a bit lower. We came back to retest this area, struggled ever so slightly. We did break through just prior to the New York session close, then push back down again. So I'm thinking that we're going to see this movement again. So I'm thinking we're going to see us potentially try and push down into this area over here across today, maybe tomorrow. If not, then we will probably try and sweep last week's high, which was this high point over here, which is this box, which also happens to be today's high as well. So we'll see. We'll see which one of these two is going to happen. If we continue breaking lower and we fill this gap, so all the way down here, we fill this gap, I'm liking the idea then for a potential pullback and then continue back lower. That's if this potential pullback does not sweep the highs again, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
I'm going to let you know where I have entered in from, because I have just entered in a NASDAQ short. I've joined you on your venture, mate.
Okay, so you probably got in very close to this section here.
Give me a number.
You got in at...
I'll give you a bit of a hint. I'm sitting in a little bit of drawdown, just ever so slightly.
Little bit of drawdown.
Yes.
Okay, you got in 28. You got in at 28.428.04.
28.432.
Oh, 32. Okay, so a little bit higher.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, all right. That makes sense.
Yeah, so
it's good.
A little bit of a pullback, had a nice little rejection. I thought, you know what? I reckon this is a nice area. I could wait a little bit longer maybe, but I thought it could go from this point. So I forgot. Hang on, let me put my phone on silent. There we go. Could go from this point, and if it goes from this point, very, very happy, man. If it doesn't, if it has a little bit of drawdown, a bit of a pullback, that's absolutely fine. If it moves anything above 28.515, I think I'll question the validity of this short. Now,
bring your screen up. Bring your screen up.
Oh yeah, that would be a good plan. Let's do that.
After that, we'll say hello to everybody in chat.
We shall indeed. We shall indeed.
I mean, being in the trade already, we just kind of like wanted to talk about the trade very quickly.
I shall indeed also explain why I'm risking what I'm risking on this trade, because it's a little bit interesting. So I've actually introduced...
Your screen is not sharing.
Yeah, it is. I've got it up.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, is it all good now?
I don't know if my terminal, the EVMux thing was like...
Hopefully,
anyway,
hopefully it's you, not me. Let me know if you guys can see the screen okay. Right, so Nice little consolidation here. Absolutely beautiful. That, like I said, when you said that you're in a trade, I looked at gold. Gold wasn't doing much. I thought it's gonna be NASDAQ. So I thought, let's have a look at the NASDAQ. And the minute I saw it, I saw this price action here. I thought, yeah, he's in this. I can see why this is beautiful. You know, I'm not going to FOMO in chasing after him, but if it does pull back, I'm going to get in with him.
Nice.
So consolidation here, break and close under the consolidation. Lovely, lovely price. My computer's been bloody slow on a Monday morning. It's acting like Garfield today. Nice little pullback
It's pushing.
consolidation. Absolutely lovely. More consolidation. Break and close below. Nice little pause. Break and close below with some nice impulse as well. Bit of a pullback. Not 100% sure if we'd get the pullback deep into this move here. So I thought I'd just go on the lowest point. Enter in. I'm risking 2% up here. Yes, I know.
Wow. Okay.
I know. There's reason behind the madness. There's method
Risking
behind the
the
madness.
biscuit. All right.
Risking
Okay.
the biskin. 1% TP down here. Once this hits TP at 1%, stop loss moves down at break even. And then there's a 2% TP down here for a total of a... Come on, computer, work for me. For a total of a 3% trade. But it's a 2-hour trade. So it's a 2-hour trade with a 3% opportunity.
Okay. So why 2%? Let's start there. Why risk
So
2% right now? Is it because of conviction, or is there
I
another
have been
reason?
testing for some time now. Behind my strategies in the background, I've been testing the idea behind risking 2% with a 1% TP, move to break even after a 1 hour, then take off 1%, so take off half the position, then
Mm-hmm.
running a complete risk-free trade at a 2-hour risk to reward,
Okay.
then allowing it to just do whatever the hell it wants to do. I'll leave it
All
run
right.
all day if it has to. It'll hit stop loss, it'll hit TP. If it hits TP, I'm 2 hour up, equating to a full 3 hour trade, being 3% day. 2 hour trade being a 3% day,
Mm-hmm.
or it'll just hit stop loss at break even,
Okay.
meaning it's a 1% day and a 1 hour day. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it
Now,
does. I
the
mean, I do the same thing, but like just more
exactly. Yeah,
TP
exactly.
points. Yeah.
Now, how often I hit TP1 is severely worth taking this 2% risk.
How often do you actually hit TP1
I
according to your
think,
stats?
according to my stats, when I'm trading off stream and on stream, I think I'm hitting TP1 80 to 85% of the time.
Okay. So if you just went on the idea of 1-to-1
If I
or
went on the
80,
idea of a 1-to-1, I could have anything from 80 to a 90% win rate.
all right. So that's kind of crazy. All right. So let's just do the math
Bonkers.
very quickly. If you did not have the partial, let's put it like that, and let's say margin of error 5%, let's say 80% of the time you're going to hit TP1.
Yeah.
That means that 20% of the time you're hitting straight stop loss. So let's hypothetically go 1%, 1%,
Yep.
1% risk, 1% reward. That
Yep.
means that you are making 6R on average. All
Yep.
right. So you take, or 0.6R, sorry, not 6R, 0.6R per trade, which is really good because you're 80% of the time you're going to win, 20% you're going to lose, subtract them from each other, 0.6. All right. So
Yep.
every $100 you're risking, you're effectively making $60 on top of that. So 160. All right, great. So if you did a straight 1 to 2R and you took 100 trades, you would be up 60R.
I have a
Or 1-to-1, sorry, 1-to-1.
okay,
Right?
yeah, 1-to-1, yes, yeah, I
1-to-1.
suppose.
All right.
Theoretically,
So
yeah.
how often does TP2 get hit?
At the moment, I think it's around 60-ish%.
So 60.
60
So,
to 65%. Without properly looking at the stats, it's about 60-65%.
all right. So that means that, once again, 5% error margin, that about 20% of the time after TP1 has been hit, it goes back to stop loss.
Break even, yeah. Now
Or
it may
break even in
now
this
bear
case.
in mind that may also be a break even bounce before hitting TP2.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that
yeah,
let's say 60% of the time TP2 is going to get hit, 80% of the time TP1 is hit. So there's a 20% in between where TP1 gets hit and then it eventually goes to stop loss. So what would a straight 1 to 2 be? Just like 1 to 2R. That would mean that you'd have a 60% 1 to 2R. 40% of the time you'd lose. So it's going to be more profitable to
yeah,
have the 1 to 2 or even just the 1 to 1. But
yeah.
the thing that I like about the partials is the fact that when you're locking up something, there's a psychological effect
Yeah,
that
100%. Yeah, no, 100%.
that builds up. I like the idea of the psychological effect saying, look, okay, I'm taking a portion here. I'm happy to let the rest run. It doesn't matter if it is more, if it's less profitable at the end of the day, just from an expectancy point of view or from an R value point of view. What it is it's giving me peace of mind, and
Yes,
it
no,
that is a
100%.
help. Yeah.
I think listening to you talking about your partials and the more comfortable I got using your position calculator that you're talking about, the more I could understand why you were doing what you're doing. And I
Mm.
started seeing something in what you're talking about now. Even like, look, we all practice what we, or we should all practice what we preach. I
Mm.
am out here doing webinars with you guys, talking about what it takes to be a profitable trader. Doesn't mean I am putting in the best practices 100% of the time. I still slip up. I still make
Yeah.
mistakes.
TP2 just went.
Therefore, yeah, exactly. So therefore, I've got to understand, what does this also mean to me? And if I'm asking myself, what does this also mean to me? Like, how can I take my own advice? I started seeing that when I'm streaming, I'm in and out within half an hour, in and out within an hour maximum. And that's if I'm
Mm.
like really trading like patiently. Most of the time I'm in and out within 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. And it was reflecting outside of my streaming trading as well. So I was actually entering in a trade and thinking to myself, why am I not in and out of this within half an hour to an hour? It could be a trade that I should be in for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I was only in for like an hour and 45 because patience was, playing a psychological implication. So I started thinking, how can I battle this? How can I
Mm.
work around this? And I started looking at TP1. Like, am I taking it hitting TP1 thinking, I'm seeing profits, I'm seeing a good R ratio, I'm just going to take now. Well, I thought, well, is there a way that I can be happy on both sides? Is there a way that I can maybe risk a little bit more,
Mm.
take secure bag, risk free, and then do whatever the hell it wants to do? I've secured bag, I've done what I need to do, I'm happy psychologically. The rest of it is just leaving what it needs to do.
Dave from the 5ers referred to it as pay and bonus.
I
So
like that. Yeah, pay and bonus. Yeah.
yeah, so the first take profit point that he has is this is going to pay the bills. All right, this is what I'm initially looking for, and the second one, your TP2 in this case, would then be his bonus. That is what he's going to get above and beyond what he wants. So he wants a 1-to-1, let's say hypothetically. Not that I know exactly what his trading requirements or profit points are,
Mm.
but that
Yeah.
he refers to the one as his. This is going to pay the bills, and this is the one that is going to be a bonus. So once he reaches TP1, he's happy. He moves his stop loss to break even, which I agree with. I like the idea of making sure that you kind of like secure certain things.
Yeah.
Secure it and know that your trade is now risk free. The next trade that you take, you can allocate whatever risk you had initially on your first trade, and you can put it on your second trade while your first trade is still paying you. So love that idea. So in your case, TP1, your little chick, until it becomes a chicken, or a rooster, is going to, your chick is the one that's going to be, it pays for the breakfast, and then the rooster is going to pay for dinner, kind of like thing. So
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
100%. So this pays, the chick pays for the bills, the chick pays for the breakfast, and the rooster pays, that's the bonus.
for everything else. All right.
Exactly.
Both Will and I are in a NASDAQ sell right now. Mine has reached TP2. My stop loss has moved to break even. So now the only thing that we need to know is whether or not you guys are in any trades as well. So let us know what trades you guys are in. I am going to go through chat in a second. First and foremost in this morning is MGN. Good morning to you, sir. We've got Daniel Bartle. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. We've got Stock Punch Channel. Let's go. Azrael Trades. Good morning, guys. Real GCC morning. We've got Russell Schaeffler. Just gonna say Russell. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Good morning from my side. We've got Kavish in saying good morning, London and Pratia gang. Good morning to you, Pratik. Morning, boys, or morning, bros. Good morning to you, Pratik. How are you this morning? Kavish saying welcome to a new week. Let's don't trade in hurry. Let's just because it's Monday. Agreed, 100%. We've got Louis. Good morning, team. We've got Samuda. Pure Online saying
Samuda Pure Online, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to call you Sam. Good morning, RB and WD. Yes.
Good morrow, sir.
Azrael Trades saying, guys, my laptop busted. I'm planning to build a new setup. Should I go for a MacBook or PC? I want your opinion, guys. Well, my wife has got a MacBook and a PC. I have a PC. I'm also looking at getting a laptop as well. We'll see. We'll see which ones. You can ask MGN. MGN used to work in retail for, computer stuff, tech stuff. So you can ask him for his opinion. I'm sure he'll gladly give it. But remember, it's only his opinion.
Yeah, if I'm going to give my opinion, honestly, I used to be a Mac guy. Like, I used to love Mac. I used to love Apple. I still have Apple products, so I still got an iPhone. However, my brother now uses a MacBook Pro, and I've traded on his laptop. I've tried helping him with his trading on his laptop, and I detest it. I hate it with a burning passion. Now, I can't show you I got an Omen laptop. I think it's Samsung. Is it Samsung Omen?
Okay.
No, HP, I think. I think it's HP Omen. It's like a big gaming laptop. So I bought that to go to Hong Kong with. That is amazing. Genuinely, it is incredible. So that's what I use when I'm out and about now, when I'm away and, remote working. Otherwise, I use my Windows PC. I will never, I don't think. I say this now.
Caveat, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I say this now with potential to change, but I will never use an Apple's product to trade and analyze the markets ever again.
I don't know, dude. I had a little look at the laptop, and I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where you need to get used to the interface, and once you're used to the interface, it's fine. It's like the equivalent of going from MetaTrader 5 to Black Arrow. True. Like once you understand, it's fine. Anyway, HB, good morning to you, sir. Jared is saying, when you spend so much time outside the office, at home, you need someone to talk to. 100%. Like, humans crave interactions. We crave a community. We are very much so. We've got Kai saying, hello, Rich. Hi there, Will. Good morning, my people. Good morning to you. Sam asking, how do you prepare for the trading week? I'm going to start this comment, and then we'll get back to it, because this is going to require a little bit of thinking. Always a nice day at the office. August will be a good month of consistency, profitability, and discipline. Yes, let's get it. We'll give our opinions on this one as well, Azrael. I think there's some benefits to both. I think.
Yeah, 100%.
Benefits to both. We've got Usam in. Morning all. Good morning to you, sir. We've got Henry in. Good morning or good evening to him. There we go. MGN. Before you decide, make sure the software you need to use works on both, and there's something isn't exclusive to one or the other. That's always a good thing. Henry saying he caught most of the USD JPY from today, 1%. We'll have a look at that one in a moment. I'm just going to star this one as well, Henry. Yoni Power saying August. Yes, please. August. So UJ Short, okay. Nice. Sam is also in the same NASDAQ trade as us.
Beautiful.
Okay, Kai is asking us to look at gold. We'll have a look at gold for you in a second. Cam is saying...
I knew you were going to bring that out. The minute I laughed at it, I thought, Rich is going to see this any second now.
Yeah, every time I come, your hair looks like you woke up at 6 a.m. That's because I did. Oh, no, by the way, I wake up
6
like
a.m.
this.
Are you joking? This is the hair of someone who woke up like 5, 6 a.m. This is the hair that someone who woke up 5 minutes ago.
Dude, my hair always looks like this. Like, I do
It does.
nothing to my hair. I literally just do that with my hand, and it's where it needs to be. My hair is trained,
fair.
mate. It knows where it needs to be. Yeah, Kambam, I'm going for the disheveled look. I'm going for the I just woke out of bed look. I am going for that. The thing
The
is, it's just
bedhead
like,
look is that was in fashion about what 5, 10 years ago.
yeah, I mean, I am close to 40, so
He's bringing it back, people. He is
bringing
bringing
it
back
back.
the bedhead.
It's retro
I
now.
love hair look.
It's retro. Ren, good morning to you, sir. PVT parts are saying, waiting for a bit of a pullback before I join in. That was 17 minutes ago. You probably did get a little bit of a pullback. We've got Pooley. Morning, handsome hosts and chat. Good morning to you, sir. What's up, Pooley? All good. That's great. KR is saying, got in on 28,498. 498. Ooh, beautiful. Lovely. Very, very close to where I got in. Very close. This is funny. Hello, RB and WD. You people trade on each other's setup or stick to your own trading style? We both have our very own method of how we approach trading. There are similarities, but what we do is we look at our own trading and see if there's ways that we can improve it by incorporating stuff. Like I did this with my trading. I looked at some of the stuff that Will was doing and I tried incorporating that, small segments of it that would benefit my trading, not change my whole style so that I trade exactly like him.
Think about it like, so me and my brother compete a lot together, you know, so we were boxing this morning. So when we're boxing, you know, we're with each other. We'll see who can punch harder for longer. We'll see who can, you know, who has better technique, who can lift a heavier weight, who can lift better weight, who can lift with better form. We're always competing with each other for being better. But in the same way, it's better to support each other. Does that make sense? So like Rich will have a strategy that looks more optimal than mine, and I'm gonna see if I can be better than Rich with his own strategy by optimizing part of his strategy into mine, and he'll do the same with my strategy. So it's almost like that we encourage each other and say, like, Rich, I've just tested this. This works. Have you tried that? Go check that out. Or Rich should be like, Will, you really want to incorporate this position sizer? Go check it out. I think it could help you. You know, So yeah, we have our own unique way of looking at the market, but we also share ideas amongst each other because that's community. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Also, I did see that CC was flirting with you again.
Yeah, but I think she was flirting with Cam.
Oh, ooh la la, ooh la la. I need to have a word with her.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, in that regard, it's pretty much the same thing as what we're doing on the live stream. So the majority of you that's in right now already has a good understanding of how to trade. But you might see something that any one of the guests or hosts is doing, and you can be like, that's interesting. I wonder if that would work for my strategy. And then you like, let's call it nitpick. You pick portions of the person's strategy that you're seeing that you can maybe incorporate into yours. Like hypothetically, the idea of the taking partial profits. If that wasn't something that you used to do in the past and you see, but hold on a second, this actually does help my psychology, or it makes me feel good when I lock up something and move it to break even, that is something that you can explore. And that's exactly what Will and I did, because I know exactly how Will trades. I've been streaming with him for a very long time now. We're getting close to a year now of streaming together.
Dude, yeah, literally next month we'll be streaming together a year.
For a year. And I know Will's strategy well enough that I can see if there's portions of his that would benefit my strategy. And it's the same with LJ's trading. There's stuff that LJ did that I looked at and was like, I like this idea. Let's see if it will work for me. There's aspects of Richard Wells' trading that I also know, that I also like. So it's not that you're stealing, it's that you're paying attention to what someone's doing and you kind of see if there's anything that you can incorporate into yours. Technically, you can call it stealing. Stealing with the eyes.
Strip stealing. Yeah, I'm robbing from you guys.
Yeah, it's a robbery, daylight robbery. MGN saying the chick pays for the bills and breakfast ? That's not nice, Will. She shouldn't be paying at all.
Yeah.
Nice wordplay. Kai is saying, I like that trading is a learning journey throughout. We get better by learning and relearning time and over again. Strong pointer will. Yeah, agreed.
Thank you very much. If this does come up now with super strong impulse, I will manually come out of this. Because this seems a little bit impulsive.
Let's see.
Got no
Yeah, a
news out.
little bit.
We've got no
No.
news out. This just seems a little bit too impulsive for me. Like, I know we had a double wick rejection down here, but I thought that we would have climbed down a little bit further first. This here seems a little bit...
Yeah, it missed my TP3. It didn't quite get there, but I think it can still go down. I think
Yeah,
we can
maybe.
still, yeah. I think
Yeah,
this
maybe.
is just a 50 on the 15-minute, just a bit of a pullback.
Yeah, possibly.
We can potentially come and retest the Tokyo lows.
I think we will. Yeah, definitely. I
Or
think...
like 28,438-ish.
Yeah.
Roughly around there. Let's see.
Depends how we react with the candle. I'm not going to just go in, take off just because of a candle, but as long as we show a little bit of rejection, not a reversal.
This was the first area that I wanted to test, that I wanted to see be tested, like I marked up earlier. So we're getting a bit of an impulsive reaction. We'll see whether or not it has follow through. If it has follow through, close your trade. If it doesn't, then
If it has followed through, I'm out. But I mean, I'm 2.3% up on this account anyway. For the month, I had a fantastic month last month at 17%. Now, that was incredible. So 17% last month across the board, though. That was with Stream at 2%, Claude, another account out from like 4% down to 0.2% up. So that was nice. And then a bunch of other accounts did really well as well. So,
yeah, I think that Mondays you don't need to. Well, in your case, you're going for 2%, but that's there's rhyme and reason behind your decision. Myself personally, on a Monday, new month, all of that kind of like stuff. Just I'm gonna take it a little bit slow and start building my position across the week and just
100%.
see how far I can get into that. Bruce, how's it, my brew? Rich, I joined you guys from 28,444 and closed at 28,355. That's very nice. That's very nice. To get the week off to a great start. Awesome, mate. That's good. Richard Liu is saying, I don't have hair, so going for the glows look. Yeah, you and Dirk
go for
together.
that polish and shine, my friend.
Yes. Blind your enemy just by, tilting your head a little bit towards it.
Do a dip.
Yeah, you can't punch something you can't see, mate. It's Vinny. What's up? Rich, Will, and my people. Hope you had a great weekend. Mine was great. Spider-Man was lit. What are we looking at today? Oh, you went to the movies. Nice.
Oh, lovely. Nice. Very nice. The missus wants to go, or Cece wants to go to the movies to watch. Is it Resident Evil? Apparently, there's a Resident Evil coming out to cinema.
Huh. I'll go and have a look at that. I used to really enjoy the Resident Evil
series.
The game as well. I used to enjoy the game, but
so it looks okay as well. She sent me the trailer, and it looks alright. So we may go see when that's in cinema and go watch it.
Technically, everything is free here. If you want to steal, you can steal it if you can. Well, technically, you can't steal something that's free, can you?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
I may have stolen a few things from both of your strategies. Dude, that's awesome. As long as it works for you, that is amazing. If you're going to steal from us, make sure you test it first.
Please.
That would be lovely.
Sam is saying, RB, after seeing your trading style, which is similar to mine, and your knowledge helps me to tune in my strategy very well. Thanks. Oh, dude, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a very nice thing to say. Kai is saying, I trade pound yen, gold USD. I'm thinking of adding NAS 100 to my list. Okay, so you have one currency, you have one commodity, and then you're going to add one indice. That's great. So if one is not working well, you go to the other two. If the second one's not working, go to the third one.
Yeah, 100%. Just looking at gold, see if I want to trade gold at all. Not particularly. It's a little bit choppy. If we had, we had double wicks or double tops up here. And then we put in this low. If we broke and closed nicely under here, I'd be trading this, but we just haven't.
Oh, by the way, Usam, we finished watching Spider Noir. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
I've closed out of NAS, by the way. We've come all the way back to break even, and I should have hit that TP1. It was too close to TP1 for me to, think not to take out from this. So
I think there's going to be more opportunities throughout the day. So
exactly, and like you said, it's Monday, first day of the new month. There's just no rush. Why rush? And given how close this came to my TP1, if I was to hit stop loss now at -2R, knowing how close I was to securing 1% in a break-even trade, I think I'd be a little bit pissed off. So I think, given that information, there may be an opportunity here to re-enter. It may pull back up deeper. Who knows? But I'm happy with the decision I made.
yeah, dude, I think that sometimes, obviously, you can't ever control where it's going to go, but you can control the decisions that you make. And if you're happy with that choice, then that's good.
100%.
Here's a very interesting comment here from Frank. Frank saying he's up 14.7% last month thanks to you guys. I have been incorporating some of your tips and strategies, and my trading has never been better. Thank you, guys. Frank, it is a pleasure, but it's not us, mate. It's you. You're the one that made those decisions. So yeah, happy to hear that.
You're very welcome, my friend. So absolute legend. Big congratulations to you as well, man. Glad that you're taking information from what we say. We don't say it because we enjoy the sound of our own voice. I actually hate the
Speak for
sound
yourself,
of my own
mate.
voice. Yeah,
Speak for yourself,
okay,
man.
fair point. I personally hate the sound of my own voice. Rich loves the sound of his. Yeah.
It's because I can change it whenever I want.
Oh, yeah.
Private Parts is saying the games were great. The movies, however, I mean, different strokes for different folks, mate. But notorious game to film changes or adaptations are not that great. But
no, I suppose not.
Yeah. I go into it with the expectancy of it being a probably not a bad film, or probably not a good film, let's rather say. And then if I enjoyed it, then I'm like, oh, that was fun.
Yeah, exactly. To go in without expectations, just like you're trading, go in without the idea that you're expecting, TP or expecting stop loss. Go in with the idea that you're just going to go in and see how it goes. But I do agree. Those who if they turned, I don't know, what did I play as a youngster? GTA, maybe. If they turned GTA into a movie, it'd probably be crap in my eyes. Or if they turn Call of Duty into a movie, it'd probably be crap in my eyes. But that's games that I grew up playing, or Forza. So I love the storyline behind Forza. If they turned Forza into a movie, it'd probably be rubbish, because that's a game that I grew up playing with almost borderline open world where you make your own decisions. So.
Yeah, the thing about game to movie adaptations is the fact that every person that played the game is going to want to see their rendition of what they experienced as the film. So the thing is you can't satisfy every single last person that had, that experienced that game and had that specific, I don't know, nostalgic feel when they see the game, and then they go and watch the film and they're like, it didn't meet my expectations. That's the problem. Because gaming is so unique to the individual, the film itself is probably not going to, reach every person. But that is what it is, unfortunately. Usam is saying, Rich, I see a 90+ quality trade score on NAS 100 under my achievements on the 5ers profile. Do you know what it is and how is the score measured? Will, you did a video not too long ago about this. Care to answer this question?
I do care to answer it a little bit. And the reason for it... where's it gone? There we go. Under your achievements of, do you know what it is and how the score is measured? Yes. So when it comes to the score is based on the trade quality setups that you're taking. How it's measured, unfortunately, I don't know. So I wish I could answer that part, but I don't. Basically, what it is, it's giving you an idea on how your trading levels are at with certain assets and overall. Not only that, it's also a nice little achievement. So when you are trading with what the 5ers call, quality trading. So if you're trading with, a 90% quality score on the 5ers, then it's also a good feeling for yourself. It's also that sort of achievement where you get a certificate saying, guys, I'm trading at a 90 score. You're able to have that almost reinforced confidence in yourself that I am doing something right. How it's measured, fantastic question. Off the top of my head, I really don't know.
So from my understanding, this is there's a, let's call it an AI in the background that measures your typical trading and views the typical movements that that trade could have had. So your entry point, exit point, and stuff like that is taken into consideration. The same as what Will is saying, like how exactly it's measured, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think
it
it's
is.
based on like you said, the consistency of how you trade. So if you're following, like Rich said, with the algorithm, it'll see how often you place your stop loss at 10, let's say GU long, 10 pips stop loss, 30 pips take profit. Now, if you're consistently doing that, and then all of a sudden you do a 50 pip stop loss and a 20 pip TP, then that's going to lower your score because the AI seeing that you've just moved out of your consistency.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure if it's just that, because sometimes if I have the exact same trade, the trade itself has a lower score than another trade that I've taken that had the exact same entry model, same outcome, let's put it like that. Maybe, I don't know, like I'm not entirely sure how the AI thing is going to mark it up. But I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on that number, specifically because we don't quite know where it's coming from. So if you feel like it's giving you a bit of a boost with the 90%, just because it's a 90% trade doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a winning trade. So I don't know, like to me, that is not like a holistic, like, I don't know, indicator. It's just,
Yeah, no, of course not. Yeah.
anyway, let's just go through. Oh, there was a few questions earlier that we start, so let's get to those ones quickly. How do you prepare for a trading week? Yourself, Will. What is your routine for preparing for the week?
On a Sunday, I'll usually take a little bit of a chill, have a lay in, just get out of bed as and when sort of thing. I don't set alarms. I like to, just completely reset my body and brain, take the day easy, and then slowly towards the afternoon start considering like, okay, we got to start thinking about, news coming out. We got to start thinking about how I traded the week before. So what I like to do then is, just make sure that I'm not stressing about it. And the reason I told you, I have a lay-in and good stuff like that. The reason I told you that is to emphasize how important it is to not stress over the fact that trading is tomorrow. Have the idea that you're just going to wake up, chill, go about your day. Don't do anything too strenuous. Literally just take it super easy and then think, right, okay, tomorrow is trading. Let's just think about for a second. Before you open a book, before you open your journal, before you write anything down, think about it mentally and emotionally with a chilled out atmosphere. Think, right, personally, how was my last week? Absolutely shit. It was rubbish. I blew accounts. I lost trades. Okay, that's probably pretty crap. Why did we do that? Okay, I'll tell you what then. Yeah, let's start thinking about journaling. Let's start thinking about looking back into the journal. Now you start thinking, right, okay, what did I do then? Or if you've had a good day or good week, it depends on how your week was. So I do like to reflect on how the week was emotionally before opening up a journal. Then what I'll do a weekly review and I'll actually type in. I've started doing it for you guys as well over on the 5ers Discord, where I'll actually bash in manually and physically how my week was. And a lot of the time I relate it to emotion as well, not just my trading markets or not just my trading statistics, because that is what drives our emotions. That's what drives our week, is how we felt. And then once I've finished doing it manually, I'll think, right, okay, that I don't care. No, I no longer care about how my week was or about anything in the past. Now I need to prep how I'm going forward. I'll look at the news that we got for the week ahead. I'll also look at what levels we're at on gold, on NAS, on EU and GU, because they're the 5 assets that I like to look at. Sometimes I look at the S&P, sometimes I look at Euro. Those are 2 ones I don't really trade. It's predominantly, GU, NASDAQ and gold, whereas at the moment, I only trade like actual placing trades as gold and NAS. So, I sort of look at my pyramid of trading assets. And then I try and look and think, right, okay, what am I going to be interested in? What are levels that I'm looking at? What are areas of interest on the 4-hour? Once the Monday opens, I just take it super chill. I hate trading Monday morning markets. As you can see, look at this. This is just like, what the hell's going on here? So Monday morning markets aren't something that I rush into trading. Take a super chill with you guys, have a chat with Rich, have a chat with you lot, have a bit of a banter. Most of the time on a Monday morning, for me, you'll get a lot more banter, a lot more chat, a lot more chill, opposed to hardcore trading, because I don't want to start the week off and burn out by Thursday. What I like to do is Diary of a CEO by Stephen Bartlett. He has a fantastic way of lifestyle sort of representation where he'll wake up without an alarm. He'll wake up when his body's ready. I'm the same with my trading. I will trade when my brain and body aligns with the strategy. I won't just go and jump straight in. Does that make sense? I know that probably seemed a little bit long-winded. That's how I prep for the market. The prepping for the market is more important than actually being in the market for me.
So myself, I work on Sundays. So I have some prepping to do in any way for the week. On Sundays. So I tend to go and have a look at any news events that we're going to have for the week and make sure that I am properly aligned for that segment. I go and have a look at my journal and see if there's any information on the journal that is poignant, that needs to be changed. Like, for argument's sake, we go into a new month or a new week or something like that. I need to make sure that my journal is updated for that kind of like stuff. So I just make sure that there's no barriers between when I take my trade and, me analyzing that trade. So if I need to analyze and then report all of the information, I make sure that I have everything already in place. And then I do kind of like the same thing. I just do some mental work on a Sunday as well, where I try not to get too whelmed up. We look through like what we're going to eat for the week. We sometimes make sure that if there's any appointments that I need to head to, or something, that I have somebody to cover on the stream and all that kind of like stuff. So mine is not just particularly trading related. It is or my specific trading itself, but it's more related to everything that I do around trading. So the live stream management, my own trading, my journaling, all of that kind of like stuff. I make sure that everything is ready for the week. I don't do the predictive trading. I take reactive trades. So I don't need to know, the market is probably making its way up to a certain point on Monday. So I can come to the market every Monday, fresh, ready for whatever the market's going to give me, and then I will react upon that. That's basically how I prep. Not a lot of like craziness going into it.
What about when it comes to actual, starting your Monday morning off? Because I think a lot of people brush past this. How would you start your Monday morning as far as feeling ready for the week? Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I think I take it on a day-by-day basis in any way.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Yeah. So for me, Monday morning is I wake up, I make sure that, my teeth is brushed. I, opened up, fed the cats and all that kind of stuff. My morning routine is non-trading related stuff. It's like just typical self-care. You do your regular morning things. Make sure that lunch, when we have lunch, everything is ready. If I needed to go and buy something quickly before the stream started, I would go and do that. So I take it on a day-by-day basis, effectively.
I rate that. I like that. Monday, I try to treat myself a little bit more special. Monday, I try and give myself a little bit of king treatment in the morning. So we'll usually wake up a little bit earlier anyway. But more recently now, I'm back boxing in my home club. I'm back in the club that I was in now from when I joined when I was 16. So I'm back there. 5:30, I'm up in the morning. 6 a.m., I'm hitting the quick 45-minute to an hour boxing session. Get back, I'm already awake. So that's where I like to give myself a little bit of king treatment. 7 a.m. onwards, I'm in the shower, pampering myself a little bit. I finish with a cold shower. I go back, cook myself a good, healthy, proper good breakfast. Where sometimes I'll fast throughout the day, or I'll fast until like lunchtime, like intermittent fasting. On a Monday, I'll have a high protein, low carb. I'll treat myself to some proper breakfast. I'll have a cappuccino instead of an espresso. Or, I'll try and give myself a little bit of you feel real good today, Will. Even if I'm not going to see it in the markets, even if I'm going to have that, oh, I hate Monday markets, I don't want to feel like I hate Monday markets, I want to be like, ooh, I hate Monday markets. Ha ha ha, let's get on with the day. Instead of, oh, I hate Mondays. And then just go eat some lasagna. I'm not Garfield. I'm trying to be a high performer, so it's time to start acting like it. And that's how I like to start my Mondays. So you'll probably find that Monday morning I got a bit more energy and attitude.
Yeah,
good morning, boys.
Dude,
Morning, Doug.
what's good?
Good. And Sir William Davids, your discipline disgusts me. You know what I do when I treat myself?
Pizza.
I think I drink 10 beers.
Yeah, oh, nice. Yo, you're German.
Just kidding.
Dude, 10 beers, you wouldn't see me.
I get absolutely sloshed.
Yeah.
That's how I treat myself.
Because I'm on my best when I'm absolutely hammered.
I have no inhibitions.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, no, literally.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
Dude, I must have had like...
What do you mean I don't have a problem at all. Why are you shaking? I'm cold. Dude, it's like 28 degrees outside. Yeah, but I'm cold. My trade just hit the break-even stop loss. It missed TP3, but that's okay. It is still a
nice man. You secured, like you said though, you secured your bills. You secured the wages. Everything else is bonus.
Yeah. This is good. I forgot to mention this. No LJ today. LJ has a event today, so
I just found out when I texted him like a little bit of a draft about the yen intervention that I had prepared. If we should talk about this today, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not there today, mate. Sorry."
Well, at least you didn't have a go away, Dirk, because then you know that your friendship's stream only.
Yeah, true. That's very true. Yeah. So, am I going to be by myself, or?
No, you should have bought in with you for the first hour, and then I will be joining you for your second hour.
Awesome. Very good.
Yes. Yeah,
But
you'll
guys,
definitely.
unfortunately, you won't be seeing me.
No, I will be seeing you, in 2 hours probably.
Oh, in 2 hours. But you're gonna have to be a big boy and miss me for 2 hours.
It's okay. It's hard, but I'm becoming more efficient and not showing it to the outside world.
Good.
My sadness.
Independent. Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll still text you. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna love you and leave you for this fantastic morning session. I'm gonna leave you in the very capable hands of this handsome gentleman just below me, and probably Rich until Bart shows up. So, guys, thank you very much, guys. Already, if you haven't smashed that like button, definitely do so. Can see that there's over 100 of you, and we should have over 100 likes. And if you are new here, I can see a couple of you are new. And if you are struggling with what we're talking about, if you want us to slow down, if you want us to explain anything in real super simple primary school terms, that's absolutely fine. We'd be more than happy to. Guys, this isn't the sort of stream that we're going to laugh at you and say, oh my God, why don't you know this? Or we're not going to just brush over your comment either. If you are struggling, if you want us to slow down or dumb it down or try and explain it in a way that you are going to understand, just say so, because we would be more than happy to. Because guys, we can already trade. We already know what we're doing. We're already confident in our trading. we are here to try and help you guys as well as building a community. So guys, if you are new here, smash that subscribe button. I shall see you in 2 hours time. Peace.
Cheers, Will.
Cheers.
Herr Dirk,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm very well. Just returned from holiday last Friday. As you can see, I'm in my usual setup right now again, which is nice because I can wear my regular glasses again and not my reading glasses because my laptop is so tiny. And so that's nice. However, of course, you know how it is as a trader. The markets never sleep, never sleep. So I actually ended up really every evening still working because I've been working for the past 8 months now, 7.5 months on a new trading strategy in an automated way, which went through all kinds of iterations until I finally got it now to a spec where I'm quite comfortable in trying it out with a live account. When I talk about live account, I say with a 5ers evaluation account because this is a Forex trading strategy and which back tested out of sample has like an insane profit factor of 2.6. Back tested really tick by tick with limit orders and would they have been executed, not, and so on. So on the 5ers data, so it's like as precise as it can be. Still, I'm prepared, that probably is going to have a 30 to 50% haircut in real time. And it's also ironic, I pushed it out live on Wednesday. And then, like, the first 2 trades were like losses. Okay, next trades were winners. So I ended on a 20K evaluation account, which was at that time like at around 19,900 from my other experience. I ended up the day at like 20,200 and something. So it's like, okay, nice, this pretty good, solid next day. What happened then so that was on Wednesday. What happened on Thursday? The yen intervention. So it's like, oh my god, and I have a 4% emergency stop, so to say. So, and if I lose 4% or more in a day, there's no more trading going on in this day. To also, because first of all, this is what I feel comfortable with. Second of all, you have a 5% intraday drawdown with the 2 steps account anyway, and with the 5ers, and so I reached the minus 4%. So it's already like, oh, come on, what is this? I start this thing and then immediately I run into a black swan event like this. And then I struggled a little bit with myself and said, like, this is actually great that this is happening now because it's immediately like a stress test for the whole system in live trading. So I rather have that in the beginning than 4 months down the road when I'm up about 20% or something already. And so I thought, just let it run. Anyway, it's an evaluation account. That whole thing cost me, had this since January, I think, this evaluation account. So it was overdue to be put to good cause and good use. And then I let it run. Then on Friday, it made back and more all of the losses. So it ended up at like 23 something. So at like a plus 800 something day, which was insane. So I thought like, oh, okay, nice, can recover. It gets like when it has to swap the direction also on high volatility pairs, like intended. And then I woke up this morning again, down 12% again, cut out but it's nice. I thought like, okay, if this is going to survive this, which is outside of the spectrum of any spectrum in terms of Forex volatility that I could backtest, at least on tick data, it will survive anything. So but it's the type of situation where I thought like, remember, Dirk, when you were in the beginnings of your career, when something like this would have happened, first of all, it would have been more dramatic because I would have risked real money with this already, instead of just, I don't know, what did I pay, like 90 or 100 bucks for the evaluation account. So that's my max loss. And second of all, I was not as battle hardened, of course, back then. Back then that would have been very dramatic for me, and I would have probably done the same thing a lot of you guys out there are doing, like to go back and try to readjust the strategy or change things instead of just saying, you know what, this thing is back tested out of sample on 6 years of data. Of course, you cannot account for every black swan, for every fat tail, LJ probably would say now, out there. But hey, if this, works with my risk settings, which are quite aggressive for the strategy, despite this crazy volatility, then this is really, really solid. So and back then I wouldn't have understand, hey, this is actually great, but this is happening immediately at the beginning. Now I'm like, okay, cool. This if it doesn't work out, it saved me a lot of potential frustration in the future. And I know now already that I have to be more conservative on the risk settings, at least for the 5ers account. Something else on my own account. And if it works, then it's like, well, okay, this is about probably in the top 0.01% of volatile events. How bad can they get, within Forex trading?
Oh, I see there's your two, like...
Yeah, no, these are swing trades. These are also quite interesting because I don't know if you saw my message there on Thursday. Because last Wednesday, I got stopped out in my dollar-yen short. And then I was like a bit struggling with myself, should I get into this again? I didn't. And of course, then on Thursday, the intervention came and we like splashed down. It's like, oh, come on, how can that be? I've been betting for this for the past half year now. And the moment I'm stopped out, this event happens.
It happens, yeah.
But I got in then on the rebound, luckily on Friday.
Smart.
Got in, actually had a thought like if we cross, above this old order block here, we will continue upwards. But the fact that we are seeing the Japanese central bank and the US working together, which is the first case in 40 years that they've done like this, that should drive the yen into a stronger field, And this trade ended up not immediately, but in a very short amount of time in profit. Yep. And it shows to me, it's like, there's, again, a frustration level. Man, I missed out, I was just bad on the timing. But that doesn't mean the trade is gone, You can re-enter a trade and not because you missed out or you lost money with a trade, tell yourself like, oh, that chance is gone now. And extremely difficult to trade, I probably wouldn't have traded something like this 20 years or even 10 years ago, for that matter of fact. But with a proper risk management behind it, this is a good and valid trade. Everybody's always saying, like, we're looking for volatility as day traders. Well, here it is, and if it's there, many of us get scared because we burn our hands once.
I mean, but the thing is you were looking for this. You were waiting for this. Yes, sure, you got knocked out twice before this happened, but this trade of yours has gone and made up for those two losses that you had in any way.
Yeah.
So, no real harm done.
No real harm done, no, but you just need for lack of better words, the balls to do it.
Or the bold. You need
to do it.
Yeah. You need to be bold and brave.
True, yeah.
Hello, Bart. How are you?
Bartman.
Hello. Good morning. Yes,
good morning.
I'm good. Good to see you again, Richard. Was a long time ago, so
it's been a minute.
Also nice.
All right, with Bart here and Dirk here, I am going to take my leave. I will be back in about an hour to relieve Bart because no LJ today. LJ took a day off, so he will be back again tomorrow for anybody that is, lying in wait for LJ's information. However, Dirk as well, also very much a fundamental and macro involved trader. So any questions that you guys might have for Dirk and for Bart, please don't hesitate to drop it in chat. And then if you haven't already, drop us a like and subscribe if you're new here as well. And then I will see you guys in about an hour. Enjoy.
Thanks, Rich. See you later, man. Bart, how's it going?
With me, good. The trades, a little bit less.
Tell me about it.
I took one trade and it was not so good.
Some wild swings we are seeing really today. I mean, I like it because normally on a Monday around this time, markets slow down a little bit. But for sure, in some assets, it's a little bit too much already in when it comes to volatility. I said I had, I lost in scalping, day trading, yen pairs, a bit of money, but I had finally my bigger win in dollar yen, the one LJ and I have been talking about for half a year now, actually for a year, I think already. And I'm sure he farmed this volatility far much better than I did. So I'm really looking forward to hear his side of the story. Other than that, currently I am in a gold long trade that I just entered about 15-20 minutes ago. It's not a trade I specifically like very much. So it's a day trade, scalp trade, however you want to call it. because we have on the 50 minutes, this is the gold future again, not the exact gold price you see on the 5ers, which is the CFD. And I didn't like it super much because we are like heading down a bit, but the fact that we closed the gap and when we started kind of stabilizing around here, I thought like, okay, I can take along here. It's pretty good supported by formerly nested buy limit orders. Nested buy limit orders means buy limit orders within the gold future market, within the CME, the COMEX, sorry, that were executed against market sell orders. So at that point, the market began absorbing sell pressure, you could also say again. And usually these are quite good points to catch a rebound. If a rebound is coming, I think it's might go until here, maybe here, where we last time flipped this morning, and then we should continue down. If not, well, I'm going to lose 0.5% on this trade. If I'm right on this trade, I'm going to win 1%. Not ideal, but I thought, like, what the hell, it's always nice to show live trades, of course, also while we're streaming. How about you?
Yeah.
You said you took one trade, or?
Yeah, I did not trade gold with you because it's just going so sideways. It's like the only price action that's doing almost nothing. But let's see, I can go to my screen. I took a short on the US 100 and that was not going very well, as you can see. So I thought we're going back down, but like after like 10 minutes, it's getting sweep to the upside and with a little bit taking my SL here.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe it's now going down, but I don't know for sure. But I was a bit too late, I think, also to trade. I'm just watching like this level, so all these highs, what's getting rejected, and I wanted to get back on the moving downwards. But I think I was a little bit too late. I think I need to get my position something like here. That was much better, I think. But yeah, it's okay.
Is that
also like
Was that on the 15-minute or did you have a?
Yeah, I did on the 15 minutes.
I was looking at the same thing earlier, and I didn't enter precisely because of what you said. Like I felt a little bit late to the party, so I thought like, okay, let's wait this one out. If we really go down and close the gaps, I'd rather go long maybe than there. But probably like also like if I would have looked at it like 2-3 hours earlier, I might have taken the short there at a better level.
Yeah, and I thought by myself like also the stream is coming, so nice to got a trade. And last week I set out like a 5K account, so I got that with the first phase, and now I'm in the second phase, and I thought
Nice.
I want to get it further to the other like getting funded. And I'm not trading that with automatic, so just myself. And I thought, I think it's good enough to take it. But
Well, that was the one you showed last week that only had like winners. It was like going up in a straight line, I remember.
I closed it with I think like 5 trades
Yeah.
and one losing trade.
Oh, that's
And all
that's
that
quite a
was
run.
like it was all like also like a one risk reward on 3. So
Nice.
3 risk reward. But it's just also a little bit of luck, of course, because if you're trading risk reward 3 and you're getting 80% win rate, that's so high.
Yeah.
I'm not that good, so
That's unusual, but it happens, It's like, and for sure it's going to happen to the other side again too, sometimes where you have like 4 or 5 losers in a row.
Yeah, that's right. So for now it's good, and I hope to keep it along a few weeks. But maybe now I'm getting to a 40% win rate to get it back to like 60, what my normal percent a little bit is, like 55, 60.
Yeah.
But I will see about that. And also I wanted to trade like a B2C trade because I really liked what I did see.
I got a story about Bitcoin recent one as well, man. But you continue
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, it was just very easy. What I saw is you can also see with the other trade, like with the US 100, is that I'm now more on a 15-minute and just liquidity. That's the only thing I use with just yeah, like normal trading with hand. Just I saw like one tap, two tap, and it was like the third trap, and I saw it was bouncing a little bit. So I thought, yeah, I want to get in. Also because we're before this, it was only going down for like hours and
Yeah.
hours, right? So that's also what I think. Yeah, there needs to get a point where it's just bouncing back, and if it, yeah, if there is a point, it has to be somewhere here. So I have set my trade here, and I looked on my MetaTrader 5, but because I was in a trade of the US 100, I had not enough margin to get in a position. So it's a bit disappointed, but I'm not in here because
Well,
I
you're
got topped out.
on a high stakes account with a 5K account, then probably, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit a bummer sometimes that for indices, the margin requirement are quite high. You don't have any spreads for that to make up for that. But yeah, I know that sometimes it's like, oh, I want to get into another trade. Oh, you cannot. You don't have any margin because you only can leverage by 1, 2, 3, I think it is. So that's a bit. Yeah, you basically see this on my screen here as well. I wasn't in the office yet. For this portion, it was between 5 and 6 a.m. my time. That's what I mean. Like I kind of missed the heights there. I saw when I come in, yeah, you know, that's a pretty nice delta and up there. But it looked for me also a little bit like I'm late to the party. So I thought, oh, you know, what the heck? Wait now, what it does now. There's a good chance, in my opinion, by the way, if you haven't been stopped out yet, that it's still going to continue higher because the trajectory is higher. If we instead should, you know, go down somewhere to around this candle here, so that's the one I'm currently looking at, and I see that we have resting buy limit orders executed against sell pressure. That could be somewhere where I think like, hey, okay, I'm going to go long there. Talking about Bitcoin, by the way, what we're seeing right now, Bitcoin is driven by two factors, the downward slope. First of all, there's a very popular hardware wallet called Cold Wallet by CoinKite that was hacked. And that is very specific for me because that's used to be the hardware wallet where I kept all of my Bitcoin on. And during the bull market, I sold most of them. I kept like half Bitcoin still. And I was like, I read about this, like, oh, come on, don't tell me this is happening right now, you know? Because this wallet was a air-gapped wallet. So you do everything online, put it on a micro SD card, and then you feed it into your laptop to validate transactions and to send and receive actually stuff. So I thought like, I was safe, you know, it's never been connected to the internet. But then turns out that this company, CoinKite, actually had a flawed firmware software making their passphrase generation flawed and easy to crack within a certain firmware at least. And this was the firmware I had. So I was like fully prepared. Oh God, I'm going to look on my wallet now and my half Bitcoin is probably going to be stolen because whoever did this stole like, what was it, like $80 or $90 million from this. Lucky for me, it was still there, so I quickly, of course, moved it off there. But this actually led to the market decline because this was one of the supposedly most secure hardware wallets out there when it comes to offline store your Bitcoin, and then it got hacked, basically. Actually, it didn't get hacked, but the randomness seed phrase generation, let me put it like this, was flawed. Was a simple software bug that they didn't find for years. And so naturally there are like cases out of people who lost like 20, 30, 50 Bitcoins just because of this. Very frustrating. And of course that meant the whole market was losing a little bit faith in Bitcoin. And then the other thing was we have one of the larger classic exchanges, Bitmart, who are unwinding. So they basically said, we're done with Bitcoin. We're done with trading. We are unwinding our whole business. You can request withdrawals, I think, until end of August. and those are going to be processed normal. And end of January 2027, we're going to close all business. The thing is, Bitmart was used to be one of the exchanges which I traded a lot with. I used to have a lot of money with them, but eventually I thought like, it's not good, after FTX to have too much money with an exchange. So I withdrew most of it except $10,000, TIFA US dollar, that is. And I've requested a withdrawal for those, what was that, 8 days ago, and they haven't processed it. So my theory is like, okay, they don't have any money anymore. They are bankrupt. They just pretend to be still operational and processing withdrawals. So yeah, I'm probably lost 10K to Bitmart. It's not nice, but it shows again, when it comes to crypto, the importance of not your keys, not your coins. And even then, on a hardware wallet, it seems not to be safe anymore. So yeah, wild story. Luckily, just 10K and not just 10K plus half a Bitcoin, which would be another 30,000 or 32,000.
Yeah, but where do you need to store your money then? If it's not safe.
Yeah, there are other methods that are safe, especially if you set up your wallets with segregated witnesses. So you have like 3 different parties, for example, that need to enter the private keys. That is pretty secure. Even if somebody comes and, as you have gunpoint, you can always say, I don't know if it's so wise to say that then, but it's the truth, I cannot do anything. There are like 2 other people that need to put in their private keys as well. But for me, it's like when it comes to crypto trading in general, it's a sign, that better trade with a decentralized exchange, something like Hyperliquid, for example, where you have your wallet connected, where it's like, of course, you need to protect yourself against hacking and so on, but you're taking a little bit the third-party risk out of the equation.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, like 10K, it's still I think for all of us a lot of money, and
I was just 3 weeks on holiday. That's money I could pay another 3 weeks of holiday for a family of 3 or 4. A very good holiday, that is, by the way, man.
Yeah, because how was that, like 3 weeks in Poland, right?
Super good, yeah. Super good. I absolutely love that country. Despite living in Berlin for such a long time already, I've never been to Poland before. So I thought it's about high time. Love the food, which surprised me, because the food is a lot like German food, but in a good way, in a more flavorful way. Love the people there, of course, and especially loved. It's a very clean country. You don't see really trash lying around there. So people are really into like, I need to pick up my trash. I need to deposit my trash into a trash bin, and that's something I loved. I especially loved Warsaw because it reminded me a lot of Singapore, which is still my favorite city in the world. And yeah, Krakow, super nice. You have like the old parts, a lot of history. I had insanely high internet connections in some of the apartments. Like the one in Gdansk, for example, had like a 600 Mbit connection download and like 200 upstream. So that is, I don't even have that here, and I have fiber optics installed.
Wow, yeah, that's much. Yeah, I think also Poland is like a nice country. I think I will want to visit between now and 2 years or something.
Yeah.
But I think I don't want to do it like the mid of the summer, because then it's a little bit more expensive, and I think also very busy.
Yeah. Gdansk was mega busy. But it's still, comparatively, it's like still cheaper, We went out, they have these canteens, for example, who cook basically like, you can choose like, I want this, and this. And it's basically tastes like it was cooked by your grandma. And it's like super cheap. In the evening, they offered like discounts. And we went there, had like 3 main dishes, 2 drinks, or 3 drinks actually. And we paid like 15 euro for the whole thing, which is insane. You don't get anything for 15 euro in Berlin. But you're right about, especially around the Gdansk area, Krakow, there's a lot of tourists. For a reason, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, loved it.
Yeah.
If you are from Poland, you know my new go-to slogan is now Poland is what Germany should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also interested in the chat where people come from. So
Yeah.
maybe it's nice that you're saying your country flag or just where you come from. So then we can see what kind of people we have here, because I see sometimes like 80, 100, 200 people watching. But I'm interested, is are they like only German and English, or also like from India, Pakistan? I'm interested where you guys come from.
That's a good idea. Tell us, guys, where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Here we have the first one already from Netherlands.
Jaron, yeah. I saw it like good morning, Bart, so good morning.
London/Bangladesh, we have to say. Nice.
Yeah. I see it's for Liverpool. I saw on his profile.
Tanzania. I have a friend who is currently in Tanzania with his family on holiday. And he said he loved it, except the fact that the first day he went into water, he stepped on a, what are they called in English? A sea urchin, I think. You know, the one with the spikes.
Yeah.
Never. You have a lot of fans here, Bart.
Yeah, I did not know that there are a lot of
Ah.
Dutch people here, but
Cool. Stoke in the UK. Another one in Tanzania. Sadly, Morocco. Yeah, don't be sad. Switzerland. My God. Karachi, Pakistan. By profession, I'm a Python programmer. Welcome to the club, mate. Oh, Scotland. Nice. Aberdeen. I've never been to Scotland as well. Have you been to Scotland? Probably.
no. There are so many nice countries here, and I'm still young, so every year I need to get to a few countries.
You should become something like the traveling trader, you know? If you're young, if you don't have family or girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and this is the time. I always, my wife actually said to me the other day, like, I think, Dick, if we weren't married and we wouldn't have kid, we would be the type of couple, you know, that lives like in a different spot of the earth, like for 4 weeks and then goes on traveling. Because, I mean, that's the nice thing, you know, about our job. Not only the trading part, also if you're like streaming or whatever. I don't like the word content creator, honestly, or influencer so much. But it's nice, you know, you can do that basically from everywhere in the world. So you get to see a lot of things.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can live in any part in the world and still stream, trade, and work. So I can do it. But yeah, for now, next year, I think in already a month or so, I'm just doing a little bit of schooling extra on like psychology and like business management, everything. And after that year, then I think I'm going to a little bit of travel or like living a few months outside the Netherlands. But for now, yeah, that's not possible then, or just for now a few weeks. And I'm also fine just with going on a holiday like 2 weeks or something and then going back. It's also...
I like that a lot, that you like focus on your education first, because I think that's important. Of course, you know, could always say like me being like almost 50 years old is like the typical thing a boomer would say. But it is, you know, because the more you know about something, it opens like your perspective and keeps you an open state of mind that you're again then open to the fact that you don't know everything, you know, but you have like an educational foundation that you can rely on and be smarter of how to process new information. Very important, in my opinion. It doesn't mean, you know, in my opinion, that you need to have like a master's degree on something, especially when it comes to trading. That's actually counterproductive very often. You don't rarely see people who studied economics that are good traders because they overthink things. They lack a bit the natural approach to trading as well, even if you're a systematic trader. But yeah, educational foundation is very important. Maybe you should tell this my 8-year-old daughter as well, who is more interested in playing Roblox than in doing math equations.
Yeah, but she's still young, so
Yeah, of course.
I understand. And I also have sometimes I think, yeah, I want to study and it's good for me, and it's also nice like for social contacts and with friends, and but sometimes I think, yeah, I want to stop. I just want to stop studying. But yeah, I think, yeah, in 1 year I have like my master's, so I
Nice.
think I can just continue, and it will be a hard time, not because it's like very hard, but I'm like trading and I'm like almost full-time working for the 5ers and then a full-time study, so that is a lot. But yeah, the tip is don't go too much on your phone, because I see a lot of people my age who are like 8 hours a day on TikTok or Instagram, and if you don't do that, you have like 6 hours or 8 hours more a day, and then you can do all the things you want in the time.
That's the right mindset, and I wish you could meet 20-year-old Dirk and tell him exactly these words. Took me a bit longer to get into that, and now my daughter's always asking me, how come you're not playing games, computer games? You're so much on your computer. I say I don't have time for it, and I'm honestly speaking also not so interested in it anymore.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's also sometimes fun, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
So we have Mr. Mr. Ok from Bulgaria. We have Nigeria here. We have, my special greetings go out to you, Singapore. This is where my heart lives. I lived there for 3 years and absolutely love that town. Miss that town, although it's a little bit of a expensive edge right now, at least when it comes to rental. Tanzania.
Again.
Again, Tanzania, quite surprising actually. Czech, nice. I love Prague. Also have one of the best food cities I've ever been. I remember there's this butcher where you can buy burgers and tartar, which is insanely good. Uganda, never been there. Dubai, welcome guys. India, Mumbai, younger brother working from Germany or working in Germany. Special welcome to you as well. Then we have Spain. What's up? Wow, so many different countries. Crazy.
Yeah.
Hungary. Morocco is a great country. Absolutely agree. Another one from Scotland, Glasgow this time. Nigeria. And Nigeria again. Nigeria is I noticed that over and over again, Nigeria is a country with a lot of people very interested in trading and in general in finance. Like I noticed that one time I was like working together with another guy who did like performance marketing, and I was like, how come you have so many clients from Nigeria? And he said like, yeah, they are so into trading, so interested in trading and learning. So this is how it should be done.
Yeah.
Resto, I have 50K 2 steps evaluation access, just phase 1, and I've lost 4%. I've stopped trading for the second week now. This week I'm confident in getting back on. That's actually, I think, a good way to do it, at least if you're trading manual. I can relate to the 4% because this is my general stop out for more aggressive strategies as well. Where I like this morning, where I hit this with the automated strategy, the new one, and I said, okay, no more trading. But it's automated there, so I don't need to interfere anyway. But yeah, if you're trading manually, I think that's a good way, to kind of reset your mind. But just be sure to not like give into the fear. Like when you start trading in, that you're not like, I need to be like super duper cautious now, or I need to change anything about my strategy. The last days have been very wild markets because of the combination of the yen intervention plus the fact that this whole situation in the Middle East is not resolved, and we have Donald Trump probably talking about eradicating a whole nation again, genocide basically. So these are special times. We are right now in a really crazy volatile event, which is not easy to handle, especially not easy to handle for me. For you, maybe also not bad, I don't know, but especially not if you're a beginner trader.
Yeah, because of Trump, and also very good of rest so that he just takes a few days off. Because like when I was a little bit younger or like 1 year ago, if I'm getting in a lot of loss, like 4%, I was just getting angry and just
Yeah.
getting harder and revenge trading, and I felt, yeah, now or never, I don't care anymore. So that's really good of him to do that.
It's the right thing. You need to reset your mind. You need to be in the Zen zone, so to say, again. Like, and you get this by doing the same thing every morning to be prepared. For me, that's, for example, at least when actually for all of my work, if it doesn't rain heavy, that is, I always take a bigger bicycle tour in the morning before I get to office. Then I come to office and I'm kind of, maybe you know this feeling, when you've done a little bit of sport, you have a little bit more peace of mind. At least this is how it is for me, and this, I can always tell, this makes me at least a better manual trader, or also better when it comes to looking at new angles and developing automated strategies. Do you have something like this, Bart, by the way? Like, do you have like a routine or?
A routine? No, not anymore. Because most of the time I was trading like this year almost automatic. So that's why I don't have really a routine anymore. Like earlier on, I had, I think, like some routines, but now I'm not using that anymore. So you're having a routine, I think, or
Yeah, I do. Like I said, when the weather is nice, it's like, I mean, I could go endlessly on about this. I don't know, but just because it fits into what William was saying earlier, said like, I get up, I go boxing for an hour in the gym, I have an espresso, sometimes I fast, and like gives me a clearer mind. My reaction was like, okay. I hate you for having such a discipline, because I don't have, when it comes to a rigorous sporting schedule or eating schedule. I like to eat. That's why I'm chubby like I am. And I need to force myself, to be physically active. I do this because I know it's good for me by bicycling, maybe 45 minutes to an hour before work, if the weather is good like today, or by having the treadmill underneath my desk, so I can hire my desk and walk there for 45 minutes, which has led to me like losing now 15 kgs, which is especially good at my age, obviously. But other than that, for me, it's more like, I do the same things every morning, which leads to the same results in trading then. A little bit like what you see, I think, when it comes to sports. If you have like a tennis player or golf player, they always, like before they serve, they have like the same routine. And if they get interrupted in their routine, they start the routine over. Because they know, if I have a routine, the outcome is likely going to be the same, like I practice it a million times. So I try to a little bit go into that direction. It's
yeah.
But I'm honestly, I'm when it comes to eating, I'm not like super disciplined, and so you could as well see me like, I do this when I get to office and then like, oh, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat a bag of chips now, or drink 3 cappuccinos with high-fat milk or something like this. So it's not my strongest side, but luckily you still can be successful without being mega disciplined all the time. I think you have to find a balance between discipline and a little bit of reward also.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have maybe a little bit of routine, but I'm also not perfect. I just wake up, I think, like every time 9 o'clock. So that's not very early. So not 6 or
That's
7
okay.
in the
No,
morning.
you're young. At your age, I love to sleep long too.
Yeah, and also for like for your sleep, I think I'm sleeping like on 12 or something, so getting like 9
Yeah.
hours sleep. That's what I like. Also with sports, to get like a good rest and repair. And yeah, I also have like a little bit of an eat like a how do you say, like a schema, like a scheme, so what I need to
Yeah.
eat in a day and everything. And I also do that, but I do that then for a few weeks or something, and then end of this month I go on vacation, and then I just don't do that for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it's just good, and then sometimes just letting that go for a few times to just relax.
But I have to say, your generation, I think, when it comes to eating habits, workout habits, is much more disciplined than my generation back then. So when I grew up at your age, we were having LAN parties somewhere. Everybody was carrying like the heavy monitors, heavy desktop PCs. You would spend like 5 hours getting the whole thing set up until you could play Counter-Strike or Command and Conquer against each other. Everybody was smoking. So the whole room was basically filled with smoke. And thinking back to this, like it's a miracle that myself and some of my friends are still alive, actually, and healthy.
Yeah, I understand. But still, people are smoking. I think a lot, but most of the time when you're going out or something, then you see it more. And also sometimes is what you said, if you're smoking or the whole room is smoking and it's inside, you're also breathing all the smoke in. So you're also getting that in.
Nowadays, I hate smoking. I haven't touched a cigarette in 20 years, so that's good. But back to trading. True, Balkans, very good food, very cheap, except Croatia. Croatia is like super expensive now. Question for you, Bart. How old are you? Country of origin?
Yeah, I'm 21 now, and I come from the Netherlands. It's good that they don't hear my accent so much that they can say that I'm from Netherlands.
I think like German and Dutch accent when it comes to speaking English probably also very hard to tell apart for somebody not being Dutch or German.
Yeah, that's right. I also think that, but yeah, for us, I can clearly hear that you're a little bit German because I'm Dutch, and then we know it because we're living side each other.
True. We have USM 4930 who got a gold short working. Congratulations, mate. Mine got almost stopped out, as you can see right now, and my gold long, that is. Still in it because it reversed luckily there. So yeah, let's see if we can get this one into profit by the end of this session. Nova wants to know what you master in.
Yeah, no, not finance. What I said, I don't know what exactly it's called in English, but you're doing like analysis in like a business or a company.
Is it like auditing? Or?
No, it's like when like 10% of the company is sick and you want to get it to like 6%, and what you can do or need to do to get it lower, or like finding solutions and everything.
I think in German it's called Betriebswirtschaftslehre.
That can be.
It's like general company business, or how to run a company. And
I think not. You have like the normal like business management or so, like the normal one, but it's not like the normal one, but it's all in a business, and I think it's looking a bit the same.
It shows already it's like very solution orientated, like you would be as a trader as well. You want to know, if A happens, what can I do for result B?
Yeah, that's right. So maybe I'm not using it, but like in a different way I'm using it. So then you still have your like your profit from it, from the thing.
The mindset probably is the same, or the process of how you approach a problem.
Yeah, that's right. So first I'm going more in the analysis and thinking before I give an answer or something. That's right. And I also see him, it's better to have a degree than a plan B. That's a rhythm. But for me, I don't need a degree because trading, and also like if you have just work and you're getting your, I don't know what it's called, but if you have done a lot of work on your CVs, they are more looking at your what kind of work you did, than like
Yeah.
what degree you have. So yeah,
Eventually, yes. Business experience, work experience, at least here in Europe, is more relevant than the exact degree you have, and especially also where you went to university. I know that's a thing, for example, in the USA. But I kind of relate to this because I remember my dad always told me, whatever you want to do with your life, Dirk, I don't care. All I care about is that you first get a formal education. So if your plan A fails, like Novel says here, so to say, being a trader, you always have something to fall back on, which is true. It's like if you've done something, if you've had some work experience, and if your grand plan fails, then it's always nice that like, okay, I still have like this degree, I have this work experience, so eventually somebody might be hiring me. I'm not going to end up living under a bridge.
yeah.
Namibia, welcome. Oh, it's nice, really diverse here today in terms of geolocation. Italy, nice to see you. Another one from Italy. Then, of course, we have Lewis from Dover, England. How are you? Italy again. My God. And here we go, Nigeria again.
A lot of the same countries, I would say.
Yeah. See, this is what I meant. Are you guys from Germany? I am, but my dear colleague down here is from Holland, from the Netherlands.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, so.
Ich spreche kein Dutch.
I can learn you in the next few weeks.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
I'm going to the chat.
Yeah. Good question here from @one Mike Wilson. I want to use the 5ers prop firm for the first time because they have a swing account. I use TradingView and I noticed that the only platform option was MetaTrader 5. That's correct. Well, you have actually two options. You have MetaTrader 5 and you have CTrader that you can use. So you cannot connect your 5ers account directly to TradingView. And honestly speaking, between you and me, this is my personal opinion now, and not as somebody who is related to the 5ers in any way. TradingView is a notoriously bad execution platform. For several reasons, one of them being that it's laggy when it comes to trade executions, and that I don't know if it's like this, that was like 4 years ago when I tried it for execution. You have like one account connected to one trading pair, and when you want to use another trading pair, it disconnects. It was like very weird for me. That's why I primarily use TradingView just for charting, but my execution is in MT5. What you can do is if you are relying, for example, on signals, on alerts from TradingView. So if you have set up alert messages, for example, like I have here for several pairs, you can connect these to TradingView through a tool called Pine Connector. I don't know if Henry is with us today. I know he's using that a lot. So every time an alert pops up on TradingView, it gets translated into an MT5 trade actually by this tool called Pine Connector. I think it costs like $50 or $100 per month. I'm not completely sure. I used to use it. It does its job. I stopped using it because I'm not relying on on TradingView alerts anymore in my trading. But that's definitely an option. You don't execute your trades in TradingView. It's not nice. Have you ever done that? Like using TradingView for direct execution?
Never. No, that's not good TradingView. I tried it, but I didn't like it, and I understand why he does that, because like TradingView, it's much easier. And the first few times I opened MetaTrader on my laptop because it's so hard to see and all those things, and I thought, I'm not gonna do that. And I did that like 3 times, and eventually you just need MetaTrader 5 to trade on. So eventually you just need to learn. And I think if you're watching like a video from 10, 20 minutes and you're gonna click on everything you see and then you're gonna learn from it. And I think, yeah, eventually you need to do that.
Yeah, very true what you're saying. MetaTrader 5 feels a bit like living in the year 2015 or 2010 still. It's like a very bulky piece of software. The coding in there is, for me, I have to say it used to be horrible, but somehow I've gotten used to it now, make less mistakes there. But it's when it comes to trade execution, especially if you're working with automated systems, for example, expert advisors, which you can use with the traders. There's no problem with that as well, as long as they are your own, you know. You cannot use like expert advisors from companies like, oh, we pass your evaluation phase for you or something like this. So it needs to come from you. But if you have that and if you have it attached and it works, it's like super nice. It's smooth trading them, you know, because everything is done automatically. So that's powerful, but the hurdle to get there, the beginner hurdle, so to say, it's a bit higher. TradingView is more intuitive, you know. They have a number one for a reason when it comes to charting as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, man, I didn't want to, I specifically said Counter-Strike. I never played Counter-Strike, like for prolonged sessions at least, because I was more a Command and Conquer guy. But I didn't want to mention Command and Conquer because I thought like, oh, the average audience watching us out there probably doesn't know Command and Conquer anymore. Appreciate it, man. Never Command and Conquer veteran. Nice that you stopped smoking too. It's difficult in the beginning, you know, especially I was like smoking like 2 packs of cigarettes a day. But I'm to this point still sometimes dreaming of starting to smoke again at night. And then in my dreams, I'm super angry at myself that I started to smoke again. And I'm always happy when I wake up and say, oh, luckily. Of course, I think every German and everyone in England as well likes Jürgen Klopp very, very much. He's the normal one, as he always likes to say. And I'm not that big into football, I have to say, into soccer. But yeah, I'm happy. I think he's the best choice besides another ex-German national player and World Cup winner called Philipp Lahm to take over this role. Let's see, like in 2 years down the line at the European Championship, that actually pays off. I still have my Germany glasses ready here, and I'll keep them for 2 years. In case Germany for once does well at the tournament. A lot of comments, guys. Really appreciate it. Super nice. Is this business analytics or business management?
Yeah, I will just say like business analytics.
Yeah.
Just so that we get one direction. And yeah, it's nice that the chat is also a bit responding because of the question where everyone is coming from. So it's also nice for us to see that they're watching and where they come from. So also fun to chat with you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. What is welding in Germany? Do you mean the process where you have like the flame torch and you weld metal? I think that's what welding is. If it is that, it's called Schweißen in Germany. It's like the most German word ever, now to think of it. Schweißen. Schweißen. Ich schweiße das Metall.
Schweiß.
No,
Schweißmetall.
Schweiß is something else. Schweiß is sweat.
No, I mean like in Afrikaans, it's Schweiß.
Oh, yeah, really, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're sweating the metal and not schweißen it.
Yeah, we sweat the metal. Metal gets sweaty.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, welcome back.
Does it schweißen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
What is it? What is it in Dutch, Bart?
What is in Dutch like Swayzen?
Welding.
Welding. You know, where with a flame on the metal, and then the metal.
Oxyacetylene welding, GMAW, SMAW, submerged metal arc welding, gas metal arc welding, tungsten inert gas welding.
Yeah, it's like smelten.
Smelt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Smelten. It's called.
Smelt in Afrikaans means to, for something to become liquid.
Yeah, in German too. What is it? Schmelzen in German.
Yeah. Afrikaans is just smelt.
Yeah, see. There we have again 3 related languages.
Yeah.
North Germanic languages.
Yeah, exactly. Jamaica, that's a new one. Welcome.
Oh. Nice.
South Africa, we had a bunch of.
What's up, Tabo?
Also South Africa.
There we go. I like this comment from my brother. Oh no, we let one South African in the other day and now there's tons of you. This is getting out of hand. Also from South Africa.
Nice, we have a very active chat here today. Oh my God, there are still 55 unread messages for me.
Oh no.
Shit, yeah. We're also talking so much because if they're sending like 3 things and we're talking 5 minutes about it, so
Yeah, that's true.
we're not getting there.
Which is primarily my fault, I have to admit, because I'm a boomer, I like to monologue.
Let me tell you my story.
It's like when you read a recipe for something, and then people's like, oh, from my childhood, whenever my mom on Sunday mornings after church, I went outside to play in the cornfield. And the smell of the cornfield inspired me to go back. And my mom had put the cookies in there. And then it's like a recipe to, I don't know, make porridge or something.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably going to be some sort of like non-related meal to the whole conversation.
Yeah.
What are we looking at? I see NASDAQ for yourself, Dirk. You have 2 supply zones and 2 demand zones, one today and one from last week. One each.
We had this up here actually because Bart is in a NASDAQ
Long.
short, no? You are, right?
Yeah, I was in a short. Yeah,
Short.
yeah.
And I said, short it was. And I was looking at the kind of the same structure this morning, but it was before I actually got up and looked at the charts. So I thought like, I'm a bit late to the game. I didn't take the trade. I'm looking more on the downside if we see a gap closing there. But I said just now, I'm in a gold long, but it seems a bit like Bart's trade is reversing in a good way there right now.
It's aligning with your little buy.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah. And I also had a question from me for you, Dirk.
Yeah.
Because you're like the Bitcoin expert. Like the next few days, what you will think BTC will do, because I had like a few positions with B2C, and on a few accounts it did not get out of the trade because sometimes like the EAs are not very good working. So I'm still in like a B2C position. And what do you think the next days will happen? Do you think we're going?
The next days, I cannot say. Absolutely not. I think what I can say is what you have there in terms of stop loss and the trade setup. If it's all orientated along those 3 touches of support that we bounced off, that's very solid. So I would more look at it from, from what do we know? We know we touched this level of support 3 times. You have your stop loss under that level of support. So you are well off, because if we drop below that, we are going lower. And this is what I can say. I cannot say what's going the next 3 days. Let me quickly look at what my own systems say for the next 24 hours. Hold on, give me a minute.
Yeah, I've been in a trade for I think 2-3 weeks. So I did not watch every time on my automatic trading. So I also did pay a lot of swaps and holding, and it was a bit in a profit. And on my 5ers account, it did close in a profit somewhere. But on some other accounts, it just did not work.
Yeah.
So now I'm also in that thing. Yeah, do I need to close it now, or are we going a little bit up again? And you can make the right decision.
True.
if you're at this point.
Let me put it like this: the last deep reversal signal I got on Bitcoin in one of my automated strategies was at 62,613 on the perpetual future. That is, this one has already taken out three take profits and is about to expire, and then I'm flat again when it comes to the near future. The next,
Yeah.
basically, what is left, like 10 to 12 hours in the signal until it expires. But it's extremely hard right now because Bitcoin is unbelievably news-driven at the moment. Either by Trump, it even reacted to yen, then it reacted to Bitmart being bankrupt, as it seems. Then it reacted to this cold card disaster with a hardware wallet, cold wallet that was hacked. So, which is also typical for this phase in the Bitcoin cycle, that it's very news-driven. So I'm actually when it comes to swing trading Bitcoin, I'm very, very, very picky at the moment.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I will see. I think I'm just waiting now because I also went in a trade if I could get in, but so for now I'm just waiting.
But it
And
looked
then I
like you
will
were in
see.
profit already with this trade on your chart right now.
Yeah, that's right. So this one is
I mean,
it's going up, but maybe it's like going a little bit up and then we're going backwards to lower levels.
it's the old dilemma of, do I adjust my stop loss now to somewhere where I'm a bit in the safe zone, or do I let it run just and accept my fate?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody has that sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, what this was based off, if you have any backtest data, but for my automated strategies, I usually have it fixed and I don't play around with it anymore. If it's a manual trade, I think nothing wrong, with adjusting your stop loss. I would adjust it slightly over take profit because you're trading with the 5ers, or
Yeah, almost.
then
Yeah.
you paid probably a good amount of swaps already, overnight financing, and so you might want to have it over your visual take profit, over your visual break even already to incorporate the swaps with overnight financing into your stop loss already.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I will see what I'm gonna do. Now I'm waiting a little bit more, and if I think we are breaking toward the downside or so with the US Open, then I'm just getting out. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, you're also not like you can see where the chart is moving.
No.
Nobody can.
I have like one of my Bitcoin or crypto trading strategy is based on so-called KNN nearest strategy, which basically tells you like this setup what you right now see, is there a statistical significant that tells you what happened, like, for example, 12 to 24 hours after this. But of course, you don't always have a structure, and it always sounds so neat, you have like a prophecy machine, which is not how this works, and that's why I said like 3 out of my 5 take profits already have been taken out. So right now my stop loss for that position is actually sitting at my former TP2.
Yeah.
Which probably is around where your whatever the yellow moving average is on that chart is.
Yeah, that's right. I also see like some saying I'm also on a NASDAQ short. So there are more people thinking it.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a short earlier today, but I hit TP2 and then it came back to take my break-even stop loss. And has not yet gone past TP2 again. So going into a little bit of a lull right now on the lower time frame.
Yeah, and it's not moving so much now anymore.
What's the entry price on your one there?
No, I did move this. I was like earlier I discussed with Dirk that my entry was like here or something, and I was like already too late, and if I'm just was a little bit earlier, I could get in earlier, and then I was still in a position. But I was thinking like all these tops that are were rejecting, and now I'm like entering something here, and I need to get a little bit earlier. But yeah, like on 8, I was just lazy sleeping.
Yeah, my entry was 28,463.36. So
Yeah,
where you had it marked up beforehand was basically where I got in.
Yeah.
So
That's on the CFD, no? Or?
yes, on CFDs. I only trade the futures program during the New York session. So I focus on CFDs in the mornings, and then in the afternoons I don't trade the CFDs anymore. I let them kind of like stand on the wayside, and then I do the futures one in the afternoon.
Oh, good strategy, actually. Yeah. Makes sense.
So yeah, there was actually a comment here. I think it's in German from Thomas.
That is in German, yeah.
Yeah.
But it felt a little bit like translated by ChatGPT, honestly speaking, because nobody would say Bewegungskerzen. We would also say candlesticks.
Like when I read that, I read it as Bewegungs, Bewegungs. Kerzen, and I thought Kerzen was candle, and Bewegungs is obviously movement.
Exactly.
Getradet, I don't know what getradet is, like getrade, like traded.
Yeah, traded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
traded. Okay.
Yeah. Traded. Yeah.
So that means like one question: did you in your trading career? Did you trade with candlesticks? I use them because they show me just the movement. So maybe you are not talking about candlesticks actually. Just what is that Bewegungskerzen then? Do you have any idea about? Range bars.
What?
Here we go. Thomas, thank you. You solved the mystery. Range bars. I do not use range bars. No. I use Renko bars. Oh, Renko bricks. Sorry.
Renko bricks.
Guys, will you excuse me for 3 minutes? I have to go somewhere very quickly.
100%.
Yeah.
In case you're not here anymore, Bart, when I come back, pleasure having an hour with you again, and see you again next Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I think I will wait because I'm not letting Richard alone here. But normally, Rich, you're like 2 hours away, right? Or now you're getting earlier, I think.
In regards to?
Yeah, I think like every
being on the
week
stream.
on a Monday. Yeah, on the stream. I think like normally when I'm on the stream, you're not there on 12, but...
Yeah, so normally when I'm streaming, I open up the stream along with Will for an hour from 8 GMT. And then yourself, Dirk, and LJ are normally here on Mondays. But LJ's not here today, so I'm hopping in to kind of like replace him so that Dirk is not alone. And then normally I'm in again at 11 GMT for an hour and a half. And then I tend to finish the stream out as well because we have Samir and Victor who alternate joining the future stream. So on a Monday, I'm on stream for like 4 hours or so out of the 6. But today, because LJ is not here, I'm going to be on stream the whole day, except for my normal stream around 11 GMT, in which I've swapped out with Victor. So I'll be ending the stream that hour and a half. Victor is going to be in on my normal slot, and then he's going to join me for the second slot as well. So yeah, I think out of everybody, I'm on stream the most on a Monday.
Yeah.
So yeah,
definitely. And the other days,
I mean, I don't mind.
Also... Yeah. And the other days?
The other days, it ranges depending on which day. Wednesdays, I'm on twice for 2.5 hours. On Thursdays, I'm on for also about 2.5 hours in the beginning. It depends on if somebody's taken off or something like that. But like in general, I think on average, I'm on stream about 3 hours a day on average.
Yeah, there's a lot of time, but I think
I enjoy it. Streaming is fun. I've been doing streaming now for about a year, so And I enjoy pretty much not every moment of it, but I enjoy in general the majority of it. There was a question here earlier from Usam saying, "Hey, I'm still in the NASDAQ short. Seems to be heading lower. It does seem like it may want to, but it is so slowed right now. I think we're probably waiting for New York session because this is pretty much like lunchtime for the London session. So we've got a bit of a lull. We should be seeing around about 2 o'clock or so my time. So what is that, like 10 GMT? We should see maybe some sort of potential move. Because right now it's just a little bit flat. So this is just a little... It's not as volumetric as what we had over here, as an example. So it's struggling a little bit. And then question from Tabu asking, guys, please explain if it is advisory to take a gold buy when we are going into the 3, 5, and 15-minute fair value gaps as the price is currently slowing down, not a lot of volatility. So gold itself had... How much is this range for Tokyo? So 31 points, almost 32 points. The whole day so far, just really struggling. The whole day is 32.38. So very, very consolidative across this section. I don't know. I don't know if I would buy from here immediately. I mean, we do have this area over here that is a potential area of support, but if you look at the, let's go over to the daily. It is still slowing it still had a downward channel, but it's slowing its downward descent quite a bit. So I don't know if I would buy just yet. I would probably want to see last week's highs get tested. Where is last week's highs? Here. I would like to see last week's highs get tested, broken above, retest a little bit lower, and then pick up again.
I disagree.
Yeah.
You think we're going lower?
No, we're going higher, I think. So I'm long on in a swing trade since actually last week Tuesday for gold. The one LJ chickened out already on, by the way. I shouldn't say that, he's not here to defend himself today. So, so that would be that one. That one was done live. No, sorry, not live. That was on a Tuesday. So around 4,056. So, you know, not much happening there. That is a longer term swing trade. I might not hold it if it goes in my direction all the way up here. So I have to see like how the bull market support bands or bear market support bands in this case, plus the 200 days moving average come in place there. And then on the lower time frame, I'm also in this scalping day trade, which I said earlier, I think, Bart, you were there already, that one I did, you know, for the purpose of I want to show a live trade here, and not the optimal setup. Almost got stopped out already on this one, on this bar here, in the gold future that is, but looks like it did the double bottom around this whole zone here. So, yeah, doesn't look too bad right now.
Yeah, I mean, I meant to say, like, we've got some structures to break before I think that we're going to, like, really push up. Because right now, for me, we're consolidating. Like, on the 4-hourly, we have a base area from the 22nd of June that we haven't broken above yet, and then we have a base area at the bottom on the 23rd of June, which is the low point, and we've just been playing around that area the whole time.
Totally depends on your approach. Yours is more of a breakout approach, from my understanding. You know, mine is, at least in these cases here, more of a mean reversion approach.
Yeah. Now, that's why I said, from my point of view, I do believe we're going long, but we need to have that break, in my opinion, before we can like start presenting a new long. Yeah,
absolutely understand.
Yeah, didn't want to like have you be like, oh, I disagree with Rich, and I was like, well, I'm saying the same thing as what you're saying.
For once, I didn't want to be overly polite, you know, for the action. For the
screw
content,
this guy.
Screw this
coming
guy,
in telling me, saying he's gonna go short. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I said I wanted to go long.
No, you didn't. Fake news.
Fake news. Rewind. Rewind it. Everybody will see. Liar.
Fake news.
Anyway.
Live deep fake manipulation.
We're in a simulation, guys. We're in a simulation.
Great guy, by the way. I know him. Great guy.
No, what, the simulation guy? I don't know him. Because it's your Bugatti. Okay, we just went on a very weird tangent there. I don't know where exactly that went.
I don't know.
It was so weird. I'm just hopping off. It's too weird for me.
I understand that, but I would do that too if I were you.
Yeah.
Bot's like, I'm going to leave now. Anyway,
Yeah,
Bot, have
no,
a good day, and we'll see you again, next week, Monday?
Yeah. Next week, Monday, I will see you guys again. So, see you.
Take care, man, and good luck with the Bitcoin and the NASDAQ.
Thanks.
Awesome. Have a good one, Bart. And then for everybody else out there, if you would like to go ahead and follow Bart, in the description box below, we have the details for the Dutch channel. So do go and reach out there and go and follow Bart, trying to build the Dutch community as well. So we also have the Portuguese community and the Italian community. And then we also have a Japanese community. Which I think I should probably also start promoting as well.
Wow, we have a Japanese community. Even I didn't know that.
We have a Japanese stream.
Wow. Oh, I remember when I logged into EV Max once, I saw something Japanese there.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to do the same mistake. You know, sometimes after the live stream is done in the evening, I want to upload like my data. And it happened now 2 times that I accidentally logged into the live future stream. And the people were like, the hosts were like, who's that guy?
Who the hell is Dirk? And we're like, well, if you knew.
If you know,
the futures guys probably don't know what Bitcoin is, but you can teach them.
Yeah. True. I had my camera off, luckily.
They're like, excuse me. Who is promoting the Italian community? Well, for now, it's me. I'm the one promoting it. No, it's all of us here. It's in the description box below. We're building that community. We're starting to create the Italian community as well. It's still in the works, but you can go ahead so long and start following them on Instagram and TikTok. And I believe we're going to have our own YouTube channel for that one as well. Might have to wait and see.
All over the world right now. And by the way, guys, if you haven't done so, leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. I see we only have 58 likes. What is that? What's going on? Such an active chat right now. Only 58 likes. Come on, guys. I know there are like 200 of you watching right now. Leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. And also remember that our summer plans are still available until the end of August 2026. Not 2027. The industry lowest 100K account you can get for evaluation. So you get a 100K one-step account for only $249. A 100K two-step account with risk thresholds of that you have to win 8%, not lose more than 5% for $179. And now comes the banger. A two-step 100K account where you need to reach 10%, can lose 5% maximum for only $149. I think that's a great offer. I haven't seen anything cheaper, and believe me, I did my research. I'm up to my game. And
you can add a discount code, ICT, for another 10% off. So that 149 becomes 138.
The discount code is ICT? Really?
Yes. So the discount code is... Yeah, the irony of it all. The ICT one is The5ers has, let's say, collaborated with ICT and a lot of other prop firms as well, where every dollar that is donated, they will match that same dollar to go to a good cause. So there is a non-profit business venture that they are giving money to, and ICT is the one that basically started this. So yeah, collaboration for another 10% off, and that's on all the accounts, all of them, every single last one of them. So
if that is not a reason to start your trading career,
St. Jude, yes.
And like I said, if you were around in the very beginning, at least of the section I am live, which was like 1 hour and 20 minutes ago, I said, like, for me, using the 5ers account to evaluate my, live automated live trading strategies without risking like always like immediately my own money, and without the limitations on trading on demo, because I get the same executions with a evaluations account I get with a funded accounts. That's gold, it's like instead of risking potentially like $1,000 or $2,000, I just have to risk what I paid for the account. And it's fair and square if you use a 2.5 or 5K account. I think a 100K account for $149 minus 10%, as we just learned, doesn't get better than this. Not only to build up your own portfolio of prop trading accounts, but also to generate your own track record that you one day might need if you want to approach other investors out there.
Yeah, so, very much so.
Man, it's really I wish that would have been there like 20 years ago.
Yeah. NASDAQ starting to push a little bit lower. I wonder how short or long term this is going to be. We'll have to wait and see.
You gotta see on the future around 28,400. I could imagine myself actually looking for buying opportunities again, honestly speaking.
That's 100 points away, so
it's not much.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to take a trade on your way down to there, that's with one contract on one micro is $200.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't know if it's going down there as well. For now, my working theory is more like that it's going
to
up,
bounce,
and then gold is going up with it. I don't know, honestly speaking. But it's like I heard you saying that a number of times already. When it comes to gap closing, it's often that we approach the gap but do not quite close it. And I wonder if what we saw earlier today, so this whole thing here, was already that.
Well, I mean, you would kind of expect that if you got to that point that you just marked up now, that the reaction would be a little bit stronger then. Let's say hypothetically. Let's be hypothetically.
Yeah.
Coming down into the gap, we eat up a little bit, and then we have the reaction that we have, and then follow up. The problem is the follow up was non-existent. So
True.
I don't know if we're just quite yet ready to react from here. We had like that little bit of a lull, and it seems as though we're starting to pick up a little bit more momentum now. Question will still be, how deep can we retrace back into this gap? I'm not too sure. I would like to see it filled. But that is because of how we really struggled after the open, going into the Tokyo session, going towards the highs of Friday, and we really struggled. And then obviously Friday we did have that very nice sell-off after the news. So I don't want to risk it for the biscuit. If I'm going to go in, it'll maybe be one micro contract, and then that's $100. I mean, that's not going to harm the account at all. But I would much rather wait for more of a confirmation instead of speculation of its downward turn.
It's the typical thing, It's like we had quite decent volatility in the beginning of a session, but as the European session slowly goes into lunch break, things are slowing down, and now we need to wait for our friends across the Atlantic to pick up things again and show us the direction. Except we really break underneath this here now. Then I could totally see like a drop of another 190 points in the future. But
what is 1998 Edo on about? Anybody know?
Yeah, it was like very political something. So I at least choose not to comment on it, because we get sometimes political here, but as traders, guys, we need to stay somewhat neutral.
Yeah. So the idea is, if you guys want to discuss politics, I would suggest that you keep it to within the realm of trading. how politics would impact trading. We don't want anybody to be offended or feel like they're being forced to, I don't know, conform to one point or the other. So we want this to be a free community. I don't mind people talking about politics, but let's try and keep it connected to trading as much as we can.
Which is not always possible. I mean, I'm an example of this as well, but yeah, like Rich says, we need to tie it into trading. You know, sometimes difficult. I get that. You know, everybody gets emotional.
Okay. Our friend wants to restore Italia to its former glory of Roman Empire. All right. Okay. My apologies. I think I misunderstood what was being discussed. So carry on as you were, guys.
The Roman Empire. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to be your
Go back to Gaul. You know, like
Exactly.
the Asterix and Obelix era of
I would make
the Roman
perfect
Empire.
Asterix. I could totally see myself falling into a cauldron of magical potion.
So you be Obelix then.
Of course. Do I look like an Asterix?
I mean, who is bold and dastardly handsome? I actually don't know any one of them. Dirk. Yes, Dirk. Dirk is bold and dastardly handsome.
What is his name from Despicable Me?
Or Despicable Me.
Despicable
Gru.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah. Gru. Yeah, can't remember what his surname is.
I don't know. I think he's just referred to as Gru, no?
Just Gru. Is he dastardly handsome?
He's not. But I've been told a number of times, you know, that I look a little bit like him, and I take it as a compliment.
Have you got like incredibly thin, long legs and a very contorted midsection?
I'm not that flexible to show.
Jay is asking, do you give possible trade setups in your live sessions? We do take live trades from time to time, but in general, we would like for you as the viewer to make up your own mind about taking trades. When we take a trade, it's based off of our specific criterias, and we don't always share every aspect of why we take a trade. So if a trade goes against us, we know what the risk was and why we entered the trade in the first place. Where if you're going to be copying what we do, it may or may not work out for you. So I cannot control what kind of risk you're going to be taking on your trade or anything like that. But in general, if we do take a trade, we sometimes show it as we're taking the trade as an example.
Yeah.
But the idea is not to be a signal service.
Exactly. We are not a signal service, you know, and of course it's always, and I personally try to do this as much as possible. I know Richard does the same. I know LJ does the same. Bart does the same, and everybody else, being the host here as well, you know, to take you along the ride, basically, show you, okay, this is why I opened a trade right now. Here, that doesn't mean, you know, you need to copy the trade. Like Richard just said, we're not a signal service. You don't know the whole truth. And you put yourself also a bit into an uncomfortable situation going forward. Because if you rely on that, imagine tomorrow Richard or me or whoever, you know, stop streaming. Or the 5ers say like, oh, we are done with streaming. You know, we're not going to do that anymore. Then you're back to square one. It didn't help you at all. You know, you were just copying. If I want to say in a bad way, you were just being a parrot. You know, I don't mean that in a bad way, obviously. So our hopes is, or my hope at least, is the same, that this whole streaming with all the different people here from the 5ers brought me, that you get new inspirations to how to modify your trading strategy, how to look at the markets from a different angle. That's why we have such a diverse setup here, like people being pure technical. We have automated traders, we have manual traders, we have fundamental guys, and the whole mix of it in between as well. So you can pick like, oh, you know, this one, like this approach to the market might be something I should incorporate into my trading strategy. And if that is happening, you know, mission accomplished. Like what I took, for example, away from Richard's type of trading is to look more at expectancy per trade instead of other risk metrics such as Sharpe ratio, for example. What I took away from LJ, for example, is that I can have a ladder of take profits instead of just depending on one stop loss. Well, one stop loss is anyway always, but and one take profit, for example. So there are these little things that you can take away, you can incorporate, you can try them out. Maybe you'll throw them out again because they don't add to your personal trading style, and so on and so forth. It's really meant to inspire you, but coming from people who live off trading. And I think that's the important part of it.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Like that's exactly the whole point of this whole channel. Is it's an educational platform first and foremost, and secondly, it's a community. But it's not a signal service because it's not empowering you as the viewer in any way, shape, or form to just copy. So we would much rather have a discussion about it and then see if we can come to some sort of consensus about what would be maybe a few different ways of approaching trading, and you can then take that information and you can build your own trading from that in its, from the ground up to wherever you are comfortable. So I mean, like we have scalpers, we have swing traders, we have almost every imaginable style of trading. Obviously, CFD isn't the only thing. There's futures. We trade futures as well. We have people trading crypto. There's stock options, all of that kind of like stuff that also get utilized. But in general, exactly what Dirk said. That's the premise. That's why we're here. In general, some of us are just here for the vibes.
Definitely, yeah. That's like this. If I, for example, for me, the most extreme example amongst all the people that are on the live stream here is, for example, Victor, which I find totally fascinating. I love him really because the way he trades is like so different from what I'm doing. He's successful, I'm successful with it, but it's like fascinating. It's like this, okay, you can reach the same result or roughly the same result in being profitable, in being a successful trader with totally different approaches, with totally different ways to look at the market. I could never do what he's doing, for example, and like saying I'm all about risk reward. And I'm used to being only right like 30% of the time or 25% of the time. But when I'm right, I'm going to earn the big bucks out there. And totally fascinating for me. Same like on the contrary to this, like LJ, for example, who I think is like a very intuitive trader. A lot of him is like he looks at structures that make sense to them, which do not make sense to me. It's like probably what everybody wants to be, like a trader that trades more from their gut feeling, and at least in parts. He has, of course, a framework as well there, but you have like two different extremes there, and it's like so fascinating to see like they do, and I can learn from them. I can pick what I need for my own to get outside of my comfort zone, and this is what trading is all about. Get out of the comfort zone of your ego.
There's also the idea of there's a lot of foundational similarities between yourself and Victor as well. There's a lot of things like, yes, it's a juxtaposition. So you have a complete opposite style of trading. Let's put it like that. But the foundational things is very similar. So you have both got you're very much risk orientated. You're very much framework orientated. Make sure that you're not just climbing in willy-nilly. You have something that you've created, you've tested it, you've built it from the ground up. So there's a lot of foundational things that's the same. So those foundational things, obviously, they translate well across any trading style. So yeah, even though you're vastly different, you're still quite the same, in my opinion. Like your approach is still very much the same. How you get to your trade itself is a little bit different, yeah.
Which is true. Yeah, I noticed that not only with Victor, actually with you also, with LJ, with anybody out there streaming, it's like by the end of the day, it always boils down to support and resistance, supply and demand, and the way to get there is like very individual. But it surprises me always. Like we had this a couple of times. This morning also with Bart, we were looking at the same thing, but our way to get to the result of analysis was like totally different.
Yeah.
And extremely different. It shows how diverse we are in our visual perspective and how we process data by the end of the day.
Yeah, the
in our
visual
brain.
processing of the information that we see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. There is a good question here, just two questions. One from Sam asking RB, but you can ask Dirk as well. How do you decide if a pullback is valid? So pullback for continuation, reversal, and momentum. I mean, your kind of trade. So in my mind, if I were to bring my screen up.
Please do.
Okay, so this was the trade that I took earlier today. I'm just going to remove that. And then I will show you, like, in hindsight, what it looks like for me to decide that. And then I just look for, in the moment, for that specific, wouldn't call it just necessarily a pattern, but for that, like, slowing in momentum and then the change to start happening. So I'm a reactive trader. So I wait for certain things to happen in the market, and then I follow along with it as it's busy happening. So imagine that you have this last week, Friday, all right? So from Thursday, you had this upward trend, right? So price was continuing to push upward from Friday's highs, from Thursday's highs, my apologies. So this is the Tokyo session. This movement that you have here, you could say, that is a break of structure. You're saying that, or a change of character. You're saying that price was showing higher highs and higher lows, and at some point you made a lower high and then started printing a lower low. So the idea is that theoretically there should be a follow through to have price continue lower. So you want to have follow up lower highs, follow up lower lows, not just the initial one. But anyway, so what you had here is you had this constant up and down movement, and then eventually you broke a lower segment. All right, so you broke a low, and then it looked like you were going to have some sort of follow through. Okay, but then immediately you went into consolidation. So that's where momentum comes into play. For me, if I want to see whether or not there's a potential for something to reverse or for it to have a pullback and then continue, I look at where my consolidation is. So where's the follow through? In this case, yes, we had this upward tick the whole time. If I just look at this segment, we did break through. We tried again to push up with this bullish candle over here, and then we just failed, and then we started to push lower. But then where was the follow-up? Where was the continuation? Where was that, yes, we're definitely driving lower? It never happened. We went into consolidation immediately. So I look at the candle characteristics. I look at the candles in relation to the movement that brought them to that point. So in this case, this whole segment that we have here, if I can just zoom in a little bit, the volume of candles pushing lower was great. It looked really good. We tried to push up, we failed. We get more volumetric candles in relation to each other. Another attempt to try and push price up, and then another failure. I'm asleep here, so let me just, during this section, I don't trade this. But the idea is then I want to see, once we've broken some sort of structure, and we're printing now a new lower low, lower high kind of idea, to see if there's follow through. The follow through here just died off. So every next attempt that we had to try and push price lower was met with a lot of resistance, a lot more wicks below. Then we're not breaking this down here, but we're also not sweeping the highs either. We're going into consolidation. So look at consolidation areas. Then what happens? The original direction that we had was bullish. We had a bit of a retracement into consolidation, and then a recontinuation of bullish price action. And that's generally what I'm looking for. We get the break. I want to see follow through. If there's no follow through, I can't enter. So momentum plays a big role. And momentum you can see in the candle structure itself. Compare a series of candles to a previous series of candles. So you can see that the series of candles here is flat. It's not choosing a direction. It's consolidation. Now, it can do one of two things. It can break out lower or it can break out above. It's the only two options after consolidation. It's breaking up or it's breaking down. But when you have a turn like this, where you're sweeping a previous swing point, so this was a previous low and this is now a high, you've swept it, you've tried to push up and you started pushing lower, you're creating a new low. I want to see follow-up. Push up higher for a lower high in relation to that previous swing point, and then I want to see a continuation with momentum. So I want to see candles like this that pushed it to a new low to form again and to start pushing lower. If I get consolidation, it just invalidates that. So then eventually you will see that we get volume like this. So this was on Friday, where you had the high of the day at that point, you had the low of that previous leg, so one leg, second leg, the second leg's low, this one over here, gets swept here. You just wick lower. It might have been almost equal low or just a little wick one. Not enough for me to say, yes, we're definitely going to push lower. I want to see, okay, we have an equal low. Now I don't want to see this high point over here get broken, which we didn't. And then we started pushing lower, yet again testing, and then we started picking up momentum. So here I would rather be looking for an entry, as an example. But now timing plays a role. What time of the day is this happening? We're too close to New York session. I know that New York session is going to have some sort of volatility. I don't want to be a part of that like super level of volatility. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for this kind of movement, but a lot earlier in the day. For argument's sake, I would rather want to see it during this phase over here, because I know there's enough time for this potential downward move to play through before something like this kind of momentum takes place. So timing is the next thing. So looking for that area where you get follow through after a potential change in higher low, higher high, that kind of like stuff where you have order flow changing. I want to see that happens at the right time, so I have enough time to play. So that's basically how I would look for a potential reversal or continuation. I hope that explained it.
Yeah, I think that explains it very well. And it sounds like such a simple question, you know, but there's so much going into that question, into that answer, in my opinion. So I would always answer it like this. It depends if the markets are currently trading normal, like you don't have any outside factors going into the markets, then my approach is pretty similar to what Richard is doing. I always like to compare it, by the way, to going to a festival, a music festival. You have like one act going up where everybody's getting hyped, excited. After the act is done, people are slowing down. The question then is the next act going to be as good, as exciting for the people as the act prior to this? If it is, you know, we are continuing higher. If not, you know, we have a break of structure. We are probably going to be trending lower. And the problem, of course, is, and this is still something I think if anybody is going to be able to solve this, they are in for a Nobel Prize, is how much is your lag in detecting regime changes? And regime changes, I don't only mean like going from an uptrend to a sideways trend to a downtrend, or uptrend to downtrend, or downtrend to uptrend, or whatever is in the mix. It's like, you know, are we ranging? Are we trending? Are we doing this in a low volatile environment, or with high volatility? Sorry. And so you're getting like choppy plus high volatile is something different than choppy and low volatile, for example. And this is really, you can only measure this with a delay. So when Richard is showing you like, oh, there's like a choppy phase, you only know in hindsight, of course, that this is a choppy phase. This is like, you know, where your alpha basically comes from as well. That you are good in judging when is this going to end, what are the triggers of ending this. In my automated strategy, I have a way of measuring this. So when is a trend continuation likely? When is a reversal likely? And I'm not going to share with you here for obvious reasons, you know how I do that.
Edge.
Yeah, exactly. The edge.
Alpha decay.
All the reasons, you know.
All of the reasons.
Yeah, all of the reasons. And where was I going? Sorry. But at a, you know, beginner level, you can really do what Rich was saying. I think wicks are like super underrated, for example. If you look like, maybe I can find a good example for it. Well, for what it's worth, it's not so much about wicks and this one. if you look at gold, for example, on the 15-minute future right now, we opened high, we wicked out immediately. So I don't know what this exact candlestick here in the beginning is called. I'm sure there's like a fancy Japanese name for this. We went down, we closed the gap, we had nested limit buy orders in the future that were executed, meaning sell pressure from market sell orders that met limit buy orders in the order book, which is a good sign. Then we went up again, but we trended kind of down. I made the, as it seems right now, the mistake that I thought like from this point onwards we are going up again. Not a good choice. But look at the structure.
My wife is in the sell.
Sorry, what? Who's in the sell?
I'm saying I think my wife is in a gold sell at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's made the wiser decision than me, for the sake of taking a live trade here. But I know, for example, that down here in the area at around 4,095 in the gold future, there was an area back from Friday, actually, where we had the same kind of structure that we had market sell orders meeting limit buy orders. So it's not like that's the difficulty, of course, about it, saying like, okay, this is a nailed structure. I want to see some other things happening down here as well. Obviously, I could add some other indicators, maybe a VWAP, maybe Bollinger Bands or something like this to kind of get this in confluence. But I want to see like 2 or 3 or 4 things lining up before I take the trade. And I love setups that give me a good risk-reward ratio. This is actually why I took this trade earlier, because I thought, if it's going to break down, it's going down here, and then I'm going to risk 1R, but my upside in this case is 2R. It's a trade I would always take. And the best example of this is, in my opinion, what I had in dollar yen. You heard me last week getting like frustrated. I had 2 winners in this one, this quarter. Then I got 2 times stopped out in it, always taking 1R risk, obviously. And then I got a plus 3.25 R trade, which made up more than for the 2 losses here.
Yeah,
so I ended up net positive 1.25 R. Super good. I can end the quarter. Well, I mean, I ended technically the quarter already because. But I think you get what I mean. It's a game of chances. Okay, in this case, like dollar yen, this was like fundamentals being weaved into this. But what I want you to take from this is that there is no fixed rules when you,
Agreed.
at least when you want to trade manually, when it comes to what does a support look like, what does a resistance look like. It's really
very much open for interpretation.
It's open point of interpretation, and you can see for my day trading in futures, interpreted with where do you do like buyers or sellers that are committed to their selling or buying through limit orders meet market order pressure. People executing market orders. And if I see like, at this stage here, we had a lot of sell pressure, market sell pressure being sorry, I'm missing the English word right now, being swallowed up by nesting limit buy orders. That for me is absorbed. Thank you. Yeah, that for me is when the definition, at least on lower time frame charts, 50-minute charts, of a good support. And if then I can find like something like maybe with a closer support and resistance or something like this, now I would naturally point this maybe under the last swing low here, and then I can find something that from a risk-reward perspective makes sense. For example, I could have a 2 risk-reward ratio and I wouldn't touch the last time that exactly event happened on the upper side. That's a trade I take just because it makes sense, and I know that's hard to understand from a mathematical point of view. Because I know like I can be less good than a dice roll with this, and I'm still going to end up at least not losing money, and this is the primary target, obviously. And then there are many variations of this, depending on how aggressive, of course, you want to be.
It's very, very, very open to interpretation. And that's the thing. It's just like, oh, Dirk's interpretation is not necessarily going to conform to how I see the market. But the idea at the end of the day is that there's fundamental things that are the same. There's fundamental truths about how the market would move or would react. And then you get what we're seeing is happening. And then you need to try and decide, do I think that because of where we are with all of the factors above, of a similar move happening going forward? And that's the idea. That's what you're trying to bank on. And then if you are correct, you want to make sure that you are more correct, either financially or on a percentage-wise, than you are when you're not correct. So more often, if I am wrong, I want to lose less. If I'm right, I want to win more. That kind of like mentality. So how you approach that then,
And usually you want to be more correct on the financial side. So be that profit factor, be that expectancy, success rate. And I know it's like everybody's looking at success rate that is starting with trading.
I have a 90% win rate. Yeah, but a 90% win rate with a 1 to 9 hours break even.
Exactly.
So,
exactly that. Yeah.
In a nutshell, it means nothing. It's a part of an equation that it needs to, to show you a broader picture of what's actually happening.
Yeah, but I use martingale, a certain way of doing.
Don't start me on martingale. Martin, Rich, you mentioned order flow. How do you see it in the view of order flow is shifting? So when I was referring to order flow, I was actually referring to price action. My apologies if I misspoke. I was referring more to price action. So higher highs, higher lows. That's kind of like what I was talking about. I don't have any sort of like book map or anything like that shows me where orders are like sitting in weight. Much like what Dirk was mentioning now with like his limit orders is effectively the book map. That information. So I don't have access to any of that kind of like stuff. So I purely look at it from a technical standpoint of the candles itself, and then each candle on an individual basis, and then a series of candles in relation to each other. That's how I look at that. So I apologize if I confused you by saying order flow. I meant price action. Yeah, like this. I think Rich equates order flow using candles only and not visual tools like bookmap or Rhythmic. Yeah. So like I said, in this case, it's price action. Yeah.
How do you have the int and demand levels marked on your chart? That is called
wizardry.
Wizardry, exactly. This is done with an indicator that I designed called Aurora version 2, by the way, now. You can find this one on TradingView if you go to indicators and search for Aurora by Good Bet Bitcoin. It's free, it's fun, and it's a tool utilizing actually one of the few tools, in my opinion, I believe, utilizing order footprints on TradingView.
There is a caveat to that, though.
It is?
Yes.
It's not 100% right all the time.
Isn't that the one that you need to at least have like a subscription to TradingView?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's actually totally correct what you mentioned. You need to be on the premium plan on TradingView in order to get the data for order footprints. It's still going to print something if you're on a lower plan there, but it's not usable because it's going to fall back to what we see on Forex, CFDs, for example, where volume is translated into individual ticks processed.
Yeah. That's why when you look at volume on a chart, like for argument's sake, TradingView, if it's not like Dirk is saying, you have the premium plan or something like that where it might use institutional volume, it just uses tick volume, and that's not quite the same. So that was another thing. I think somebody asked about volume as well. Mr. Og saying, can you explain, please, what do you mean when you're talking about volumetrically? So I'm talking about volumetric. So volumetric as opposed to geometric. So volumetric meaning, in this case, the size of the candle body in relation to the previous candle bodies. So if I were to go over to my screen, so you know how you fill a glass with water? That's volume. So when that full amount of liquid that you pull out is a volumetric measure of liquid. So in this case, I'm referring to the body bottom and the body top of a candle. So the open and the close price. And then what I do is I compare this candle's volume, the volume of the candle itself, the size of the candle, to any previous candles that there was in a leg or in a sequence. And then what I also do is I compare this specific candle to the last time we had an attempt to push price bullishly. So I compare within legs bullish movements to new bullish movements, or new bullish movements to older bullish movements, and I compare, for argument's sake in this case, this bearish price action here to the follow-up bearish movement as well. So I split them up for myself, and that's what I'm referring to, a volumetric candle. I'm talking about a candle that is significantly larger in its body size comparative to the previous time that we had some sort of bullish action, as an example, or a bullish push or a bullish attempt, or at any point in time where price is trying to break a channel, to break a sequence, to break a directional movement. So that's what I refer to when I'm talking about volumetric candles. So volumetrically, when I look at them, I see that this candle over here is moving a lot more than, for argument's sake, the previous time we had that. And then I see that there's follow through after this initial movement, and then the follow-up pushes lower have very little volumetric candles. The candles have a lot of wicks above and below. The candle bodies are very small in relation to the previous ones. When we do have some sort of volumetric movement up higher, like for argument's sake this one over here, it doesn't break recent swing points. Same with this one over here, it does not break recent swing points. So that's when I refer to us going into a lull. We're going into, it's still a directional movement. If you were to draw a high to a low as an example, you're still stuck in this channel, but the channel itself is not volumetric. It's not really moving largely.
I think you just gave me an idea of a trading strategy.
Did I?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's great.
I'm so sorry that you're going to have to be reliant on my technical know-how for a trade.
Measuring if you have like large candles like this, you can measure the efficiency ratio of candles like this, meaning like how to describe this in simple words. How effective was the price after a candle close like this? Was it like moving in an effective way, normalized way that is into one direction? And if it did, how long did it do that? And if it doesn't, is that maybe a reversal trade also? Or at what point becomes a reversal trade? Quite interesting.
Yeah, that might be an interesting. I would love to see how you would turn that into some sort of code. Like how you would translate that from visualization to code that can potentially indicate some sort of movement.
Yeah,
that would be very interesting.
It boils down to like measuring pivots, of course, again, which you are always delayed in, as I said earlier. But like large candles, do they tend to have an impact in price efficiency, meaning price moving in a meaningful way into the same direction? Yeah.
I mean, you can view of them as like a impulsive movements, but then at any point in time, you can go and reference the previous area. You can say, okay, cool, we were at an area of resistance or support, as an example, and then you can translate and say, okay, when we do have these volumetric movements or these like larger than normal or larger than a specific series of candles in one direction, it could be because of an order block reaction, or it could be because of a support area reaction, something like that. But then you can always say, okay, just because we're having this kind of candle does not necessarily mean that we're going to now all of a sudden, fly up to the moon. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I would love to see how you turn what we just spoke about into an indicator. Love to see that.
That is possible. Not with an indicator, but you can translate it into an indicator as well, of course. But
or at least like a data point, like something that you can reference back again when you go and say, okay, in general, during this time frame, if we have a candle that operates within these parameters, this size to this size, in general, we get 70% reversals upon that completion of that candle, something like this.
You need to have a database, which is impossible to keep in Pine script on TradingView, but for sure in Python, Interesting. Yeah, I'll
I
add
mean,
it to my list of
MetaTrader?
never-ending list. No, I wouldn't do it in MetaTrader. I would rather have it in Python, and if there's something, I'll translate it into MetaTrader.
I have standards, man. I have standards.
Really, and the standards are not MQL5.
Yeah. No, but in general, that is generally what I do when I look at candles. I'm also very much a reversal trader. I'm also very much a continuation trader. I like trading off of, or at least when I'm looking for areas to reverse off of, I tend to be looking for areas of support or resistance. So we always boil back to support and resistance. I feel like that is the cornerstone of trading, is
But
support and resistance.
You guys also see out there, this is exactly why I do this, why I love streaming with all the hosts from the 5ers, because I can take away ideas like this from this. Like, this is like kind of cool, what Richard is telling there. I should, incorporate this for myself and test it. Does it fit? Is that true? Is my hypothesis that I just was out voicing correct? Is it not correct? Do I need to amend it? And so on and so forth. This is the type of idea why I love streaming with you guys. Not only you, Richard, of course, also with a gentleman below here. Welcome back, Will.
Well, hello there, people. How is
Will, hello.
Will, hello.
Well, hello.
Will, hello.
Wilhelm. Well, hello there. What's good, guys? How we doing?
We were just discussing the discussing. Yes.
I love. I'm not a big fan of discussing. I do much prefer discussing.
Absolutely.
Discussing. How I just gave Dirk a very interesting idea. I don't know if he's being very polite with that, but I'm giving him an idea of something that he can potentially turn some sort of database into.
German, there's no need to be polite.
True.
I just say it like it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's German. Even when he's joking, he doesn't sound
What
like
is
he's
polite?
joking.
That word doesn't even my internal.
There's no German word for polite.
Dirk, can you do me a big favor, mate? Can you spell polite and then also finish off by pronouncing it without retching?
There we go.
Do as if I want. You do as if I want.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. What was the idea, Rich?
Well, I'll leave it to Dirk to complete, but it was basically looking at any time that you had a leg where there was a potential push on, let's say in this case, bullish movement. I compare the volumetric nature of the candle to the previous time that we had a attempted push in that direction. So I compare that to see, okay, how, let's say, much momentum is effectively in this move, or how much momentum is left in that specific leg, which I don't think is like a new way of looking at it. And I just think
it's not a new way of looking at it. Absolutely, but you described it very well, in my opinion. It's basically looking at certain structures of candlesticks and their related volume. I think that part is important here as well.
Yeah.
So this
in relation,
large blue one that Richard just marked one. If you measure this like historically, like when candles like this happened, you measure like how effective was price moving after this. So was there like in a normalized way where you measure everything between 0 and 1 basically, was price moving significantly for a number of bars after this? If yes, you can formulate probably a trading strategy out of this. If no, it's all just random noise, which probably 95% of the time is going to be random noise, But the message for me, and that's more important, is like, this is exactly why I love streaming with you guys, because you give me ideas like this. You give me like something outside of my glasses here, to look outside of my comfort zone or my knowledge zone or my idea zone, to try out new stuff.
I mean, my brother did this the one day where I think he was watching, I can't remember who it was that was on the stream, and he messaged me and he said, ooh, I like this idea of this person. I'm going to go and see if I can automate it. And he hadn't thought about it in the like the interim, but until he saw this, I can't remember whose stuff it was. I'll remember it maybe at some point. But yeah, just looking at it, was like, can I automate? Let's see. And then yeah, it's like you just need somebody to spark an idea for you, and you can then just run with the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that. Awesome show. Well, you need to leave it to the people who know what they're doing, because unfortunately, myself and you, Rich, have the foggiest of ideas on how to do any of that.
Nope. Very much nope. I stay in my corner. I stay in my lane. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, smart move. I think that's a smart move. I try my hardest to do this. Sometimes I'll move into the fast lane to overtake, but I'll predominantly stay in my lane.
I'm not the smartest cookie in the container, but I know how to chop wood, so I'll be chopping wood.
I moved a lot into the fast lane on the Polish autobahn as well, just to move very right again, because they are driving like crazy.
Like even for a German, because you guys have the Autobahn. You guys have the Autobahn, and you look at the Polish, and you're like, no. Okay, whoa.
In a zone where you can drive 120. So I'm on the left overtaking a truck. And then I have another truck being like 10 centimeters away from my trunk, because I'm not going fast enough. I mean, that truck is supposed to drive 80 on the Autobahn. And he's like trying to push me because obviously 120 is not fast
He's
enough.
trying to touch the engine with his foot.
Yeah, really.
And unfortunately, the pedal and the floorboard
only goes too far.
Crazy, really.
Dude,
Yeah,
did you? I haven't properly caught up with you, Dick. Did you have a good holiday, my friend?
It was amazing. Absolutely love the country. I love the people. Especially love the food. Love the fact that it's so clean there. Really, it's like you don't have trash lying around very much, which is a very large problem here in Germany, especially in Berlin, obviously, because Berlin is kind of like the ass pimple of Germany, and the capital, but also in many ways not. And loved it. We'll miss it. And like I said in the beginning of my section of the stream, I think Poland is in many ways what Germany would like to be nowadays.
Nice. Well,
if you haven't been there, go there. Warsaw, it's, if you like big cities.
Dude, Poland definitely on my list to go.
Yeah.
I would love to go.
Super nice in the evening around the town square there. Oh, the vibe, amazing. Danzig, Gdansk, which is like a bit in the north, like the Polish Riviera, where the rich and famous like to go. Super nice. Amazing country. I love you guys out there. If you're from Poland, my heart really goes to you, really.
Yeah, one of my best friends is Polish, and he went back there for his honeymoon with his wife. So he had a lot of good things to say, obviously. So
yeah, dude, Poland's on my to-do list. 100%, definitely on a list of mine to go to. Germany,
I would love to go to Germany.
There's something about Germany that I've just never been that interested. The only thing that interests me in Germany now is Dirk.
Yeah, come here.
I was about to kick you off.
I'm going to take you on a fever dream.
Yes,
Dirk, you're gonna have to persuade me, man. You're gonna have to change my mind about Germany. You have to take me
currywurst. Give him some currywurst, and then make sure that he has some sauerkraut with all of his Eisbeins.
We don't eat sauerkraut here. Nobody eats sauerkraut outside of southern Germany.
I don't know why you guys don't, because it's delicious.
I hate it. I absolutely despise it.
I remember Dirk saying he's the most unpatriotic German out there.
Yeah.
So maybe I should get a different tour guide. Maybe I'll just go out and see Dirk, but then I'll go see Germany with someone other than Dirk.
You're still young, you're going to have a blast. If you like clubbing, for example, you're going to have a blast in Berlin.
I can't stand clubbing.
Ah, damn it.
Dirk is going to go along the ride.
I also can.
Okay, Dirk, you're the most unpatriotic
complain the whole way.
I'm the most young youngster.
True. It's okay, we're going to visit all the set World War II memorials then.
Now that I would love to do.
Yeah, see?
That I would love to do. 100%. You have to go to Switzerland from Thomas. Yeah, dude, I love Switzerland. I've been there twice. I've actually, so a boy in the community with us has actually invited me out to ski with him this winter in Switzerland. So I have indeed said to him that I will take him up on that offer because I love Switzerland. Beautiful country, beautiful people, fantastic skiing.
Awesome.
Okay, guys, I gotta make a move. I need some lunch. Going to see you
Lovely.
again next Wednesday with hopefully a bit of normalized volatility when it comes at least to yen, so my automated strategy doesn't get destroyed immediately.
Yeah, like have some sort of follow through.
Have some sort of.
Please, can we have some volatility? Ding dong.
Ding dong, indeed.
Ding dong.
Victor trades. What is good?
How are you, gentlemen of the good life? How are you guys doing?
Good, my friend. Absolutely fantastic. A little bit annoyed this morning. I was frustrated with my NAS trade, but other than that, I was happy with the decision I made. It is now back in profit, but in fact, actually, it's back in profit and it hit TP1. But I'm happy with the decision I made. I think it was a mature, educated, experienced decision, and I stick to
You
it.
took a loss.
No, I didn't. I took a break even.
You lost.
Victor, what are you doing to me over here?
I have no information about your trade, but all right. Yes, I think that's good. That's very matured.
Very
Taking-
mature of you.
Oh man, you do make me laugh.
And Will, now that Victor is here and Will is here as well, we will have Buyu jumping in about half an hour or so. I'm going to hop out and then I will be back in an hour and a half to close out the stream along with Victor, I'm assuming, because Samir is with
Yes.
Dave today. Yes. All
Yes.
right. So if you guys have any questions for these two lovely gentlemen, pop them in the chat. And then also, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. We're trying to push this channel to new heights. We want to reach 125,000 subscribers soon. And yes, I am still working on the 110K giveaway. We have a bunch of stuff that's coming into play later in this month, which I hope you guys are going to enjoy. But for the time being, I'll see you in an hour and a half. Peace.
Take care, Rich.
Share a screen, somebody. Share a screen.
Yeah, I'll do
Yes.
that. I'm on it. My bad. Apologies. I should be more prepared than this. Oh man.
Right, that's your screen. We'll discuss your trade because I'm interested. I'm interested what went in through your head, your mind while you were thinking, is this still a viable trade or not? Is the opportunity closed? The opportunity window closed? And what made you accept or think it's already closed? But I gotta take a 1 minute break. I gotta do something. I'll be right back with you, Will, and everyone watching. I'll be right back.
Not a problem, my friend. Victor, you crack on. Usam, someone get the damn door. I like that. That's quite funny. Martin is in. Of course, we're gonna do it well. Yeah, absolutely. So Martin is indeed the gentleman who has invited me out to Switzerland skiing. So I'm absolutely gonna take him up on that because I didn't ski last season because I was living in Hong Kong. I was gonna go skiing in Japan, but by the time organizing something actually got to it, and my partner's never skied, so we just didn't end up having time to do it. So 100% going to be skiing this winter coming. And I'll probably go out and meet some of you guys as well while I'm at it. So I think it's a perfect opportunity to go out and hit the slopes with Martin. He's back. The boss is back.
The boss.
Boss hat.
Yeah, the boss hat is indeed back.
Right. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll catch you up, Victor, on what happened with this trade this morning.
Please do.
Because like I explained, happy that I'd made this decision. I'm okay with it. Even though we're now hit TP1, I would have banked 1% on this. But still, sometimes the market just gives you an opportunity that you've got to make a decision on. And me personally, I feel, in all honesty, when it comes to psychology, emotion, and my discipline, I have made the correct decision knowing now what is happening hindsight. So, as you guys know why I entered, we got this beautiful price just over here. Nice consolidation, break and close below, a little bit of a wick, so I wouldn't, maybe I would have entered in here. More than likely, I would have been looking for some form of pullback failure and then a break and close below, which we eventually got down by here, which we got a nice consolidation, break and close just under, absolute textbook, beautiful. Had a bit of a pullback. I got in slightly late, which also gave me a fantastic opportunity to get in on a pullback before then entering just in here. Price then dropped on down. Lovely stuff. Now this is where it got a little bit iffy. Now price was looking really nice, looking really smooth. And then all of a sudden, as I said here, get on with it and just hit TP1. It was fractionally close to TP1. I was like 1.95% up. And for me to hit TP1, I must be floating 2R, as I was risking a 2% on this trade. So for 1-to-1, I must be up 2R, and then it would secure 1% profit. Now, we got this double wick rejection, which I thought, okay, fair. If we get a third rejection and then a volatile push up, I'll probably look at X plan on this because it's going to potentially be some form of reversal pattern. Now, it doesn't mean that we're changing trend. It just potentially means that the immediate volume that I'm looking for is no longer present. Now, we didn't get the third rejection. However, we got this absolute monstrosity here. Now, when we got this big-ass candle going up, very little wicks to the downside, very little wick to the upside, just a big-ass bullish candle. We pushed up, failed, pushed up again, closed in a bullish candle. I thought, this isn't a rejection candle yet. We've still got areas that we can pull back into, which it did, and it pulled back in beautifully. But this is also a sort of almost implying that price may want to continue up, especially with the volatility that we had previously. Now, if we had a pullback continue higher, it would have knocked me out for 2%. I didn't want that given how close I was to taking 1% off and making a risk-free trade. Now, because I was so close to making this trade risk-free and taking 1% off the table, it would annoy me if I was to hit a 2R stop loss. So I thought to myself, you know what? Price is closed here. It looks bullish. I'm no longer comfortable being in this position. It's now a potential that price could push up or it could pull down. If buts and maybes, even if this does pull back now, it may only come back and hit and tap into this area here, which it has done. It actually has swept it as well, mind. But nonetheless, it has come down and tested the prior lows from this morning before now actually having some form of pullback retracement, which again could be an identification that maybe we want to break to the upside. Maybe we want to just consolidate within today's trading range of London. Who knows? So right now, I'm not going to be a predictive trader. I'm going to be a reactive trader. And me personally didn't want to be in this trade, so I just took out. I thought, right, I'm going to take out here. If there's another trade opportunity for me to get in during during late London session, early New York session, then absolutely I will enter. But if I don't see anything, I'm okay with the fact that I took out. In the end, it did pull back a little deeper than I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to pull back to the equilibrium here, which is the halfway point just over here. I thought it would, wick around, consolidate, then drop down a little bit quicker than it did. It pulled back deeper, I will be honest. It pulled back up into this range of interest or area of interest for me. Then it sort of dwindled on a little bit slowly, picked up a little bit of momentum around 11 o'clock this morning, pull back, and now we finally hit my TP1. So honestly, even if I was to stay in this trade, I wouldn't have liked the price action as much. So I think it's a smart decision. I would have finally hit TP1. This would be a risk-free trade, but like I said, I'm happy with the decision I made. I think it's the smartest and most mature decision that I could have made this morning, certainly with the way and how big the risk potentially could be on my specific trading style that I traded on this trade here.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. You were risking 2% on this trade, you said?
Yep, 2% on this trade. So yeah, what I was doing, so Victor, for you and for everyone else in chat, for you guys know that I risk 0.5% to 1%. However, I have been testing recently using break evens, using TP1, TP2s, the idea behind how often I hit TP1, and whether or not I can up my risk a little bit and then take half that off the table after TP1. Now, guys, I do not recommend doing anything like this unless you do have data backing it and you are confident and okay blowing accounts potentially if things go wrong, because this is a very high risk strategy that I have got a lot of testing backing it. However, as well, not only have I got testing and data backing it, I've also got my main strategy. This isn't my main strategy. My whole portfolio cannot rely on 2% risk. That would just be silly. So just, take that into consideration. However, I have, I put my stop loss where I feel like I am wrong. That is standard procedure. I put my TP at a 1 to 2R. I put my TP1 at a 1 to 1R, risking 2%. I risk 2%. I hit TP1. Half my position of risk comes off. So let's go on a 100K account. $1,000 gets banked after risking $2,000. And then it becomes a risk-free trade. It becomes a risk-free trade knowing that anything after TP1 is just a bonus, meaning that I got a 1 to 1R, banking 1%, risk-free after that, potential to make a 3% day on a 2R trade. So again, very high risk. The data is backing it, and it is not my main portfolio risk appetite.
All right, I get that. The one question: how did you define the area of interest, the one that the market very precisely rejected before, right before, and actually what probably would have changed the outcome completely, because had you had hit your TP1 on the first one where you said get on with it on the chart, you would be in this trade still because you would be risk-free, you would be more comfortable psychologically to hold on. Ooh, look who's in.
Hello there.
Hello, hello,
How are you?
hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
It
How
is
you guys
our
doing?
pleasure, and especially my pleasure to stream with you.
Yeah,
This time we will have a complete, an adequate streaming overlap.
yeah. Oh, yeah. We get to spend what next half an hour, maybe half an hour. Who knows? But at least we get to spend some time together. This is really nice. Oh, I like
Yes, I
this.
think. Yeah, I like this too, and I'm sure the viewers will enjoy the interaction we'll have. But we were just as you were coming in, Will was explaining his trade and how he managed it. Actually, quite interesting because he took a break even on a trade that eventually went to his TP1, and I think this is. These are the kinds of considerations every trader at some point, but for sure will go through. Do I set and forget? Do I actively manage it? When do I stop believing in the trade? What signals or what behavior in market price action do I consider to be changing my thesis on what to expect from price action going onwards or coming up? So it's actually quite interesting. And so, Will, how did you? One of the questions I had was, how did you? How defined is that area of interest? Like, is it to the pip defined, or is it just a diffuse area? Which of the two is it?
I like that. I like that, man. It's a great question that actually not many people ask me, and I wish they'd ask me more, because it's a beautiful part of trading in my eyes. Is the idea behind POIs and AOIs. I call a POI is a point of interest. I call them AOIs, so it's an area of interest. Now, an area of interest to me can be anything that some people would call a POI, but it's less specific. So I could say here, we've got a nice POI. It's a nice point of interest. Why is it a POI? Because it's a specific point that you have marked out that you are interested in. I don't like the idea of a POI because when you're too specific with price. Now, okay, when you got an entry, a stop loss, a TP, you got to be a little bit more specific. So you have got to, refine yourself a little bit. But when it comes to actually looking at areas that you want or points on your chart that you're interested in, then you've got to remember that price isn't going to come specifically to your area. So therefore, or to your point. So therefore, I like to define an area to give myself enough flexibility to understand that price could come to the very highest point in that zone, in that area, that space that I'm yet still interested in. Because if it comes into that space, then price can consolidate, wick up, close in. It can do whatever it wants within that space. But that is still an area that I see as a fit point for pullback, for break and close, for breaks of structure, for consolidation, whatever I'm looking for. I'm always looking for it to happen within an area, because if we specify too much, that's where we start getting areas that we get wicked out from. Maybe we try and time the market too perfectly. I don't believe in timing the market perfectly. I believe in finding the move and finding your area that you're interested in and moving from there.
I get that, and I think it's important to have that, to consciously make the decision. Which one do what kind of regime or what kind of agreement I'm going to have with myself or in our trade plan? Is this level a diffuse area, or is it something that I have to wait for it to hit for me to do something else, right? So in the decision tree, is it dependent on actually precisely, or am I allowed, for example, in your case, price came very, very close. Your trade plan didn't allow you to take your TP1 less than TP1, the level that you agreed before. And that's a decision. That's a very objective, black and white, dichotomous decision agreement, so to speak, right? Rule in your trade plan. I'm only going to take it if my TP hits. I'm not going to take a preemptive TP or a TP that is 0.9 R because it messes up with my statistics, or because I've measured it doesn't make sense, or whatever it is. But the same thing with trade management, being whether you do it precisely or not, is also something about the analysis. The levels. Is it a point, a level, or is it an area? And that's something I think every trader should be aware of. Which of the two am I going to live by? Because you have to stick with it, right? Whatever you choose, it's nothing wrong or right. It's just you have to stick with it and be consistent about it. So I'm always going to be considering it an area. It's a diffuse area. It's not as precise, or the opposite, right? It has to be exactly there. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything. And you keep on doing that and not changing every time as you see fit, because then it doesn't make sense. Your data will not be pure. You'll have trades that are following a slightly different strategy or trade plan, and then your data is no longer representative of anything. It's just it's not reproducible, because you have a variable that can change however you feel on that specific day. And how did you actually, if you don't mind, Will, how did you? Where is that level marked? How did you? What is it based on? Is it on the hourlies, I suppose? Is it how did you come around?
Yeah, this is all marked out on the 5-minute time frame. I tend not to fluctuate too much on time frames. I look at the 15-minute and the hourly, or the 15-minute and the 5. But providing that I got where I want to be trading from and everything's confluenced, I will just stick to the 5-minute. So this is marked out based on, like I said, nice consolidation zone. We're under the 50 EMA. We're clearly downtrending, and then again, we've got consolidation here, pullback, continuation, consolidation, break, pull back. We didn't quite tap into as much as I thought we were going to, but we still did tap nicely into that area that I was interested in. Now, this could have, like I said, I did enter. I entered earlier than that. I entered about here, so it's a little bit prematurely, but I did enter in. I wanted to be entering in somewhere around here, which is a little bit higher up, but nonetheless I entered where I entered. I honestly thought it was going to come up a little bit higher. I thought we were going to be playing in this zone first. I thought we may even consolidate a little bit at this zone, wick around, but no, we just reacted straight on, which was quite nice to see.
Nice. I like it. And actually, one thing that doesn't go with trading doesn't go with being profitable is being stubborn, and that's something you weren't, right? You didn't force the market to do what you think it should do. You gathered new information and you decided accordingly, or that you shouldn't be in that trade.
Yeah, exactly that.
Nice. Yeah. All right. We have people in the chat, and a lot of them. 110 likes already, and we have some giveaways coming up. Not necessarily today. Richard said he is working on it. He's organizing it, planning to make it happen. And we are very grateful and pleased that we are already at 110. That beautiful milestone hit recently. So it's thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting, hitting that like button. Don't stop doing it because that's what that's our fuel. That's what we feed on. It's your likes, your subscriptions, subscribes, adding to the to our channel. All right.
Just seeing as well, Usam. Will, you made the right decision, mate. I was short on the NASDAQ too and exited when it went back up. Now, before selling off yet again, 2% risk digs a deep rabbit hole if not managed properly. 100%, Usam. That is why I say, guys, I've been in the markets 8 years, and even now, I kind of cringe at the idea of risking 2%. It's something that I'm testing on. Let's call it my backup portfolio. It's not my main portfolio. It's not what pays for the bills. It's not what buys the M4 outside. It's the sort of backup portfolio that makes me think, you know what? Okay, I'm going to just test this now. It's coming out of this testing stage into the live phase. So be very, very, very careful when risking something like 2% and make sure you have a very good risk management strategy around it. Usam saying, I stopped believing in a trade when Merkin. Dude, Boo has been grinning like a Cheshire cat. I'm dying to know. I'm dying to get in on the joke. So,
Hey, I'm just happy. It's a Monday. I'm glad to be here. The weather's warm. I'm surrounded by beautiful people on the top and the bottom. It's a great life. A great life.
Come on.
It's always a good day to be smiling, Biju. I really like that.
Absolutely, exactly that, man. Joy saying, where is Will's terminal? You're looking at my trading view right now. I did have I've closed my terminal back down because I don't need it up because I'm not in a trade or I'm not thinking about a trade. But my terminal was up earlier. It was just on a 10K account that I took this trade. But this is my trading view. Usam Buyu is a legend. He is indeed, mate. He is indeed. Guys, as well, we've all been here for a while. Buyu is new here on the scene. So make sure you give Buyu a big fat ass thumbs up.
Like button.
Exactly.
I did see a question for you, Will, in the chat, which is, why do you use the 5-minute time frame? Is it something you've decided after a while that that's the best time frame for you to use? Do you hate all other time frames? Did another time frame slap you in the face? Like, were you trading the 30-second chart and it was like, I don't respect you, Will, get out of here?
Pretty much, mate. Pretty much. The 1 minute time frame caught me out the shower with a wet towel and went. So, the 1 minute time frame I used to trade a little bit. I got spanked big time on it. Didn't like the 1 minute. The 15-minute I like, but when it comes to trading live on stream, the 15-minute's slow, a little bit too slow. I don't get the entries I like. Honestly, the 1 hour, the 15, and the 5 are the three my three top time frames. The reason for it, I can look at what's going on pretty much on the daily, on that day, for example. So like on a Monday or on a Sunday night, I will look at the 4 hour, not very often, but I will look at it. The 1 hour, I like to just get an idea on what price is doing overall. And then 15-minute, I get an idea on what price action's doing and where I want to enter from, what price is doing, and can I refine it anymore? And if I want to refine it anymore, I jump down to the 5-minute. And I just find the 5-minute is so clean for me, especially if I want to get in and out relatively quickly within the day. So yeah, the 5 I just feel like works for me.
Yeah, I feel just a comment that made me jiggle. The 1 minute is like catching your member in your zip.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, painful.
That's some
You know-
visual.
Yeah.
yeah, thank you very much for that. I mean, let's not pretend like it's never happened. So, I mean, I suppose we understand what you mean.
Well, only for half of our audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, I had another personal question, not one from chat, which is: do you ever get back into a trade after you've closed out? And what would make you get back into a trade after you've been shut out of a trade?
What's it? Give me a scenario. Like, what's the
So, like the one we're seeing on screen. So you got taken out at break even.
Oh, okay.
Was there anything that might make you go, "I got taken out at break even, but this trade is still looking tasty. I want to get back in"?
You know what? Yes. Yeah. So we had this price action here. Lovely stuff. Came back down. Missed my TP. Comes back up. And then, we came back to this point here, which is this point here. Now, let's pretend this doesn't exist. Let's pretend it looks more like this. We've still got the 50 EMA moving down, which we can see here. We've got consolidation here with a lot of wicks to the upside. So maybe we want some wicks to the upside as well. Now, providing we have this, if we get a nice break and close below in, for example, this session now. So, let's mark out area of interest, for example, consolidation zone. And then we have a nice little break and close below. If we get something like that, then in theory, that it's still an A+ setup, yes. I've just chosen to get out for XYZ reason. Now, however, yes, if we do get a break and close under here with a nice consolidation, then yes, I would seriously consider entering in on a second trade.
Okay.
Nice. And I mean, do you have a limit? Like how many times would you still consider it? Or would you, do you have any data you say, well,
it depends.
my data says, for example, not that it does, but I mean, just an example that you could have, something like you say, well, my data says if I'm induced to trade 3 times in a row and all of them I get out break even or stop out, I know from a fact that that's a pattern and I need to avoid. So 3 is my number or 2 is my number. Do you have anything like that?
I see 2 opportunities a day on average. I see around 1 to 2. I take 1 opportunity a day if I can, but I see possibilities for 2 opportunities a day. If I miss in the first, in the London session, I'll consider seeing something in New York. I don't like trading New York. If I can trade in and out of London, that's me done for the day. I'm happy, But if I do see something during New York session, like now, for example, I've missed this. So therefore, if I see something within the next 20 minutes, then I'll consider, I'll be hopping off in about 20 minutes time. So I will consider if anything does pop up between now and then. If not, then my stream terminals get closed, my big terminals get opened, and then I start considering, right, okay, we got New York open. When's New York? Okay, cool. This, that, and the other. What are we going to see? What news is coming out? We've got If I just bring the chart back up and refresh it, we have got. Oh no, I need to. There we go. So we have got today at 3 p.m. We have got ISM Manufacturing PMI and manufacturing prices. So that's half an hour after the open. So then I'll consider, a lot more happens in New York time than it does, in London session, especially for when I'm trading NASDAQ and gold. So honestly, today that'll be it, unless I see something pop up now in the next 20 odd minutes.
Nice. And NAS is the asset you preferred? Like, is it the most
No,
traded?
actually, no. I prefer gold. I love
Really?
gold. The smell of it, the taste of it, the look of it, the color of it. I love everything about it. Yeah, I do like gold. Yeah, I gold is one of those. I used to hate it. I was predominantly a GU/EU trader, so I traded pound dollar, euro dollar. But that started underperforming, so I took a look at gold again, started testing that a little bit, and yeah, gold just come out of the woodworks and said, well, I know we ended on bad terms, but can you give me another chance? I promise I'll do better. So I said, you know what? Like, look, fool me once, fool me twice. If this fools me a second time, then I probably won't go back a third. But I do believe in second chances. So I will give gold a second chance on this one. But yeah, gold seems to be, just raking in the R ratio every month at the moment.
Nice. Do you also trade it on the 5-minute?
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, gold and NASDAQ I trade very, very, very similarly.
Mm.
Yeah, very
Nice.
similarly. EU and GU I didn't. EU and GU was a breakout. So it's break, retest, continuation. Although pound dollar, I have noticed in fact, pound and euro dollar does work with my gold breakout strategy, but I just tend not to trade it much. I don't want 101 assets to trade. 1 or 2 is ample.
That is same here. I could trade apply the same strategy, and I do sometimes sporadically switch. Actually, I trade all the 28 usually available Forex pairs plus some equities, but only if I see something that really grabs my attention. Most of the time, I stick to EU, GU, and sometimes actually NASDAQ has been now a third one that I've been trading quite often last couple of months, but has been historically EU and GU where I get most of my trades. And I think it's plenty. There's I have no rush into expanding the list of tradable assets on my strategy. That is not on not all the other strategies, because I have others automated that do trade all the pairs, all the Forex pairs all the time. But I mean referring specifically to the main strategy. So, shall we do a little bit of chart analysis, market analysis for our viewers? Buyu, are you looking
Let's
into?
go for it.
Actually, before I start doing my top-down analysis, Buyu, what kind of trader are you?
So I am a swing trader, and much like you, I spread myself all over the place. So I'm
Okay.
trading all of the majors and minors, none of the exotics. For those who
Okay.
don't know, the difference between majors, minors, and exotics. Majors are anything crossed with USD, any of the major economies crossed with USD. So that's AUD USD, Euro USD, GBP USD, USD JPY, USD CAD, NZD USD, and is there one I'm missing? Did I say USD JPY? USD CHF. Those are the majors. And then any of those crossed with each other, so for instance, AD CHF, Euro GBP, those are the minors. And then any of those crossed with anything else, so for instance, Euro, ZAR, USD, Turkish Lira, those are the exotics, as it were. So I stick to the majors and minors, and I do the indices and gold and crypto, basically wherever I see my setup come up. And I trade rejections from equal highs and lows.
Very nice.
Nice. On what time frame?
So I mainly look at the 4 hour time frame in terms of determining the equal highs and lows. But looking for a rejection, I go down to the 15-minute time frame to look for the last swing high or swing low before that equal high or low was retested or created.
Mhm.
So, 4 hour time frame, I might say an equal high up here. In fact, I might be able to, if you are able to switch to my chart, I can show you. Actually,
Yes, please
there's some
do.
way to do that. So right now I'm actually in 5 trades, but you can only see 4 up on my screen. I trade 0.5% per trade, and I can have maximum 4 potentially losing trades open at a time. So I do have a fifth trade which is in profit, which is why I've now got 5 trades open. The fifth trade being NZD CAD, which no, I'm not sure. It might take me out, might not. But either way, I've
When
got it into profit locked in.
when you
Uh,
say potentially in loss, you mean like moved your stop loss to break even already, or you mean that are floating losses at that time?
so by potentially losing trades, I mean trades that I have not moved my stop loss to profit yet. So for
Yeah,
instance,
makes
NZD
sense.
CAD, I've moved my to my stop loss to profit now. But
Mhm.
the rest, which is Euro AUD, GBP CAD, GBP AUD, and GBP USD. Apparently, I'm GBP long biased at the moment. Um, they have not moved the stop loss to profit yet. Some of them I've reduced the stop loss. So for instance, here I'll look at a 0.5R loss if it comes back down there. Here, just below break even, so probably like a 0.2R loss, if that. If it were
Mhm.
to come back there. Here is still a full loss if it were to come back down there. Bit of a late trade. And these blue watts you can see here. That's let me zoom in. So these red lines, along with the red balls, they indicate the equal highs, and the blue ones are where the equal lows are at. So if I take that indicator off for a moment, what you can see is that that high is roughly equal to that high. It's like a very short
Mhm.
distance away. So they're roughly on the same level. And the same you'd find in places like here, or say along this line here. You can see like this line here, this bottom here is roughly equal to the one here. So that would be an equal low. And that will be places I can then say, okay, I can take a trade based off of this. I reckon it's going to reject from these levels. Let me put my thing back on. So for instance, in this case, I would have looked at this equal low here and
Mhm.
said, hey, it swung high. So you had a up and then a down, and then it went through there. That's when I jumped into the trade. I say it's a bit late because there were points lower down where it also did the same thing. So, for instance, back here, Thursday, 6 o'clock bar. Um, so that would be the 6 o'clock bar. So you'd have seen it went up, it went down. I could have jumped in there to go for a long, and so on. You see it at the lower points as well.
Nice.
And my target would be here, or I'd keep trailing up anytime a new swing low would be created. I'd then move my stop loss up, and then when it comes to this point, the opposing equal high, or if a new
Mhm.
equal high is created, I then go down to the 15-minute, look for the last swing low, swing high, depending on which direction you're going, and then move my stop loss under there. So, for instance, I can show you. I haven't done it on that one yet, but I have done it here on GBP CAD, where you see it's touched last, it's retested this equal high, or it's created actually one here.
Mhm.
So I went down 15-minute. It actually is consolidated quite a bit, but the last clear swing low was down there.
Mhm.
And to be safe, I like to try and put it at the bottom of FBG. That isn't quite at the bottom, but I wanted to move up a little bit just because, and it was at the bottom of this FEG on the 4 hour. So I was like, okay, I'll just put it at the bottom of the FEG on the 4 hour. Also because it's below that equal low, so I just want to be extra safe. So I moved it a little bit lower than I probably should have according to my strategy.
I see, and I noticed that well, I have a couple of actually. I have many questions, Buyu. One is how do you how much tolerance do you apply? Do you allow for two swings to be equal swings, equal highs or equal lows? Like how many pips? How do you define that? Is it in pips? Is it in percentage of something? Is it visual? Is it on a certain specific time frame? How do you know? How do you say this is and this isn't equal highs?
That is a very good question. So this indicator actually uses a equality threshold of
Mhm.
0.05%. So if it's within 0.05% of each other, this pivot high here and this pivot high here, it will then treat it as an equal high or low. For me, I think that's pretty good approximation. In my mind, I reckon if it's for Forex, we're looking at about 5 pips. It's anything where if you were to draw a line, you'd say that's roughly the same. Maybe if I move my mouse up like 1 point, 2 point, we'd get to the top or bottom of it. So for Forex, I use mentally roughly 5 pips. For other things, I might use a bit bigger because obviously it would be a bit bigger. So let's say I was looking at Bitcoin. I might say, okay, if it's within 100 pips, or I don't know what's the appropriate thing to use for Bitcoin. Pips, is pips still right for Bitcoin?
I'd just say
Fi-
points. I mean, maybe it's.
Yeah.
I'd always say points, and when it comes to anything other than Forex, but I don't
Uh,
know.
Yeah, well, actually, for anything that is denominated in dollars, like you could buy like gold, commodities, and you say points or even dollars, right? It moves $5 and not 5 pips because that's actually what it is, right? That's the unit of the movement.
Okay. So, for instance, here we've got one that hasn't been picked up by my thing yet. I believe it draws it on when it's closed, or at least leaves like one bar to here. So these 2 points here would be roughly equal lows. So you can see the low of this candle here is 62,209.81. This one here is 62,210.14, a $1 difference on an asset that's worth 60 something thousand dollars. I would call these equal lows. So if I were to look to go long, I then look, okay, so that was the point at which these are relatively equal. If I want it to be risky, I could say that's a swing high, but if I want to be safe, the obvious swing high would be this. So you go from here to there. That's the obvious swing high. A smaller, riskier swing high is there, but I try and be on the safe side. So
I see. So it makes a lot of sense. So basically, you're trading the reactions of these, previous swing points that have been confirmed by one other swing point. So basically, you need two, and you trade on the third.
yeah. Or I can trade on the two, even like if it's there, but I need to see it get rejected from that level. So for instance, here you can see that that's the first, that would be the first, I guess, swing point, and this will be the
Hmm.
second. I could trade off that when that's created, as long as I see, and here, I'd guess that the swing high would have been broken here because you can see like
Hmm.
there's a big wick there, and I could have
Hmm.
gone long from there. I'm not sure how easy it would be to go back to that point in time, 1st of July. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not scrolling that far back. Sorry. Let's see if I can find one that's a bit fresher. Well, let's actually look at one I'm in at the moment. So I'm in this GBP AUD trade. This one actually was looking at as a bit of a riskier one, but I looked at it and it was the low. The low of this candle was 1.91192. The low of this candle was 1.91196. I believe I traded off of this one. Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, I think I remember what I did now. I was actually trading relative strength on this one with Euro AUD. That's something else I also tend to do. I try to look at which one I believe is stronger out of the two. So in this case, I looked at Euro AUD, which had 2 points. So you had the point here, and that is relatively equal low to this point here, all the way back there. The indicator is picking up this point here, but for me, when I looked across where this line is, this 1.634, you can see that there's a low here of 1.63382, and this low here is 1.63404. So 404 to 382, that's about a 2 pip difference, just about. I
which
call
is
that
enough
relative.
for you to be considered the same.
Yeah,
Uh,
less than 5 pip difference. So I then go, okay, that's a nice up and then down action. So that would be my swing high there because it makes that clear up and then down. And then I jump into the trade. Okay, not quite picture perfect, but I reckon it's pretty close. And then I go for the long.
Could you, since your strategy is based on these levels that you get from that you can do on your own, but you clearly use an indicator that helps you out for that, could you share the name for our viewers, which indicator it is, so they can check it out? Because some people in the chat, and rightfully so, think this is good stuff, and I mean anything that helps you objectively identify these levels in a rational and a way that makes sense is something very, very useful, or could be very useful. If you could
So,
share yeah, go ahead.
so this is a little bit of a tricky question to answer. So I've also created an alert around this, which is why
Okay.
it's labeled EQH/EQL of alert. The raw indicator itself is this EQH/EQL liquidity zones Lux algo. So that's what this thing is based around. With the help of MGN, I'm actually creating alerts for this, which will alert me whenever something happens. So, for instance, I get an alert when a new equal high has been created or a new equal low has been created. That is not something that is on this indicator itself. That's something that MGN, thank you MGN once again, has helpfully added to this for me. So if you want the indicator, no alerts, just the visual aid, this is where to go for. In terms of one with alerts, that's custom made at the moment. I'm actually not sure how to. I think I can publish this. So my version that has the alerts added onto this indicator, but still need to make a couple of tweaks just to get the customization right before I'd even think about doing something like that.
All right, so it's the one you indicated, and you further customize it to add alerts, so it gets to your phone while
Yeah,
you're doing everyday stuff. Since you're a swing trader, you don't stick to the chart all day,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. How many times can price go through the level, so not reacting on it, and you still consider it a level to be traded? Because I see there on the chart that sometimes you use the level as a flip as well, right? Or am I
Yeah. So I essentially trade level to level. So once, for instance, here I'm targeting this level. Once it gets there,
Mhm.
I'll go down to the 15-minute and then I'll move my stop loss accordingly. And then if it goes through my stop loss, I'm doing a stop and reverse. When do these no longer become valid? Well, this indicator, the base actually shows you when it gets swept in previous terms. So hopefully now you'll see a bunch of gray dots. Bit messy.
Mhm.
So I actually leave that off most times. But for me, a level is no longer valid at the moment if we have a body close above that level. So for instance, if this closes above here, then this
On the
level is
4
no
hour?
longer in play. On the 4 hour, if this equal low, this equal high here, so the equal high is there to there, where you can see the circles. I've tried to make
Mhm.
them as transparent as possible so you can actually see the wicks underneath them. But as soon
Mhm.
as that goes through there, so say if the body closes here, along this line, so just above it, these equal highs will no longer be valid until a new one is created at a later date that revalidates it, if you know what I mean.
Okay. All right.
So,
I
for
think I
instance,
gotta go ahead.
so for instance, here you can see the alert is and it's the alert isn't necessarily perfect because it uses a percentage threshold. So for some, it's better than others. You know what I mean? If the amount is higher, then it might use 7 pips instead of 5, for example, because it's using a 0.005%. So um
Right, I'll just let you know, guys know I'm just about to hit a TP on
Nice.
gold.
Okay.
Let's move to your Buyu, if do you mind? Let's move to Will's
Yeah.
chart because TP is something I wanna see.
You want to celebrate?
So gold long. Sorry guys, I didn't want to interrupt Boo and he was just
No.
dropping gold really quick.
No, it's
So
okay.
thought I'd wait, but I am going to head off any second now, and this is fractionally close. I'm about $10 away from TP now. So this is just a 1-to-1. I have got a 1-to-2 marked up as well. I thought that we could have a bit of a pullback and I could enter in, but we didn't get that in the end. So I'm only interested in this area down here for a 1-to-1R. So once I hit TP on that, that will be me done trading for the day. And again, this is a risking 1%, 1R gold long.
And why did you risk 1% here and not 2%?
Because this is my main portfolio strategy.
Yeah.
Nice. So my main strategy, 1% risk, good risk management, set and forget with a bit of discretion in as well. The other strategy that I'm trading is 2% risk, set and forget completely with all automations with break even TP1, TP2.
And the main one is the one that paid for the M4 outside, right?
Indeed it is.
Okay. All right. Beautiful, Will. What made you actually take the trade? Because it looks. Yeah. Go if you don't mind sharing with the viewers. What was the rationale? Why long? Why here? Why etc.
Absolutely, just have a look. So, like I said, I like to look at price action, see how prices react in certain areas, and as we can see here, we had this nice little low put in down here, which we attempted twice. We attempted once here, actually 3 times technically, twice here, and a third time here. Both these two here, little smiley face. Both these two here are actually wick rejections as well. So price pushed up. Order flow is trying to move bullish. We failed to break higher, which was that initial push before starting to drop lower. We did break and close lower. We pulled back, consolidated, continued, starting to form that downwards trend now. Pulled back into this nice little area of interest before continuing lower. Now, as we continued lower into what we are now classing as the previous low, we have actually, let's go, there we go. So now what we class as this previous low, which is these two wick lows here, we failed to break and close under this specific low. So we failed to break and close under. We failed twice, then breaking and closing above this prior high. And that was the initial move that made me think, you know what? Okay, yeah, this is looking nice. If we can break and close above the 50 moving average, which we did, break and close above the 50 moving average, also caught volume as well. So as I entered, almost instant volume to push price up. Kind of thought we'd get a little bit of pullback, if I'm honest. I thought price would try and pull back maybe to around 40.54.
Yeah. That EMA.
Yeah, and then see some sort of upwards movement, but we didn't. We just rocketed up, which is absolutely fine. Again, this is fractional from my TP now, which is frustrating, but I don't mind as much because I'm not risking as much. This is a 1R risk, so I'm floating right now 3% up on the overall balance of the account. So even if I hit a stop loss on this, I don't mind it too much. It's just part of the process. However, if I do hit a nice TP on this, that'll put me 3.5% up on this account, which is again pretty nice way to start Monday, if you ask me. So yeah, again, nice little.
All of that in just today?
All of that just in. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, the 2%. The 2% was last week.
Okay.
The
I
1%.
said you're what an understatement.
Yeah, yeah.
3%. It's
No,
a decent start of a Monday.
yeah. So
Go
if
ahead.
this does hit a 1R now, it'll put me up to 3.5%.
Nice, beautiful. Liked it. That's a clear failure to continuation, and I see quasis there, being created, and you get to me what you did there, at least through the framework that I trade by. You entered the breakout. I would be waiting for the pullback to get in, but you get, and these moves are very powerful. I don't take them. But I know that when they hit, they go, market just continues. That's the momentum break, the breakout of the structure in the opposite direction. It's beautiful. You were able to catch that. Good stuff,
Yeah,
man.
hopefully now this can just fly through into TP, so I can go have some lunch in peace and relax, not have to worry about entering in more trades. However, if this does pull back, then I will actually go ahead and enter in another position, as well as my off-stream account. I'll enter in a position as well, which should be quite nice. So hopefully we do get a pullback. If not, hopefully we just smash it into TP and allow me to go have some lunch with a smile on my face. Anyway, guys, speaking of lunch, I am going to hit the road and go scran some food. So if you haven't already, make sure that you smash the like button. Make sure you do subscribe to the channel, and I shall leave you in the very, very capable hands of these two handsome gentlemen. But guys, thank you very much, and I shall see you tomorrow. Peace.
Take care, Will. The very inspiring Will. Always very inspiring with his ways of doing his way of trading. Buyu, there was a question actually before we go to the chart that we're showing here, which would be mine for the top-down analysis. If you don't mind, there was a question about whether or not you consider the trend direction in your strategy for equal loop, because I think this is like a burning question anyone would have. How does if you're trading rejections of levels, so right? You mentioned equal lows, equal highs, and you're trading swing points. And levels, you could call them levels, right? I think you actually call them levels. You trade level to levels. You could also, or one could also consider those, just a different variation, a different flavor of supply and demand, right? Because that's what these levels are. That's the supply and the demand below. How does this fit in with trend direction? Does trend direction have an input on the decision tree?
So not so much trend direction has an input. Sometimes, though, I will try and look at relative strength. And by that, what I mean is I will look, for instance, for those who don't know, they're on the futures charts for AUD. I prefer to use the futures charts. All of these are basically the majors, so AUD USD, USD CAD, USD CHF, but they're positioned so that USD always comes second. So this would be AUD USD. This would essentially be CAD USD, so the inverse of USD CAD. So if I go to USD CAD, you can see it's the opposite of USD CAD. What that allows me to then do is if I go through them, I can then go, okay, in comparison to a base comparator USD, which is strong and which is weak. And then I can pair up strong versus weak comparing to USD, and trade based on that to see if there's a trend or a certain direction it's going in, when looking at equal highs and lows. But in terms of just looking at a chart and saying, oh, it's going down, I shouldn't try and look for the reversal. No, I don't do that. But I will sometimes look at the comparative strength and say, okay, on that basis, do I think this is going to go up or down?
So basically, you would take the equal high, even if in an uptrend.
Yeah, I could take the equal high in an uptrend, if that's what it looks like to me. The only time I might avoid doing that is if, for instance, let's say I was looking at a trade on CAD CHF and CAD, okay, that's in a kind of weird no-go zone where it's bouncing between the equal highs and lows, and CHF is potentially looking a little bit stronger. If I were to go to CAD CHF, I'd notice it's rising or just bounced off a equal low. So it's trend. So here it looks like we've had the trend upwards and now we're trending downwards. On this case, you know, you might go, okay, well, it's trending downwards. Maybe it's hit a consolidation point here, or maybe it can continue downwards based on the fact that it's, you know, decided to flip. I might go, CAD was looking a bit weak, so I'm not sure, or CHF was looking a bit strong, so I'm not sure I'm going to take this equal low rejection. I might just leave it alone and say, hey, it's too much confusion between this and this for me to really make a call. Or I believe CHF looks potentially a bit stronger on this time frame. So if I go down to 15-minute and I look for the last major swing high, if it were to go above there, I would definitely say CHF is stronger than CAD. In which case, I shouldn't be taking the long on CAD CHF because CHF is stronger than CAD. So in those situations, I might go, okay, I'm out of the trade. I'm not going to take it, even if it does reverse in that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And that brings me to the other question I would have. Since you have a limit, how many trades you can have on, depending on what the status of each trade is, whether you still have some risk on for the trade. How do you handle a situation where you have more than one trade you could take, but you only have one open slot? Do you say first come first serve? And if that is the case, how do you decide? Do you have a sequence? Like, how do you decide which one is first?
Ooh, I like this question. Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
I do set up, what I tend to do is when it reaches my equal high or low, I will then go through and set up a line, an alert, basically saying, hey, if it goes above that line, I'm going long, for example. And sometimes you'll get it alert around the same time for different assets. Other times you'll, if it alerts around the same time, then what I do is I go to the comparator here. If it's Forex, for example, I go to the comparator and then I say, which one do I reckon is stronger? So say Euro NZD and GBP NZD alerted at the same time. I would look at the comparison, say if I couldn't find anything based on this comparison, so say they're both looking strong against the dollar, I would then have to compare them directly and say, okay, Euro GBP, based on what the way I trade, do I reckon Euro is stronger or do I reckon GBP is stronger? Over here, it's tight, but it's looking like it's rejected from this line. Well, not quite yet, but it looks like it's about to reject from that equal low. So if it goes above here, I like to, although I use a swing high, I also like to take into account the FEG as well if it's available. So if there is a swing high or low, that takes place in the FEG. So you can see the FEG here. For those who don't know what the FEG is, let me quickly draw it on for you. Let me see if let's use FEG and FUSAM. Okay. Unfortunately, it's already taken that one out. But for those who don't know, an FEG is basically a free candle bar pattern where you have the middle bar on the left side, the wick.
Maybe you can zoom in on the three candles so they can see it.
So the wick on either side of the candle doesn't cover the main body of the middle candle. So you can see here the wick goes up to this level on the candle to the right of this one. Let me, do I draw a line to make it easier? So we are looking at this line here. That is the candle we're looking at, just to be clear. One candle to the left, you can see the wick comes down to this level, where you can see the top of the FEG box drawn. And if you look one candle to the right, you can see the wick goes to there, one candle, which is the bottom of where the FEG is. So that is a bearish FEG. Hopefully that makes sense to those who've just seen. So if you look at the middle candle, the wicks on either side do not cover the body, and that becomes what is known as a fair value gap. In other cases, you can see that there's lots of areas where it goes back and forth between the body. So FEGs aren't necessarily that common. So here, for instance, you'd have an FEG because the bottom area, and I actually don't draw that much on a trading view, so forgive me.
That's a very nice looking line.
An attempt was made, okay?
We appreciate the effort.
Oh gosh.
Go ahead.
So you can see that this, where the top of this wick is, that would be the bottom of the FEG on this one, and the bottom of the wick here, top of wick here, bottom of wick there, where this top line is, that area will be the FEG. And if you were to extend that out, you'd see that, sorry for the wiggly lines, this these candles would be in those areas.
Our viewers have some decent amount of imagination, so they can imagine it very tightly straight, horizontal, not having any slope or anything. So don't worry. They will see, in their mind, they're going to see these levels are precise, pure horizontal levels nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see that at this point here, it broke through the FEG. So for instance, on here, I'd be going long and saying, can we get rid of you now? Yeah.
MGN says, LJ has some competition on, chart artists. So LJ, you're warned. Competition. You gotta step up, LJ.
Yeah. So here we have it going through that FEG. So on the 15-minute chart, I would say we're now long on Euro GBP from where we got rejected. I'm just going to get rid of this FEG to not distract people. There we go. But it is also at like a point of resistance here. So even though it has gone through, I'd have to be careful not to take it straight away. Usually, for instance, if I were to go long, I'd wait until it's actually properly gone through that equal high just to make sure that, okay, it's confirmed it's going through. Even though on the 15-minute, I could have technically jumped into the long. But because Euro is stronger than GBP, that would mean if Euro NZD and GBP NZD got triggered at the same time, I'd take the Euro NZD trade. Now, oftentimes when one is stronger than the other, you will see that also means the stop loss gets activated before the other. So in this case, these are two trades that I got alerted to, but I didn't take this morning. See, I created them on, I can't scroll over, but you can see it's created Friday, 31st July at 4:20. So on Friday just gone, I created this alert and it got triggered at 9:30. So that was just over 3 hours ago, 3 hours and 40 minutes or 50 minutes.
So basically, you use the FVG as an extra confluence for taking specific entries, right? Sometimes if there is one, you're more likely to take, or you might adjust your setup slightly based on that price action structure, right? That's how you use it, but it's not something you need to have all the time.
No, it's not something I need to have. I basically just use it as an extra confluence. If it goes past the swing high or swing low and breaks through the FEG that swing high or swing low takes place in, that for me gives me a bit more comfort that is a stronger trade to trade. That it's not just gonna wick up to that swing high or swing low, take it, but then come back straight down. No, if it goes through the FEG, then I'm like, okay, I'm a bit more confident that it's decided the direction is, the
Switched.
reversal. Yeah, switched.
Yeah. Basically, the FEG is an indication of imbalance, and that imbalance has been consumed, and it changes. It's something that changes the structure or the perception of the market participants. As same thing with break of structure. It changes something inside of how market is being perceived, how price action is being perceived, and how likely the market is going to go in one direction or the other. Same thing as with breakouts. If you don't have a breakout, it says something, and when you do, it changes things materially. And taking out these FEGs is the same thing. Actually, the reaction on the 15-minute on the euro pound is the reaction. Maybe I can go to my screen if you allow me, Buyu. All right, so I'll go. I have the same asset you were talking about. And you were explaining about how the FVG, right, the wick of candle number 1, candle number 2 in the middle, and the void that is created by this level. I'm going to be not as artistic as you guys. But the difference when you have, that's the FVG you were talking about, and we can clearly see how the market reacts to these levels, and that's it's just another. And this is the imbalance, right? The market, was in such an imbalance that it didn't come back in the 3 candle combination. And if you go to the lower time frames, we can clearly see how the market reacts to this level. This is not coincidence, right? It reacts to it and reacts to the pip. That's not coincidence. That's price action reacting off of that fair value gap. And that's why it's so popular with a lot of traders, right? You see these reactions and you can trade off of them. Or you can use them as a Buyu. You can use them as confluence for the rest of your strategy. And so it's a beautiful, as you were talking, beautiful display of how it works. Perfect. And one question, Buyu. If you so you have a limit, right? And a limit how many trades you can trade at the same time.
Cool. Yeah.
And since you're a swing trader, how do you handle your time? And once all your slots are full, you have alerts coming in, or doesn't that happen to you? You don't have alerts coming on that often. Your hits being hit, your limits being hit that often.
So what I tend to do is once I've got my 4 potentially losing trades still up, I will then just leave on the alerts for those 4 assets, as it were, until it reaches the point where I can move my stop loss. So I don't get alerts that often. I may get them every like 2 or 3 hours or so. And at that point, I just double check. Oh, is it still going okay? And do I need to move my stop loss? No. Okay. Well, we're chilling then. We're chilling. And yeah, I can just continue monitoring like that until it gets to a point where I can then move my stop loss to to profit, and then I can go through the rest of the assets that I potentially trade. So, for instance, on Euro AUD, I can see it's now approaching. I don't want to say how close it is to my level because this is a 4-hour chart, so it could still be like an hour or 2 away from hitting this level up here at 1.648.
You don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. But it's still moving strongly in that direction. When it goes there, I can already see like a swing low starting to form, so I'll probably move it just below that swing low, so possibly here, where it's hard to see potentially for you guys, but there is a small FVG in this bar with the candle between there and there. So I'd move it to the bottom of this bar. Once it hits that level up here, I'd move my stop loss to just below 1.6445. I tend to like to add an extra pip on, so I'll probably move it to, so the opening body of this candle is 1.64458. I'd move my stop loss to 1.6444 once it hits this level up here. only once it hits
Okay.
that level up there, because that's how I trade. And then I could start looking for other things to trade. So at that point, I'd go through the whole list of things I trade, AUD, NZD, all the way down the list. If there is nothing at the moment, I then turn my alerts back on so that it will alert me when something comes up. So right now you can see I have a bunch of alerts. Let's see how many. Out of, okay, it tells you inactive. So 35 are inactive because I'm not using them at the moment. I do actually have a couple of extra alerts, not for stuff that I'd usually trade, but because I'm taking part in the trading view competition. So I do also have the alerts for NASDAQ, S&P, US 30, BTC. Even though I won't trade them on my CFD accounts, I will trade them on this competition account that TradingView has going on, which is why I have those alerts on. Otherwise, they'd be inactive. So once your AUD hits that stop loss, I move my thing into profit. I then manually just quickly go through the whole list. Hey, is there anything else I can trade? If there's nothing at the moment, I then turn these inactive alerts back on until something gets triggered, telling me, hey, you can potentially look at this to trade now if you want. And then I'd look at it, assess it. If it does meet the criteria, I jump in, turn off the alerts again, and yeah, we continue like so until I'm stopped out of all my positions, hopefully in profit.
But correct me if I understood correctly. So does that mean that while you are all your slots are filled, all your positions are filled, that you will not get any new alerts?
Yeah, I only get alerts from the ones the trades that I'm in at the moment.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I only
because
get alerts.
that would be my next question. If there
Yeah.
were you were able to get new alerts while you're full house, so to speak, would you get in late? Let's say if they are underwater, had you enter at the initial signal moment, let's say it's in drawdown, would you have considered? But that's a scenario that doesn't happen because you don't get these alerts once you're full.
Yeah, I don't get them once I'm full. Once I've got my 4 slots full, no more alerts. I turn them off manually. I just quickly go through. It's as easy as clicking a button, just clicking pause. No more alerts for GBP JPY, for example, because I'm not going to get into it, even if a setup does come up on that asset and so on. And that's, for instance, something that happened to me this morning. So I was actually comparing Euro GBP because I wanted to show you that this morning I did get alerts for Euro NZD to go long. The setup being that the equal lows down here got rejected on the 15-minute. So we had a swing high that took out the high I wanted it to around 9:30. And we can see that here. So at 9:30, you can see that it was crossing 1.9663. Which is the specific level. I believe there's a FVG there, but let's zoom in. So yeah, you had these swing highs here, and this also swing high. I believe I just said, okay, let me just go for the last FVG there. Move it a bit higher. Let's go for that one, 1.963, which is where it crossed. And I said, once it gets that point, I can go long. But I didn't take the trade because my 4 slots are full. And I just realized that VIX has dropped off. So I'm not sure whether to... Oh, yeah, he's back now. Awesome.
He's back. He caught a portion of that.
Yeah.
Welcome
How
back.
much
I
of that
caught
did you
the
miss?
last 5 words.
Okay. Right. So this morning I did get alerts on. The reason I was comparing Euro GBP just now is because I got alerts for both Euro NZD and GBP NZD. Now, because Euro is stronger at the moment, the alert for Euro NZD came before GBP NZD. So the alert for Euro came at 9:30. Alert for GBP came at 11:30. So 2 hours later. So in this case, it would have been first come first serve. Euro is stronger. I jump into a long there, trying to aim for the target up here. Obviously, it hasn't moved much in the time since the alert came through. So the alert came through around this area here. So it's gone up a bit, but then come back down to the support. And I'm looking for it to keep going up. And the same on GBP NZD, where you had these equal lows here. Load up chart. Yeah, that's it. So you can see that blue lines there have come up, and even without them, you can see where the equal lows are, because that line that you can see where this low and these lows are roughly the same, that's an equal low. And then on the 15-minute chart, you can see that it swung. There was a swing high there that was broken through around about there. So then I would go long, moving my stop just below the swing lows. Again, I would tend to use the FVG for support. So you can see I put at 2.287. The bottom of the body of this candle is 2.285. I usually round down by 1 pip. So that's how you get 2.287 from 2.285. And I'd be going long with the aim to go up to these equal highs up here, for instance.
Nice. I have a lot of questions, and I will probably have for some time on your strategy, Buyu. But that's a good thing. That's I like when I'm intrigued into learning more about all the ins and outs of your strategy. Rich, you have the perfect timing.
Yeah,
I do. I pride myself on my timeliness.
Ooh, nice.
The wizard is never late, nor is
The
he
wizard
early.
is
He
never late.
arrives precisely when he means to.
Yeah.
greatest film
Even
quote. Well, top 5.
Yes, that's Gandalf, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me. I was on my way to do some analysis for our viewers and we were delightfully. We had a detour into Buyu's trade plan and strategy, which is always, I think, always great to have exposure for myself, but for everyone who's watching, to see how others have organized, have designed their system, their strategy, what the considerations are. Because, those principles, it may not be the same exact rule, but those principles are likely to be also potential principle you could use or I could use or something I could adapt or adjust to my strategy that I may or may not have thought about, right? Just someone else who spend weeks, perhaps months, who knows, maybe years perfecting their system with their information. They may have, a different data set experience that I didn't have, or Richard didn't have, or you at home didn't have, and that can be very valuable. That's why I like to dive into each other's strategy and considerations and how you do things, right? Because it's not random. You got there through through experience and in data analysis. All right, I'm going to switch to Francesco asked about the giveaway. And I was going to say Richard mentioned, but Richard is here. So there is, didn't you mention? No, not today.
Mentioning giveaway?
Can I go through this?
That never happens, mate. Like, I never talk about givers. No, I'm joking. We don't have a giveaway today. However, we do have trivia on Thursday. And on Thursday, we will be giving away some niceties. But this is the actual thing I wanted to get to, was the thing that Buyu just brought up now, which is the trader's journey, which is what this whole month is about for the 5ers. The trader's journey being a Discord exclusive event. Well, not event, but like a Discord exclusive. Let's put it like that. The giveaway, the Trader's Journey Month, is an exclusive event for the Discord. And as you can see here, you can win a bunch of prizes if you participate in the Trader's Journey in the Discord. In order to get into the Discord, you need to have purchased an account at any point in time throughout your experiences with the 5ers, and you will gain lifetime access. The size of the account does not matter, so you can buy the cheapest account. Currently, we have the summer accounts where you can get a 100k account for $149 for the cheapest one, which is the old school one, which is 10% and well, not the old school, the newer one, the 10%, 5% two-step program. for $149, but you can also use code ICT for another 10% off. Any proceeds from that is going to go to St. Jude, which is a children's research hospital. So goes to a good cause as well. So you can literally get a 100K account with the 5ers for $138. Cheapest one yet. And that one will give you access into the Discord. And the Discord, we have our Discord community month as well. So
that is a steal. 149, you said. That can be actually 100 and, what'd you say, 38?
I think it's 134.
Yeah, $134,
even better.
as low as that.
That's such a steal, and it comes with a lot of bonuses. I think, I mean, the account on its own is already an industry, unique price. It's such an opportunity. I think everyone should look into it. But the Discord, that's a lifetime proposition. That's a gift that keeps on giving. That's even difficult to put a price, on it, because it is, the sky's the limit, basically. You keep on getting value out of it, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, gentlemen such as Victor over here has a daily call. Richard Wells, the 5ers performance coach, has calls on Thursdays and Fridays. And then LJ, as well as Akram, those of you who know him as Void, they have a call on Fridays. So Victor's is Monday through to Wednesdays. So, and this is where they go through their strategies, any questions that you might have. So it's like a stream after the stream, if you may. It's a little bit more personal, and every single one of them have a giveaway of sorts. So it can be hub credits, can be an account, or just golden nuggets of wisdom that are given away. So definite giveaways and worth. A lot of worth.
Yeah. It's the after party after this party.
Yes, it is indeed. What a shameful plug for you. Shameful plug. dropping it on us like that. No forethought
How
whatsoever.
shameful of me.
Shameful.
But I know I do enjoy these after parties. I do enjoy them a lot with our members. I mean, it's a knit group of people. A big portion of it is steady members in our Discord who come together. I think of it as that's the feeling that I get. It's like friends coming together around a bonfire at the end of the working day. You come together, you share your experience of that day, of that week, and you may not come every day because, different schedules, and that's fine. But you come in, you check in, you get where everyone else is, and we talk about strategies, and we do market analysis just as like we do here. But it's a very low threshold for everyone to very interactive. So I love them. I really, really love them. And you can see people coming from who have you get to know the other members in such a great level that you know their story when, after a while, let's say after a couple of weeks, they have come and they're told, all right, I'm doing this is happening to my strategy, to my trading, journey. And I'm trying this for the last time before and then they come back and they say, well, you know what, I got a payout. And you can actually see the growth in the trader, and that's actually very beautiful. We have it happens very often, not every day, but it happens very often where someone comes in and says, I hit a milestone. I was just about to give up, but this and that helped me, and that's very valuable information for everyone else who's listening, who might already gotten to the milestone, but especially those who are still in the struggle, still in the haven't gotten to their first payout yet, and to hear from others just like yourself, just like you, reaching that level that you're looking to get soon, is very inspiring. I think that's very valuable, much more than any 10 hub credits could give you. And that's the value of the giveaways we tend to give on each one of those sessions we hold. Music to my ears.
Music to your ears. The intention of those calls is to obviously be to help the community more like almost on an individual level. Like if an individual person has a question, we go into a lot more in depth into that call, as an example. Obviously, you help everybody in the community, but it's the idea of you're part of something that is building and helping you in the long run. And then getting the hub credits is great, because that hub credit can eventually lead to you having a small account or even a large account, depending on what you have, at a discount, because that's what the hub credits are. They are effectively our version of discounts. But if you want to get them, you have to be in the Discord. And in order to get into the Discord, you literally can purchase any account, from the smallest 2.5K high stakes to the biggest, I don't know, like 40K pro growth or hyper growth that we have. Or let's say the cheapest account to the most expensive account. Let's put it like that. And you get lifetime access. Caveat granted, you adhere to the rules. If you're going to be a negative person, bringing negativity and bringing just absolute not niceness into the community, toxicity into the community, sharing, the typical stuff like not safe for work content and stuff like that we don't want in our Discord or whatnot. There's server rules, and if you just adhere to that, you have lifetime access to the Discord. So it's really well worth it. And then obviously Abradolf Linkler is going to say you can farm enough hub credits. You can farm enough hub credits to purchase yourself a 100K account if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have multiple of these giveaways, one every day, and sometimes even more than once. I mean, it happens. Those who go to our call, they know it happens with quite some regularity, and sometimes even free accounts are given away. Just look at Rich's call not too long ago. All right.
One more note on giveaways. For those who are really, really, really hungry as well, this is like one trick that I use. So, you heard it here first. Keep it secret. If you type in the 5ers trading and giveaway into X and click on latest, you may every now and again stumble across people doing giveaways on X as well. Just saying.
If they're associated with the 5ers, then yes, I would say 100% go for it. But also be careful that there are people on these channels that do scam people. So they ask you to buy like something, and then you have a chance of winning an account or something like that. Always be careful of that. Just a caveat.
Yeah. Yes. So look for those who are like actually tagging the 5ers. So they'll often tag the 5ers trade in the 5ers futures, and they will never ask you for money. They'll just be like, "Oh, hey, just share this post and tag a few friends, and hey, you might be in to win a giveaway."
Yeah.
Those I have personally won in the yonders ago, in the back, in the yesteryear. I have won a giveaway off you by actually taking part in these giveaways like this.
Nice. Once again, to everybody that's watching, the 5ers will never, ever, 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 ever ask you to pay for participation into a giveaway. All right? They will never ask you to pay. So if somebody on X, Instagram, YouTube, anywhere is asking you to put money up so that you can participate in a giveaway, that is a scam. That is a scam. So don't fall for it. Can you send me your Discord invite link, please? Unfortunately, you need to purchase an account in order to gain access. We can't give links if you did not purchase an account. The Discord is for members that have purchased an account. That's the only way that you're going to get into the 5ers Discord. So go into the hub, register with the 5ers. It's for free. The hub is for free. And then once you've purchased an account, then you will gain access.
To the beautiful community we have, very safe and supportive community. And that's why we and that's how we like to keep it as well. We don't tolerate anything else than just supportive, positive people just to keep the energy, with the right mix, helping the traders and the community at large. All right.
Sorry, Jay saying I already have an account. Is it an account that you won, or is it an account that you purchased? Because there's a difference. If you've won an account, you're not going to gain access to the Discord. It's only on purchase. So if you've purchased an account, top left-hand corner of your hub, there will be a Discord icon. If it's grayed out, contact the support via either the chat in the hub, or contact them via help@the5ers.com just to ask them to double check that. So yeah, okay, so if you've purchased it, the link will be in the top left-hand corner of your hub. You can click there and it will give you access from there. If it's not working and you've purchased one, contact support. Fastest way for you to gain access. Because the thing is, if I give you a link, somebody can share it out and then it kind of like bypasses the whole idea. Yeah. So that's the fastest way is reaching out to the support team. Quick.
Perfect. Yeah. It's yeah. I was gonna say great community, but I think that's already obvious by everything we just said. All right,
you were going to say that the Discord is the greatest community on earth of any Discord community for any prop firm ever?
I wasn't going to be as specific as you said, but you are actually very, very...
Very correct. Anyway, back to the charts. Victor, you wanted to go through a few things. First question, Buyu, do you need to hop off, my friend, or are you...
Yeah, time has run away. Damn, an hour flies when you're having fun. So I'm going to love you guys and leave you. Say bless. And yeah, don't forget to check out the summer plan account that we have, which I lovely pointed you to before, and use code ICT or whichever affiliate code you wish. But code ICT goes towards helping children. So if you like helping children, St. Jude's Hospital is I believe a hospital for cancer research for children. I'm not sure. I may need to double check that. All the information is on the 5ers trading. So nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Another reason to check out the 5ers on X. Check out if you don't have an account yet and you're really, really strapped for cash. What I did want to point out was that we also do have a pay after you pass 3-step challenge with a cost as low as $22. And just to let you know, on the Discord calls, they do tend to do $10 hub credit giveaways. So, you attend 2, maybe 3 Discord calls if you're absolutely strapped for cash. And you might be able to get yourself an account that will give you access to the 5ers Discord and see what else is happening in the community from there. But it's been a pleasure, as always. Thank you for all the thanks in the chat. And I wish you all a lovely day. Take care. Bless.
Enjoy Buyu. And over to Victor.
Yes, that's an amazing suggestion, Buyu. Thank you for that. Imagine that. Getting your foot into the industry as a trader with such a low, the bar in trading, it's no one is stopping you from opening a broker's account. There's no bar there. But the bar getting into the prop firm industry is so low nowadays, so low. And these accounts in theory, could be everything you needed. You need to actually start off with no capital. $20, I'm talking $20. It's going to take you multiple weeks perhaps to pass each phases. But that's, just imagine, only no capital, $20 or whatever it is that you chose as your program. And that could be the beginning. First payout, you put it back into your growth and you keep on, it's mind-boggling how what kind of time we're living in as traders, starting out, what opportunities they have, that weren't here 5 years ago and certainly not 10 years ago. And speaking about 10, that's the amount of time. That's the number of years that the 5ers is celebrating this year, and that's why we're having all these great campaigns and giveaways all the time.
Yeah.
All right.
5ers 10-year anniversary year this year was established in February 2016, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and the whole year is full of festivities. Every month there's a different theme, different activity, a different event. And this month it is Discord, and I'm very excited. All right.
Anyway, let's get to your analysis, Victor, because I am very, very, very interested. I had 3 accounts last year. Will this work for me? If you're referring to the Discord, if you purchased any one of those accounts, then yes, you should have access still. If it's not there and you did purchase, contact support. Fast. Quickest way for you to get
Perfect. All right, looking at the higher time frames, this is EU, and I'm sure you guys are interested in where is the market going to go next, right? We've had some quite interesting. I mean, the market is always interesting. Sometimes some periods more than others, but we have that lingering, Middle Eastern conflict that is kind of not in the forefront anymore as much as it was a couple of weeks ago, but last week, and any time that can pop up again, it is sort of I don't know, me coming from a medical background, it's like a festering infection there, who anytime can pop up and cause some pain on the market. Not a very desirable visual to see, but I mean, that's the reality, right? I mean, these conflicts are not beautiful, anyways.
Medical background, you say? Interesting. Now I'm curious.
I was gonna say, so what's important is it's quite interesting, right? So it's interesting for how is this going to be? I think the market has already, without going into details into the fundamentals and the macro around it, the market is already prepared, has priced in all the different scenarios that could get in, the escalation and whatnot. But it's still, there is a big X factor, which way are we going to go? So that's something we want to be aware of. For sure, if you're trading especially on the lower time frames, because these events, these releases can quickly change things, right? Trump coming in saying we're gonna bomb, or Iran says something that changes the game completely for 1 minute to the other. We've seen that in the last couple of weeks, so that's not something new if it happens again. But on the higher time frame, so what we're seeing is the market reacting of a supply zone above, and so far we have seen it break a demand zone that was not supposed to be broken as quickly, and it broke it close below. And in my mind, when that happens, it tells me that the supply zone above is strong, is reacted upon, and is significant. And it means that eventually, if nothing else to the left stops us, and it doesn't look like they are very they're wide, they don't have a lot of overlapping, they're not part of a quasi, they're not fresh. All of these reasons make me think that these structures are not very they don't have a high likelihood of reacting to price. So what I see is the market reacting after breaking the demand zone to perhaps reach it and come back. At least I'm going to be waiting for that to see if it is in the market. On the daily time frame, if we're going to have a reversal whenever we are in this area, and I'm going to stretch it out so you see which one I mean, which is actually a invalidated demand zone. So it now could potentially serve as a supply zone, which is in the middle of what I'm explaining here. But this is the area, not necessarily today, not necessarily today, even though it looks like it's already reacting, but it hasn't reached it yet. So we have a monthly structure or a monthly price action that is, has a supply zone a little bit higher than where we are now, and this is this is the reasonable expectation given price action that we have seen so far. So on the weekly we have a reversal pattern. You could look at from this area, which is reversing off of the supply zone that I mentioned on the monthly as well, using the quasi with the entry order block on the weekly. Very beautiful, reach target, reach the completion of that reversal. And the next thing is, normally you have, very often you have a little pop, a little relief rally before the market continue its way. Usually that way is to the downside, right? That's what reversal patterns are for, to indicate, the market's intention to continue in the opposite direction of where it was heading before. So the question is, where will that happen? Where will that happen from current levels, or do we have something higher? Don't forget, we had the monthly level, which is quite wide. I know, I understand that. A little, slightly above us. That could be another indication as well as to where we could expect that reversal come in. So on the daily tells us a couple of things. We had the same pattern that we were able to see on the quasi on the higher time frames. So let's break that down. So we had this is the quasi area. All right, so where I'm not showing the monthly anymore, because this is such a much lower time frame. You want to be looking at what the weekly and the daily is telling you. The reversal pattern already created and reacted beautifully on the first fresh order block, not fresh, I mean entry order block on the quasi. You can see how beautiful that reacted. That's the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, and the entry order block on that reaction, and that pattern came back for one last time before it went on to take the low of the pattern. That's the completion. Same thing. I mean, it's the same price action as you see on the higher time frame, but that's from a more granular view, zoomed in with more information on the daily. And this now the question is: if this pattern is true in the sense that it is the sign, the indication of what market is going to do in the future, which is, that's what a reversal pattern is. It's giving you some probability, some indication of what is likely to happen in the future. What can we do to identify these areas where it would continue that way down? And we don't know for sure if it's going to continue, but the pattern did complete. So we have enough reason, we have enough arguments, support for our this idea that the market is in a phase of popping after the completion of the pattern to eventually go lower, right? And so the question is, what levels could be interesting for price to be reaching before we see some reversals? Okay, so let's take a look at it together, and we can continue our. In order to do that, this was the initial quasi, right? The initial quasi, the first one, we already reacted on the entry order block as we indicated. Look at that beautiful reaction, almost to the pipette, before it continued and completed the reversal pattern. In order to identify this area to the future, we have to adjust for the current market pattern, the current price action, the range. It has already changed, right? By market closing lower, you have a lower level, meaning you have to adjust and mark everything again, and to see if there is anything that has changed the pattern. So in this case, the adjustment, this is the 50% retracement right here. So we only look for patterns that or structures that are above this level, right? So nothing currently, but the next level on the daily would be the area right here. If you look at the high right here on my chart, the H there indicating the high, and you see that they're equal high, and that is, well, in my book, that's still considered, that's equal to be, or that's is considered an outside bar as well. So that means that we do have an area here that's a level, not fresh anymore, but it is part of the quasi, and you can see that the level is overlapped by the previous level that was respected. So that means that according to the rules that I follow, the way that I trade, I can move it to this way. And since it brings us, let me indicate that like that. That means that we do have a level on the daily to look out for. It's very far from where we are. I understand that, but you have to be prepared, and it's by being ready, by doing your homework, before the time actually arrives to act. Being prepared is your best way to to capture these opportunities. If you're dependent on seeing this on the day it happens, chances are you might not be ready. It might be happening in the Asian session. Anything could happen. But if you have it from days in advance or perhaps even weeks, you've been seeing it, you know exactly where the levels are because you've checked them, in all calmness, days or plenty of time before. That's the proper way to trade all the time. All right, so these levels that we have on the daily time frame, they are not fresh and they're not part of a quasi, so I'm not interested in them. Right, so they're there and price will react to them, but I will not be too eager to get. Yeah, I'm not too eager to get into it, and they cannot even create signals to me. Right, so I make that distinction. What structures actually can make me a signal? And even though I have it on the chart, that doesn't mean I'm gonna trade it, because if it doesn't make a signal, then there's no way I can use it. I could use it if it's not for a signal. I could use it for a target. Because with a target, you have to be more sensitive to the level, right? As an entry, you don't want to be sensitive. You want to trade any level. You want to trade the very, very best structures, right? So you want to be, you want to be very selective with the levels you get in for your entry. But for the opposite is true for your targets. You want to be loose with your targets. You want to, in the sense, not loose that you put it anywhere, but you want to be very low sensitive. Not low sensitive, but you want to be, the very best level, and that level doesn't have to be an extremely good level. Just any reasonable, decent level is a good target. Most of the time, at least that's how I trade. And that principle has served me very, very well. All right, so the pattern on the daily, before we go to the lower time frame, this is the 50% retracement. So that tells me that we want to be looking above here, and we can clearly see that this is one big candle. That actually is a little bit tighter, big structure, I mean, and we're still only 3 levels. So that means that the quasi is a valid pattern, and I can wait for price to get this level to trade it. And you can too. I mean, don't follow me, but just check it out. See it for yourself, paper trade it if necessary, mark it down and see if these levels could be useful for you as well. I'm very convinced they can be of use to everyone, actually. So that's the daily.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, so for Euro right now, you're not really seeing anything as of right now that you would like to participate in, but it doesn't mean that there isn't a potential trade, let's say, in the next few days or so.
Based on this price action, no.
Okay.
But we could create something very quickly right here. That could be a day, that could be less. And actually, this is for the swing trade part of my strategy. When we go to the 4-hour, we could have a trade today, maybe later on. But on the daily time frame, looking at the bigger picture, I'm actually waiting for this level to be reached. That does look like a Pac-Man with some tooth there, but that's just coincidence. Either that or we come back to the level that created this push up, and if that happens, then we could be doing something like this, right? So come back to the ignition of the impulse, and that could also create, and that could happen quickly. I mean, these moves can happen in a few days, but where we are presumably on our way to some kind of supply zone. On the daily, there's a much the next level to me is the level above, and whether we go there directly without a retest or we do get a retest, that's to be seen, and that's a long as well, in my opinion, as long as the level holds and everything aligns, because if it does not, we have the higher time frame, of course, the reversal pattern. Eventually, we expect price to be going lower because of the reversal pattern. Yeah. But in the meantime, that's weekly and monthly. In the meantime, we can this move, this can easily continue with or without a retest, which is perfectly normal after we completed the reversal pattern, which is that point where we close below, we indicated we want to go lower, and price going lower, that's something for later, presumably. So on the daily time frame, if we go deeper, there isn't anything to the left. There is an order block there. There are a couple of here, but as I said, these are not fresh anymore. They're not part of a quasi, so they're not as interesting to me as would otherwise. So that means that there isn't really anything for us to look at from this time frame. There is a supply zone on the daily, and this one on the weekly. I'm sorry, and that is fresh. But if you don't have anything on the daily, then I can't use it. I can't just trade the weekly, just a one-off time frame. Just like no one. Well, I don't want to say no one should, but most people, they need more than one time frame to get get a setup, to get that higher time frame or multi-time frame setup going. And in this case, it's only the weekly that is showing some area that we might have some supply there, that it has been left behind. There are a couple of lines here that you're seeing on the chart, which is an M and a W, and that is based on the high, or the open, I'm sorry, from this candle, the April candle, and which has previously functioned as a level, a line in the sand, where the market would get the message that we were breaking down whenever we went below that level. It's this level, this line, and we're right there. And it's not a coincidence that we're reacting on it upon it right now. I mean, if you go to the 1 minute, you can see the level. Let's see if I can see it again. Maybe on the 5 minute we can spot it, or maybe on the 1 hour. Let me get the level, the line, so we can be sure which one it is. So it is 1554, as you can see there to the right. And if we go to lower time frames, right? Actually, it's not here. So let me mark it for us. Some nice background music.
It is very nice.
How have you been, Richard?
Myself, I have been pretty good. Yes, myself, I've been pretty good. Not, I can't lie. I've been good. I had a little bit of a getaway, a little bit of a very, very, very short holiday, but it was a revitalizing one. I ended up coming back last week and had one of the best weeks trading-wise I've had in quite a while. So
wow,
yeah. Sometimes you just need that little bit of a break, and then things they kind of like realign.
To come back with a fresh set of eyes.
Well, I mean, as fresh as these eyes can be with glasses on, but still.
All right, so the level I was talking about on the monthly time frame, that's why I have it marked with an M. That's 1:15:54, right? And I made it visible for you guys on the lower time frames, so you can see it, and that's the same level, right? 1:15:54. You can see how these levels on a higher time frame. That's why a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, a few, maybe those are vocal, and they see more than they actually are. But in the chat, I sometimes I read some remarks like, can we go to the 1 minute now? Can we go to the seconds now? And I'm still on the weekly and the monthly. And it's I'm exaggerating. No one is telling us the seconds.
Like if you're somebody that wants to go and trade the seconds chart, you're next level, my friend. You're next level.
So it's there's, I can understand time is limited. You want to get to the to what you think is the best part, but I think it's there is no single time frame that is going to make or break you as a trader. It's actually the knowing how to knowing how to mix all the different time frames, knowing when to use them right? You don't use the monthly all the time for every decision, obviously not. But there's some things that you should be aware of these higher time frame, even if it sounds like it looks like you're washing paint dry, right? I mean, the monthly is, it's not moving.
It's a good
right?
analogy.
But it's so important. And this level we just talked about, that I just mentioned, 115.54, you could have had from months ago, and you should have these levels point out on your chart, because when the market comes back, you will see the market react to them. And whether you're on the 1 minute or the hourly, it does not matter. I mean, if you are in a long, why would you put your target beyond that level? You wouldn't. You would hold that trade without it getting hit. Anyways, I think people get the point. So let's go to the daily. That's something I wanted to indicate, that monthly level. It doesn't mean the market was never going to break it. At some point it will, maybe even today, but you want to be aware of them, because the market will react, and sometimes that is the level that is going to be everything the market needed to change direction, and you're going to be left with the hot potato in your hands and wondering where to place them. So that's the daily. So there's nothing here on the daily time frame for a swing trade entry right now. As we discussed, the level is much higher. For the entry short, for that continuation long on a very high time frame, we did have we didn't have an order block here. There is a supply zone on the weekly we could get back into, and we could be, since it's the weekly, something like this, a pop, even if it goes higher, to then later go lower. I mean, that's a still higher time frame. That's why I love them. You can still find trades, even though you have an expectation for the eventual direction the price is going to go. In the interim, within a week, you can find plenty of structures that will be reacted upon. And these reactions are not going to be like 10 pips or 15 pips. I mean, there can still be a whole day's range of a movement. All right, so that's the daily. Nothing to trade currently. If you go to the 4 hour, we had in the past, right? Technical analysis is always in the past, but in this case, you have this level is the completion of the reversal pattern on the higher time frame, right? Price came back and it did create a reversal pattern, which got reacted upon beautifully. I mean, if you have never seen this before, I can imagine you say, man, what a precision it is. And actually it is. This would be the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. It gets activated here. You can't see it, but let me mark it so you can. See, that line goes straight to, that's the activation of the pattern. And price comes back to retest the H4, which is quite wide. But if you know how to use the overlapping or the alignment of the time frame, you can actually pinpoint these levels. They're not just one; they're multiple of them. But I mean, if you can narrow down the possible areas where price we're going to reverse to maybe 2 or 3, it doesn't have to be just one. I mean, that's a huge advantage on the market. So the market comes back and reacts to the level, and off we go. And that was before that big news came out. So right now on the H4, so that pattern is already has been concluded or has been completed when we took out this line. I'm going to take it out. Price came back and break. It's a break and retest, right? They break and retest and continuation. So it looks that the market is ready to have, or is in the process of continuing that move, that follow through movement. And on the H4, there isn't a lot to trade. If you look, the movement has already happened, but there isn't a lot. Still have 3 hours and 46 minutes for this H4 to close. But if you look back, this area doesn't have a a fresh order block, and the candle we just closed didn't close above the previous candle, so above the previous open. So that also means there isn't a fresh H4, and there's no quasi here. At least, actually, there is a quasi, but the level is much lower. Okay, so that would make this the neckline, the left shoulder, the head, and that means that this would be the area for price to come back. For the quasi, if it ever comes back, well, one day it will. The established downtrend, the break of that neckline comes up, and this could be an area price would be looking for, or eventually the lower level that we left. Doesn't seem very likely it's going to come all the way down. The midpoint seems much likely, much reasonable, especially since we already have a swing low here. Go ahead.
How far down is that to get back down to the possible entry on the 4-hour from where we are currently?
This is 74, which is a little bit more than a daily ATR.
Yeah.
Right, daily ATR is at 65, and that was 74. So that could happen in a
unlikely.
Unlikely, yes, unlikely. But within a day it is unlikely, but it's not unlikely to happen at all.
Yeah. I meant like if you just compared it to the ATR in terms of the average movement being the average. There's days where it's more, there's days where it's less. But based on the ATR, it becomes less likely. Let's not say unlikely. I think that was incorrect of me of saying unlikely. It's just less likely, I think. Yeah, for today. Maybe tomorrow.
Yes.
Depending. Yeah.
Or maybe Friday. We have NFP on Friday.
We do have NFP on Friday. Definitely do.
Yeah. That's the kind of time where, NFP, with any big news, you always have this, not always, very often you have this kind of pattern where the market, shows you something, makes you believe something, and then comes these high impact news and breaks it to go in the opposite direction, right? That manipulation people feel, they feel they've been manipulated, they've been played by the market. That happens all the time, and especially around these high impact news as well.
It builds a narrative. Yeah, it builds a narrative, and then
exactly
the news is like that way.
Exactly, and the what I can see here is that this is very strong. It doesn't look like it's going to go down, and so that could trigger people into getting into this impulse of where's the impulse? The impulse is to the upside. And thinking this is going to keep on going. That's the narrative that it's building up. But if you break it down into order blocks, I don't see this move, even though it was very, very powerful. I don't see it. It didn't leave order blocks behind that I could use. This is the order block that's left. So I'm going to be using that one to waiting for price to come back. I mean, if price comes very quickly during NFP, I'm going to be waiting here to decide whether or not I'm going to get long or not, right?
For anybody that was wondering, maybe, what is your definition of an order block?
Oh, sure. I'm very simple. I mean, order blocks have different, definitions, and there are nowadays a 3-letter word, and I'm not going to mention, or should I?
No, you're allowed to mention it. You're allowed to mention it because he has a 10% discount code on the 5ers. Yes.
Yes. It's very popularized by ICT, right? But it's ICT didn't coin it. It's been around for a long time, and there are different variation of the definitions. Historically, it's been considered an area where a large amount of pending orders are resting to be executed, a block a block on the chart in terms of the range. Other definitions in institution, they have levels where they have not the range, but the amount of orders that are also a block reference to the a package of the orders being ready to be executed.
A stack
And
of
ICT
orders, yeah.
a stack, a stack. The and ICT and other SMT followers. The last candle in the opposite direction before the impulse. Right, so there are different definitions, and I'll use, this would be the opposite, the last candle, or actually it's one below, right? It would be the last candle before the impulse of the movement. All of that are valid, and I'm not going to say they're not good at all. But I keep it very, very simple, and my definition is, in my view, much simpler, and for that reason, I think better. In my humble opinion, it is much better.
Not to tap yourself on the shoulder there. No, it's just,
no, not to clap myself on the shoulder, but it is better than everyone's.
Yes, everybody else's sucks. Mine's best.
No, but I like it to keep it simple, and I think this is as simple as it can get. Right. So two definitions. One is the engulfing and the outside bar. So basically, I don't use the size of the impulse or even the existence of the impulse, just using price action, just using candlestick combinations, engulfing and outside bars, and I'll define each one of them. In the case of an engulfing, right, so let's go in. In the case of the engulfing, the definition that I use is that they have to be different color, right? Different direction. If you have them having different colors for each direction, so different direction. In the candle number 2, these two are the candles I'm referring to. Candle number 2 needs to close, in the case of a bullish order block, or bullish engulfing, needs to close above the open of bar number 1. That's it. Very, very simple, very objective. There's no discussion. I mean, if you have those rules, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, or what language you speak, or what age you have, you will come to the same conclusion, right? It closed above the open of the previous candle, it's a bullish, and it has a different direction, so it's a bullish order block. And the way that I mark it is by using the open of the candle number 1 and going to the lowest low of the 2 candles. That's it. Very, very simple, right? Anyone can do it. My grandmother can do this, and that's he's
and she's blind. Whew.
And exactly, and she is completely well, she's not blind, but I mean, she is you get the point. Very easy. A 6-year-old
very simplistic way to define a engulfing candle, or in this case,
yes,
a order block.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's one. So that's one definition, the engulfing, and the other one is the outside bar. And I'm gonna check one in the chart to see. I can show you guys very quickly.
I see a bearish one.
Which one? Let me see. I see
exactly where it says Awanda on the Awanda, just the 4th candle after Awanda on the left.
The 4th candle. Okay. All right. That one exactly. Okay. So that's thank you. But I saw a couple of here. There was one. Well, anyways, there were a few more.
I saw that one immediately. Like my eye was just like that one.
All right. So the outside bar is the following. So you want to have the high and the low of the candle number 1. This being candle number 1, and that being the candle number 2, right there. So a outside bar is where the second bar travels outside the range of the first candle, this one, and closes outside. Doesn't matter if it closes above or below, and it doesn't even matter what direction they have, right? Note the difference with the first one, it has to have a different direction. And whenever it does this, that's also an order block to me. And I mark it the same way or very similar to the first one, which is the body of the candle number 1 has to be included with the highest high in this case, because this bar is the highest high of the 2, and then drag to the right. That's the order block. Very, very simple, engulfing and outside bar. Using those two definition, all your order blocks will be, if you apply them, will be the same level. Not only the same level. This is something I like about the way that I do it. It's a price point on the chart. There's no discussion about it. I mean, there are difference in price feeds. You may have a little deviation, but for that I have a solution as well. But it's a very there's not going to be a huge difference in between the price feeds of one broker to the other. So it's going to be pipettes, if any. So that would be the outside bar, and the outside bar is actually much stronger than the regular engulfing. Let me see if I can get it. Let's see if I there we go. So you drag them to the left and you wait for the market to react to them. And you can see how the market, it doesn't mean, just like any structure, any supply and demand doesn't hold forever. But you can see how clearly the market does, come from with a lot of force, and it has this reaction. And in my understanding from these levels is that it's reacting on the structure to the left, right, from the past, and that made the reversal happen exactly here and not somewhere else. So those are the order blocks. So let's so on the higher time frame, the daily, we saw that there wasn't anything interesting currently from the level we are right now. The level that is of interest is the two order blocks, and these are part of a quasi that could be used, meaning I want to be ready to get along from these levels when price get to them, not going back in the past, of course. Price action doesn't go to the past. But we're not there yet. And so the current level, price action is not very interesting to me. We did leave a fresh bearish on the H4 after we reached that monthly level. That's something you want to be having on your chart. Whenever price comes back, look for alignment to see if the market is going to use it or not. There is a quasi right here as well on the H1, and you can see how the market already reacted upon, but it didn't have an H4, so I didn't trade this, which is this level, right? So you have the reversal, the bullish reversal in the direction of the trend price, the left shoulder, the head, that's the neckline. It breaks it and it comes back to where, if you mark this, right, it's a little bit higher. It didn't have an H4 as well, but you can see how the quasi works. Even if it's above the 50% retracement, I filter those for the being below. In this case, below, visually below, but it is on a percentage-wise is higher retracement, right? So something above, it retraces above 50%, so more than half of the impulse. And you can see how the market comes back and reacted. So I see the market holding up, but on the H4, there isn't anything interesting.
I wanted to mention this, Victor, before you carry on. We are 3 minutes away from the New York Open, and then 33 minutes away from ISM news, so high impact news on the US. So ISM Manufacturing's PMI. Just be on a lookout for that. So we should start seeing a bit of like price action starting to move a little bit more volumetrically and also with a little bit more volatility now as we're heading into the New York Open. Mondays, always remember, whole weekend's worth of trading, sitting and wait for Monday to open up for the New York session. So if you start seeing some volatility now, it's because of the New York Open prepping and getting ready to open.
Yeah, and
I just wanted to mention that before it actually happened.
Yeah, good you mentioned that. It's only a few minutes away. The open of the New York Stock Exchange. But it's always good to have every day take a look at the weekly numbers or releases macroeconomical releases scheduled, but this week is supposedly, it looks very quiet, right? We only have the what you mentioned, the PMI, manufacturing PMI on today, and some NZD, but not for a dollar. You have the JOLTS, of course, on tomorrow, but this is the big moment for this week, which is the NFP. And even though it looks like there isn't a lot going on, everyone is watching and eyeing NFP because that is going to be the banger for this week.
Yeah, and anybody that's asking where is LJ? LJ will be back tomorrow. He just took the day off today. He is going to on Thursday talk very, very specifically about NFP and his expectations of NFP as well. So do come back if you want to come back again tomorrow for LJ, but specifically on Thursday for his NFP, where we'll also be doing a giveaway with trivia.
Nice. There's always something new at the 5ers. That's what I like about the 5er.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we go cleaner, I know my strategy, I need to have something on the H4 to start thinking about building a case. And the only fresh order block we have is the one above. So I would be, looking to see if there's anything. This is probably not fresh anymore by the time we get there. It's already 8, so by the time we get there, might not be fresh anymore. And on the 1 hour, what do we have? We have something there, but it's not that big of a deal. So to me, this is not very interesting to look for shorts. I could be looking for some shorts from that level, but that if I do get a trade, it will be to the very next level because the impulse is to the upside. So I need to recognize it's easier to keep on going higher than to go much lower and expecting price to be breaking these swing lows, which is it will or it can, but it's not very likely, right? It's, people are likely to expect price to go higher, and they're likely to buy whenever it breaks out or actually or attempts to break out. So you see these follow-through movement much more easier. But I'm not interested in just buying where it's obvious that it's going to go. What I'm interested is in identifying the levels, like the H4 level below, where it's going to make, it's going to be, and the fact that we have a swing low that was just shy of it makes it an even better level, because where is everyone's stop loss after that move? It's going to, a lot of stop losses are going to be below the first level here, and not so much under the actual H4 order block. So whenever I see this, that's a huge, very attractive for the market to go grab the liquidity, use a demand zone for price to, push and go in the opposite direction, to, trick you into thinking it's going to break down, to only continue to the same way you thought it would go, but you're on the left, you're left with the losses, perhaps, and not in the trade anymore. Very typical of how the price moves. So that's EU.
Victor, have a quick look at either NASDAQ or US30 or S&P 500. Any one of the indices with the New York Open. Bit of a sell-off happening on NASDAQ, coming to fill the gap of this morning. S&P 500, same idea, massive sell-off candle just prior to the news. Basically, the one candle was the whole consolidative move that we've had throughout the day, reacting now off of the low. So this whole movement, so this one candle here is about 20 points from top to bottom. It's 18. And the whole move that we've had today, sorry, let's go all the way over there. Up until that point was 24 points. So 75% of the whole of today's movement across multiple hours was reclaimed in one candle. US30 was pushing bullishly the whole time, and then eventually, similar idea, not as large though, 145 point movement in one candle in preparation for the New York Open. New York Open pushed or opened up, came down, is pushing up, NASDAQ, same idea, pushed all the way down. Interesting to see what we were discussing earlier with NASDAQ trying to push lower, potentially coming to sweep or fill, let's rather say, fill the gap. So just wanted to bring your attention to this. Maybe if there was something on your chart that could have alluded to this, other than the idea of us struggling to break through Friday's highs with price action this morning, and then having the gap itself with as a potential target to come back to test. Second gap. This gap was on Monday as well.
Yeah, there's actually a beautiful example of an outside bar there that the market is reacting on NQ. We can, whenever you're ready, we can go to mine. But I'm not in a hurry. You are on the 5 minute. I think so. Let me check. Yes, that's
this one.
Actually, yeah, it's actually visible on the 4 hour.
4 hour.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So that would be the basis for me to start looking for a trade. And if you can find these levels, it's visible on the 1 hour as well. And that would be where I would be, why I would have that area as a possible level to be an area of interest. So that's... Yeah, I'm gonna show the audience what I mean. There's a couple of reasons why this is a nice level to look. Actually, I like it on the H2 better. But if we look at very quickly from the higher time frame, there isn't anything here. The weekly, there isn't anything there except we broke below the swing low. And the daily time frame, you can see that the market came back to retest something from the left, right? So that's significant. That means that we could eventually expect price to move a little bit higher. Why? Because that's a significant break and retest. I mean, if it does look like a break and retest. Currently, it did react. It did leave a fresh order block. All of these are, plenty of reasons for people to buy into the idea that we're going to, have a much bigger pop. So that's one thing. However, it doesn't have to do it right away. It can come back to retest the demand zone it created and then continue. So that's the daily. If you go to the 4 hour, we can clearly see that the market has been, playing with that swing low from before, right? That swing low, we came in, went up, eventually consolidated and then break down, and we're retesting again from the other side, right? So that makes it, on a lower time frame, on a 4 hour, this is a nice level where price could be breaking down and changing direction back to bearish. But on a higher time frame, on a daily, on a swing trade, we are basically, the market just told us it has appetite to, and it has a nice area to go higher later on, maybe even today, but I mean later on. But not previously, but before that happens, we have a reason, which is this right here, that swing low that could function as a supply or a level, a resistance that could push price a little bit lower before it continues later on to go higher, presumably. And if you go to the 4 hour, if you already have the swing low on your chart and you go look for other confluences, other reasons to build to support that idea, of course you have that trend line that was broken and retested quite beautifully right there. But if you look at the H4 and using exactly what we just talked about, that outside bar, right? This is a nice example of that outside bar. So right here and there, those two candles. And if you mark it, and then we can go to the lower time frame. This is that's the range of the candle, and it takes out the high, breaks below. That's exactly what makes it a outside bar, and that area then becomes the area that it is likely to come back and have some kind of a reaction. Right, so if you have it on the H2, and you have it on the H4, on the H2 as well, and as well as the H1, even though it's a little bit bigger, that you could already expect that the market is going to. This is the area of interest that the market created the order block and then comes back for a reaction. It may or may not go much lower, but a reaction. Later on it can go up. But so that So this move here, the open, fits in quite nicely with that price action from the left. Very simple, actually. So let's go to the... All right, let's go to the 5. If we find anything from the past. I mean, this isn't coincidence, right?
Oh, gold is tanking.
All right. Let's take a look at NQ. For those who are trading the futures after our session today, you'd be automatically redirected to the futures channel. Yes, we have a booming futures channel waiting for you to attend after this session with Dave and some great traders.
And Samir. I believe Samir is also there today. And Cesar as well.
All right, so
and I think Alejandra as well.
Yeah, Alejandra is. They're all are very great traders, but I've been, I'm there every 2 weeks, and she is a very nice trader, catching lots of moves. All right, so that's on the lower time frame. So what else can we see? That's the open on the 15-minute. So what I would, start marking the opening range so we can understand where the market wants to go.
Are you marking it up for the sake of just knowing where it's going, or do you have intention, like for argument's sake, doing a opening range breakout or something like to that?
No, I use the opening range for a strategy, basically, which is a combination of my main strategy with something that is fit for NAS or the equities, where you have an opening, right, where you have a huge influx of volume, opening range strategy, but combined with my main strategy. So I use what I do is I take the 15, when people can use the 30-minute, the 1 hour, opening range, and indicate, and by the time, by the direction that it gets broken, you can get an idea whether we are going to have, a continuation of that direction for the rest, or at least for the first part of the day. And if you can build your case, in this case, there isn't a reason to go. Let's see. Yeah, there isn't. I'm actually more inclined to go short this. So in this case, we do have a daily structure we're currently in, and the H4 is still. I beg your pardon?
I'm saying it did struggle with the open.
Yeah, you have an H4 that is being reacted upon, that can break. And if the market then creates and breaks this opening range, you could be getting in before the opening range breakdown using structure from, price action from the whole H4. Or you can wait for the break of that structure and then go short and targeting, the swing lows or perhaps even the daily, depending on how far that is.
Yeah, so something that I've been looking at on NASDAQ is the idea of you have the initial move, let's say the first 15 minutes, first half an hour, first 45 minutes or so, and then seeing where it gets. So you have your initial volatility, market open volatility. So you have pre-market volatility, market open volatility, and then let's say half an hour, 45 minutes after, and then it starts printing either an attempt to push lower and then starts printing higher price action, in which case I want to buy, or the inverse, where it had a bit of volatility and slows its upward ascent significantly and then starts printing lower price action, in which case I would want to try and sell out of that. But I've been doing that on the 5-minute and the 1 minute to kind of like see. So not going to trade immediately. I'm going to wait for the first, so let's say another 2 to 10 minutes or so, 2 to 8 minutes, let's rather say, before I decide to actually get into it. Because as you can see, the opening candle wicked quite a bit lower on NASDAQ. The follow-up candle swept the whole range so far, did not take a new high all that much. So it's still lower than the previous, let's say, swing point, but it did create a new low. So I want to see whether or not this follow-up few candles is going to slow down a little bit and then start printing its, let's say, follow-up directional movement. That's what I would be looking for.
Yeah, the supply zone is based on the H4 is this whole area. And if the market is not able to come back and break the opening range, break out of it, go in the, break out it to the buy side, that fits with the fact that it is, it has reacted. Why the high of this opening range is exactly there? Right? That's it. It looks, looks as if
random, but it's not.
It's not, right? Exactly. It looks like this is the supply zone, and price hits the supply zone and is on. If it is unable to continue go higher, you would understand that this area stopped it, and it eventually is going to go the opposite direction because there's no other way to go. It's not going to keep in that opening range for the rest of the day. It's going to go one way or the other. So if you can have an idea which direction is going to likely break out, you can start taking a position, and on the assumption that it's not going to break the opening range from the upside, or maybe you wait for it to break and then fail. So basically, you have, this is in about 20 minutes going to be the actual opening range. So you have to actually wait for it. And if you see the market going up, retesting and holding, but eventually breaks, that could be your indication. You wait for the market to, have a little pop, you get in, and, this is kind of a little bit of an aggressive move. You put your stop above it and you preemptively get ready for that continuation lower, because you understand that it's already reacting on the supply zone here, and yes, it can squeeze a little bit, but once it starts breaking structure, you can start getting in on that move to lower area, and you would actually already be in a good position to go catch. And if you use that, right, before the opening range actually triggers, and you use that, and then the market comes and breaks the level, then you're already in at a good level, right? You're already in the trade with a good level, and you wait for price to continue lower to either these swing lows or to the next daily order block, which is that level below us.
Okay, so we've had the first 15 minutes of the opening range now. So let's see now. So on CFD 28.420 needs to be broken for the upper end of that range, and then 28.195, let's say 95 flat-ish, because there's some decimal points there, is the bottom end of the range to potentially be swept. So now we need to sit and wait. Because I don't trade the opening range itself, and I don't trade the idea of like the breakout of the opening range, I don't mind trying to, let's say for argument's sake, if we're in the upper end of the range, if we start printing with that price action that I'm looking for, to try and, kind of like reach the opposite end effectively. So trying to sell my way down into the lower end of it, if price action permits, if the price action starts building up in a way that it looks like it wants to continue going lower. First and foremost, it needs to fail on its way up on the 5 minute, because that's where I trade, or on the 1 minute for this specific futures one that I've been doing recently. I don't want to see price with volume start picking up towards the upper end. I want to see it fail its momentum on the upside and start pushing lower. And then I'll potentially look at selling my way down. Now, just waiting game for me.
And you're only going to be trading it to the next end of the range.
If I were to do the opening range strategy, that's how I would potentially have looked for it. Not that I don't believe in the opening range breakout. I tend to think that because there's so many people that's trying to trade the opening range breakout, that there's the potential that they either get in too early, or it could be that there is some bigger orders lying in wait, and then they think it's a breakout, and then they get a bit of a retracement, and then they want to jump out. So to me, it's what is there on the range itself, and then trying to either trade a reversal within that range rather than the breakout of the range.
Yeah,
because once I have the breakout, I would want to jump in on a continuation in any way.
Yeah, and what I do is the latter. I don't trade the actual breakout. I wait for the breakout to be retested, and then I go in. So let's say we have the supply zone above, so automatically you would expect price to have at least an attempt to go lower. I wait for the actual range to break, and I don't get in. I wait for it to retest, and then I use my main strategy to identify what levels were broken. Something like this, what level were broken, where can I get in on, let's say, an order block that was left behind. And it could be something like this. Let me mark it for you guys. It could be, it's gonna look weird, but be patient, I'll show you what I mean. Something like this. And so I wait for the actual orb to break, and then I go to look for levels left behind, and I get in. So after the break, using the main strategy, using the orb, but applying my main strategy after the orb. So I'm actually joining both strategies just in sequence, and I'm not getting in on the breakout. And if it breaks and continues, I'm not going to be in the trade, obviously, and that's fine. But only
I want to be on that continuation. That's where I want to be in. But yeah.
Well, the continuation, I catch it if it comes back within the range using the quasi, and then I catch, and then I don't trade just to the low. I trade to as far as I can reasonably target.
Yeah, and that's when you get that 13 to 27 R trades that the rest of us just dream about.
Well, these are intraday, so to get those on intraday is quite difficult. But that idea is applied on to get those higher risk reward ratio. Yes, combining with daily targets, things like that.
We have 10 minutes left before the stream is over, but I do want to just mention I have one or two announcements. Let's rather say that I would like to mention before we kind of like get to the final thoughts of the day. So on Thursday, we will have trivia day. So it's going to be the NFP information that we are going to be discussing in general on Thursday, which is prepping for Friday. And then we're going to have trivia day. So how trivia day works is we are going to have a bunch of questions. Everybody in chat, you can try and answer those to the best of your knowledge. And then if you are one of the top performers on the trivia day, you are going to win yourself an account. All right. So that's the first thing. Where's LJ today? LJ took a day off. He had some personal things to attend to today. He will be back again tomorrow. So no worries there. The second thing I want to mention is that on the 17th, we are going to be adjusting the time that the stream goes live and when the stream ends. All right. So on the 17th of this month, the stream is going to open up at London Open. Okay. So it's effectively 1 hour earlier than we're currently opening up. And then we're going to run for the 6 hours. And we will be closing out the stream effectively 1 hour earlier than we normally do. So we are busy looking at aligning all of our streams together. So you have the morning stream, you have the afternoon stream, and then you have the future stream, so you can have a seamless transition between all of them. Trivia on trading, yes, it's going to be technical analysis, fundamental. It's going to be 5ers related, streamer related questions, and historic events within trading. All of it to do with trading. So it's trading related trivia. We've done this in the past. People enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. So we're going to be doing that as well. So just to get back to the stream adjustment, not to worry, guys, same length Just we want to have it at the opening bell so that the London session can, when most of the moves are already happening, we can get into that. And then the afternoon session is the pre-New York session. We can focus almost entirely on what we expect to happen in the New York session. And then when you jump over to the futures channel, then you will get to see that play out in real time. So that will be from the 17th. We're going to start releasing all of the, let's call it the schedule as it goes on. But please, if you see us live and you thought, oh, we're going to be there at, for argument's sake, 8 GMT, then you realize, oh, we've already been live for about an hour. It's because we are going to be opening up 1 hour earlier. So no shock to anybody else. I will mention it every day this coming week, just so that you all are all aware. And then the next 1v1s will be next week on the 11th. So on the 11th, we will have another 1v1. Hopefully, it's going to be a smoother one this time with less issues. So I've already adjusted the Google form so that those of you who want to join on the day, you're going to be required to trade off of MetaTrader on your computer. So if you want to participate, have MetaTrader 5 ready to go so that if I send you details for a demo account, that you can literally just log in and be ready to battle against the pro. That's pretty much what I wanted to mention. But I wanted to get that out before we forget, or before I forget. I mean, my memory these days. I'm getting old, Victor. I know I don't look it, but I can feel it. I feel it in my bones.
You don't look old at all.
That's what I just said. How dare you? How dare you say I look old?
All right. The market is for gold. Those who are interested in gold, this is a nice area building upon the reversal pattern that has already been building upon before. There is a little lower high developing. It doesn't mean it's the end of it all, but you want to be having higher highs, not lower highs. So you want to be a little bit cautious about that. So if anything, you could be targeting this for your partials. If you're getting in on this looking, we had the initial quasi first that was taken out, that being the swing high, price comes back, react off of it. That's good. If you go to the lower time frames, you can see that we have another one right here, a lot of quasi, and all of them you can trade, right? Takes it out, comes back to that little level, goes there, goes to take out this swing high. That's the other leg. And we have another one here, right? So the market keeps on throwing these patterns over and over again at us. And it's up to us to see them and make use of them. So basically, this is the area. So if the market reacts off of this, that would be the likely place to go, eventually even to the trend line. And the pattern tells you this, but I would be a little bit conservative. I would target this at most, and if not, something that is within this level. So that could be that little area here, that little order block on the same time frame, which is the H4. That could be a nice area to target as a long. So let's go to lower time frame to see. We have still about 2 minutes, 3 minutes actually, to the end of the stream. And so on the H4, let's take a look here. So on the H4, that's a nice level for price to pop, reverse from. Is it going to reverse? Let's see if we have some indications. Where would that happen? If it were to happen, that's on the H1. So that would be nothing on the H1. Well, actually, this is the level, same level as we had before. It's almost the exact level, right? This quasi reacted to the exact level. And that's the same level again, right here on the quasi. Right, so that will be the area that I will be looking for a long. And let me mark it with precise area where you could be looking for an entry, or I would be looking for an entry long, that is, but only if the market reverses on the lower time frame again. So I would wait for market out. This is not something I would use. not that. Why not? Because it needs to be between this point and that point. So this is the leg. Basically, this is the whole leg that can be used. This is something else. So if we go to the lower time frames, I don't think this is too small. The time frame is too small to take anything. There's a little area here that we could get some reaction from, but I would just wait. I would just wait for the market to actually reach this level. This is the entry, the area of interest. I would wait for the market to actually reach it. If it turns around before, fine. It's someone else's trade. I'm not gonna take it. But if it does come here, that's where I want to be ready, like a sniper, patiently waiting for my pattern to come forth and take the shot. Multiple shots, probably.
Shot.
Yep.
NASDAQ busy breaking out ever so slightly, so looking good. Maybe for a potential pullback and then continuation. We'll see. We'll have to see. Anyway, basically with that, I think we've come to the end of today's stream. Victor, my friend.
Yes, that is indeed the case. We are 1 minute away from the end. Basically, we got there. We are delighted, thrilled by the fact that you guys joined us today. There's much more in store for you on today. Not only today, but I mean this whole week, this whole month, this whole year. The 10th year anniversary of the 5ers. We have this month the Discord community in the spotlight. And we have many surprises. We have giveaways. Rich has been showing, showing the prices and what you need to be doing, participating in the journey, the journal journey. It is, a bunch of things. We have so many things. Actually, we can't even mention all of them. We have so many things for our traders. It's way too many to mention, but just to keep it short, later on we'll have a Discord session. I'll be there. I'll be hosting. I hope you can join us. It's going to be fun. We're going to be talking about trading, everything around it, and have fun while doing so. There is the futures stream that you will be automatically redirected to right after we close this stream. So thank you for watching, and hope to see you tomorrow again. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you think this is useful to you. And Rich, thank you for accompanying me on this beautiful day. It's always nice having you near.
Thank you so very much for that very, very kind words. Yes, guys, we are live Mondays through to Thursdays. And don't forget, there's also all of the Discord events happening and the Discord streams that's happening literally every single day. So if you haven't already, get yourself into the Discord so that you can take advantage of all of that. Tomorrow, we're back to normal trading again. LJ will be back. We will have Rich tomorrow with a little psychology session in the morning, and then we would have the lovely Griff for not intraday, but for swing trading along with Buyu in the afternoon, and then the very lovely Victor and Samir to have their pre-New York and Quasimodo trading. So gentlemen and ladies of the jury, if you haven't already dropped us a like and a subscribe, please do so now. We're trying to build this live stream to get all the way to the moon, and we can only do that with your support. So thank you very much to everybody that was here today. We'll see you again tomorrow for another live stream. Have a great day. Cheers.
Bye-bye.